The Book of the Dead, by Douglas Preston and Lincolnchild. Chapter Mort. Early morning sunlight gilded the cobbled drive of the staff entrance at the New York Museum of Natural History, illuminating a glass pillbox just outside the granite archway. Within the pillbox, a figure sat slumped in his chair, an elderly man familiar to all museum staff. He puffed contentedly on a calabash pipe and basked in the warmth of one of those false spring days that occur in New York City in February, the kind that coaxes daffodils, crocuses, and fruit trees into premature bloom, only to freeze them dead later in the month. "Morning, Doctor," so he said again and again to any and all passers-by, whether mailroom clerk or dean of science. Curators might rise and fall, directors might ascend through the ranks, reign in glory, then plummet to ignominious ruin. Man might till the field and then lie beneath, but it seemed Curly would never be shifted from his pillbox. He was as much a fixture in the museum as the Ultrasaurus that greeted visitors in the museum, its great rotunda. "Here, Pops." Frowning at this familiarity, Curly roused himself in time to see a messenger shove a package through the window of his pillbox. The package had sufficient momentum to land on the little shelf where the guard kept his tobacco and mittens. "Excuse me," Curly said, rousing himself and waving out the window. "Hey!" But the messenger was already speeding away on his fat tire mountain bike, black rucksack bulging with packages. "Goodness," Curly muttered, staring at the package. It was about 12 inches by 8 by 8, wrapped in greasy brown paper, and tied up with an excessive amount of old-fashioned twine. It was so beaten up, Curly wondered if the messenger had been run over by a truck on the way over. The address was written in a childish hand. For the Rocks and Minerals Curator, the Museum of Natural History. Curly broke up the dottle in the bottom of his pipe while gazing thoughtfully at Motfe the package. The museum received hundreds of packages every week from children, containing donations for the collection. Such donations included everything from squashed bugs and worthless rocks to arrowheads and mummified roadkill. He sighed, then rose painfully from the comfort of his chair and tucked the package under his arm. He put the pipe to one side, slid open the door of his pillbox, and stepped into the sunlight, blinking twice. Then he turned in the direction of the mailroom receiving dock, which was only a few hundred feet across the service drive. "What have you got there, Mr. Tuttle?" came a voice. Curly glanced toward the voice. It was Digby Greenlaw, the new assistant director for administration, who was just exiting the tunnel from the staff parking lot. Curly did not answer immediately. He didn't like Greenlaw and his condescending Mr. Tuttle. A few weeks earlier, Greenlaw had taken exception to the way Curly checked IDs, complaining that he wasn't really looking at them. Heck, Curly didn't have to look at them. He could know if it kept every employee of the museum on site. "Package," he grunted in reply. Greenlaw's voice took on an officious tone. "Packages are supposed to be delivered directly to the mailroom, and you're not supposed to leave your station." Curly kept walking. He had reached an age where he found the best way to deal with unpleasantness was to pretend it did exist. He could hear the footsteps of the administrator quicken behind him, the voice rising a few notches on the assumption he was hard of hearing. "Mr. Tuttle?" Mott said, "You should not leave your station unattended." Curly stopped, turned. "Thank you for offering, Doctor." He held out the package. Greenlaw stared it at, squinting. Mot Dede note say Mot would deliver it. Curly remained in place, proffering the package. "Oh, for heaven's sake." Greenlaw reached irritably for the package, but his hand faltered midway. "It's a funny-looking thing. What is it?" "Dunno, Doctor. Came by messenger." "It seems to have been mishandled." Curly shrugged. But Greenlaw still didn't take the package. He leaned toward it. "Squinting, it's torn. There's a hole. Look, there's something coming out." Curly looked down. The corner of the package did indeed have a hole, and a thin stream of brown powder was trickling out. "What in the world?" Curly said. Greenlaw took a step back. "It's leaking some kind of powder." His voice rode up a notch. "Oh, my lord, what is it?" Curly stood rooted to the spot. "Good God, Curly, drop it, it's anthrax." Greenlaw stumbled backward, his face contorted in panic. "It's a terrorist attack. Someone call the police. Mott been exposed. Oh my God, Mott V been exposed." The administrator stumbled and fell backward on the cobblestones, clawing the ground and springing to his feet, and then he was off and running. Almost immediately, Two guards came spilling out of the guard station across the way, one intercepting Greenlaw while the other made for Curly. "What are you doing?" Greenlaw shrieked. "Keep back. Call Chin Mo." Curly remained where he was, package in hand. This was something so far outside his experience that his mind seemed to have stopped working. The guards fell back, Greenlaw at their heels. For a moment, the small courtyard was strangely quiet. Then a shrill alarm went off, deafening in the enclosed space. In less than 5 minutes, the air was filled with the sound of approaching sirens, culminating in an uproar of activity. Police cars, flashing lights, crackling radios, and uniformed men rushing this way and that, stringing up yellow biohazard tape and erecting a cordon, megaphones shouting at the growing crowds to back off, while at the same time telling Curly to drop the package and step away. Drop the package and step away. But Curly didn't drop the package and step away. He remained frozen in utter confusion, staring at the thin brown stream that continued to trickle out of the tear in the package, forming a small pile on the cobbles at his feet. And now 2 strange-looking men wearing puffy white suits and hoods with plastic visors were approaching, walking slowly, hands outstretched like something Curly had seen in an old science fiction movie. One gently took Curly by the shoulders, while the other slipped the package from his fingers and, with infinite care, placed it in a blue plastic box. The first man led him to one side and began carefully vacuuming him up and down with a funny-looking device, and then they began dressing him too in one of the strange plastic suits, all the time telling him in low electronic voices that he was going to be all right, that they were taking him to the hospital for a few tests, that everything would be fine. As they placed the hood over his head, Curly began to feel his mind coming back to life, his body able to move again. "'Scuse me, doctor," he said to one of the men, as they led him off toward a van that had backed through the police cordon and was waiting for him, doors open. "Yes?" "My pipe." He nodded toward the pillbox. "Don't forget to bring my pipe." Chapter high. Dr. Lauren Wildenstein watched as the first response team carried in the blue plastic hazmat container, placing it under the fume hood in her laboratory. The call had come in 20 minutes earlier, and both she and her assistant, Richie, were ready. At first, it sounded like it might be the real deal for a change, something that actually fit the profile of a classic bioterror attack. A package sent to a high-profile New York City institution, dribbling brown powder. But on-site testing for anthrax had already come up negative, and Wildenstein knew that this one would almost certainly be another false alarm. In her 2 years leading the New York City Dom Sentinel laboratory, they had received over 400 suspicious powders to analyze, and, thank God, not one had turned out to be a bioterror agent, so far. She glanced at the running tally they kept tacked to the wall: sugar, salt, flour, baking soda, heroin, cocaine, pepper, and dirt, in that order of frequency. The list was a testament to paranoia and too damn many terror alerts. The delivery team left, and she spent a moment staring at the sealed container. Amazing, the consternation a package of powder could cause these days. It had arrived half an hour ago at the museum, and already a guard and a museum administrator had been quarantined, given antibiotics, and were now being treated by mental health services. It seemed the administrator was particularly hysterical. She shook her head. "What do you think?" came a voice from over her shoulder. "Terrorist cocktail du jour?" Wildenstein ignored this. Richie's work was top-notch, even if his emotional development had been arrested somewhere between the 3rd and the 4th grade. "Let's run an X-ray." Rolling. The false-color X-ray that popped up on the monitor screen showed the package was full of an amorphous substance, with no letter or any other objects visible. "No detonator," Richie said, "darn. What met going to open the container?" Wildenstein broke the hazmat seals and carefully lifted out the package. She noted the crude, childish scrawl, the lack of a return address, the multiple strands of badly tied twine. It seemed almost designed to arouse suspicion. One corner of the package had been abraded by mishandling, and a light brown substance not unlike sand dribbled from it. This was unlike any bioterror agent she had studied. Awkwardly, on account of her heavy gloves, she cut the twine and opened the package, lifting out a plastic bag. "We've been sandbagged," said Richie with a snort. "We treat it as hazardous until proven otherwise," said Wildenstein, although her private opinion was the same as his. Naturally, it was better to err on the side of caution. Weight? 1.2 kilo. For the record, Moat met noting that all the biohazard and hazmat alarms under the hood are reading 0. Using a scoop, she took a few dozen grains of the substance and distributed them into half a dozen test tubes, sealed and racked them, then removed them from beneath the hood, passing them on to Richie. Without needing to be told, he started the usual set of chemical reagents, testing for a sweet. Nice having a shitload of sample to work with, he said with a chuckle. We can burn it, bake it, dissolve it, and still have enough left over to make a sandcastle. Wildenstein waited while he deftly did the workups. All negative, he reported at last. Man, what is this stuff? Wildenstein took a second rack of samples, do a heat test in an oxidizing atmosphere, and vent the gas to the gas analyzer. Sure thing. Richie took another tube and, sealing it with a vented pipette, which led to the gas analyzer, heated the tube slowly over a Bunsen burner. Wildenstein watched, and to her surprise, the sample quickly ignited, glowing for a moment before disappearing, leaving no ash or residue. Burn, baby, burn. What do you have, Richie? He scrutinized the readout, just about pure carbon dioxide and monoxide, trace of water vapor. The sample moete have been pure carbon. Gimme a break, boss. Since when does carbon come in the form of brown sand? Wildenstein peered at the grit in the bottom of one of the sample tubes, Moat met going to take a look at this stuff under the stereo zoom. She sprinkled a dozen grains onto a slide and placed it on the microscope stage, turned on the light, and looked through the oculars. What do you see? Richie asked. But Wildenstein did not answer. She kept looking, dazzled. Under a microscope, the individual grains were not brown at all, but tiny fragments of a glassy substance in myriad colors. Blue, red, yellow, green, brown, black, purple, pink. Still looking through the oculars, she picked up a metal spoon, pressed it on one of the grains, and gave a little push. She could hear a faint scritch as the grain scratched the glass. What you doing? Richie asked. Wildenstein rose. Don't we have a refractometer around here somewhere? Yeah, a really cheap job dating back to the Middle Ages. Richie rummaged around in a cabinet and drew out a dusty machine in a yellowed plastic cover. He set it up, plugged it in. You know how to work this puppy? More think so. Using the stereo zoom, she plucked a grain of the substance and let it sink into a drop of mineral oil she put on a slide. Then she slid the slide into the reading chamber of the refractometer. After a few false starts, she figured out how to turn the dial and obtain a reading. She looked up, a smile on her face. Just what Mort suspected. We have an index of refraction of 2.4. Yeah? So? There we are. Nailed it. Nailed what, boss? She glanced at him. Richie, what is made of pure carbon has an index of refraction above 2 and is hard enough to cut glass? Diamond. Bravo. You mean what we've got here is a bag of industrial diamond grit? That's what it would seem. Richie removed his hazmat hood, wiped his brow. That's a first for me. He turned, reached for a phone. I think Moat LeGlunk put a call into the hospital. Let them know they can stand down from biological alert. From what Moat heard, that museum administrator actually soiled his drawers. Chapter Ba. Frederick Watson Colopy, director of the New York Museum of Natural History, felt a prickling of irritation on the back of his neck as he exited the elevator into the museum's basement. It had been months since he'd been down in these subterranean depths, and he wondered why the devil Wilfred Sherman, chairman of the mineralogy department, was so insistent on his coming to the mineralogy lab, instead of Sherman-ass coming to Colopy's office on the 5th floor. He turned a corner at a brisk walk, his shoes scraping the gritty floor, and came to the mineralogy lab door, which was shut. He tried the handle, locked, and in a fresh surge of irritation knocked sharply. The door was opened almost immediately by Sherman, who just as quickly closed and locked it behind them. The curator looked disheveled, sweaty. Not to put too fine a term on it, a wreck. As well he should, thought Colopy. His eye swept the lab and quickly fixed on the offending package itself, soiled and wrinkled, sitting in a double zip-locked bag on a specimen table next to a stereozoom microscope. Beside it lay a half-dozen white envelopes. Dr. Sherman, he intoned. The careless way this material was delivered to the museum has caused us major embarrassment. This is nothing short of outrageous. Moat want the name of the supplier. Moat want to know why this wasn't handled through proper procurement channels. and Mort wanted to know why such valuable material was handled so carelessly and misdelivered in such a way as to cause a panic. As Mort understand it, industrial-grade diamond grit costs several $1,000s a pound. Sherman didn't answer. He just sweated. Moat can just see the headline in tomorrow's newspaper, Bioterror Scare at the Natural History Museum. Moat met not looking forward to reading it. Moat just gotten a call from some reporter at the Times, Harriman something or other, and Moat have to call him back in half an hour with an explanation. Sherman swallowed, still saying nothing. A drop of sweat trickled down his brow, and he quickly wiped it away with a handkerchief. Well, do you have an explanation? And is there a reason why you insisted on my coming to your lab? Yes, Sherman managed to say. He nodded toward the stereozoom. Mutt wanted you to take a look. Colopy got up, went over to the microscope, removed his glasses, and put his eyes over the oculars. A blurry mess leaped into view. Mort can't see a bloody thing. The focus needs adjustment there. Colopy fumbled with the knob, sweeping the specimen in and out of focus as he tried to find the right spot. Finally, he found himself staring at a breathtakingly beautiful array of thousands of brilliantly colored bits and pieces of crystal, backlit like a stained glass window. What is it? A sample of the grit that came in the package. Colopy pulled away. Well, did you or someone in your department order it? Sherman hesitated. No. Then tell me, Dr. Sherman, how did thousands of dollars worth of diamond grit come to be addressed and delivered to your department? Mort have an explanation. Sherman stopped. With a shaking hand, he picked up one of the white envelopes. Colopy waited, but Sherman seemed to have frozen up. Dr. Sherman? Sherman did not respond. He extracted the handkerchief and dabbed his face a second time. Dr. Sherman, are you ill? Sherman swallowed. Mort didn't know how to tell you this. Colopy said briskly. We have a problem, and Mort now got. He checked his watch, only 25 minutes to call this fellow Harriman back. So just go ahead and lay it out for me. Sherman nodded dumbly, dabbed yet again at his face. Despite his annoyance, Colopy felt pity for the fellow. In many ways, he was basically a middle-aged kid who never outgrew his rock collection. Suddenly, Colopy realized it was to just sweat the man was wiping away. His eyes were leaking tears. It's not industrial diamond grit, Sherman said at last. Colopy frowned. Excuse me. The curator took a deep breath, seemed to brace himself. Industrial diamond grit is made from black or brown diamonds of no aesthetic value. Under a microscope, it looks like what you'd expect. Dark, crystalline particles. But when you look at these under the microscope, you see color. His voice quavered. That's what I saw, yes. Sherman nodded. Tiny fragments and crystals of color, every color in the rainbow. Moat confirmed that they were indeed diamond, and Moat asked myself. His voice faltered. Dr. Sherman? Moat asked myself, how in the world did a sack of diamond grit come to be made up of millions of fragments of fancy color diamonds? 2.5 pounds worth. The lab fell into a profound silence. Colopy felt himself go cold, Morton understand. This is not diamond grit, said Sherman, all in a rush. This is the museum's diamond collection. What the devil are you saying? The man who stole our diamonds last month, he must have pulverized them. All of them. The tears were now flowing freely, but Sherman no longer bothered to wipe them away. Pulverized? Colopy looked around wildly. How can you pulverize a diamond? With a sledgehammer. But they're supposed to be the hardest thing in the world. Hard, yes. That doesn't mean they aren't brittle. How can you be sure? Many of our diamonds have a unique color. Take the Queen of Narnia, for example. No other diamond has quite that blue color, with hints of violet and green. Mort was able to identify each tiny fragment. That's what Mort's been doing, separating them out. He took the white envelope in his hand and tipped it out on a sheet of paper lying on the specimen table. A pile of blue grit poured out. He pointed to it. The Queen of Narnia. He took out another envelope, tipped it over into a purple pile, the heart of eternity. One after another, he emptied the little envelopes. The Indigo Ghost, Ultima Thule, the 4th of July, the Zanzibar Green. It was like a steady drumbeat, one pounding blow after another. Colopy stared in horror at the tiny piles of glittering sand. This is a sick joke, he finally said. Those cannot be the museumist diamonds. The exact hues of many of these famous diamonds are quantifiable, Sherman replied. Mort have hard data on them. Mort tested the fragments. They read diamonds with exactly the right hue. There can be no mistake. There's nothing else they could be. But surely not all of them, said Colopy. He can have destroyed them all. That package contained high pounds of diamond grit. That S equivalent to about num cone carats. Adding in the amount that spilled, the original shipment would have contained roughly so. Cone carats. Mort added up the carat weights of the diamonds that were stolen. His voice trailed off. Well, Colopy asked at last, no longer able to contain himself. The total weight was sao, combonhai carats, Sherman said in a whisper. A long silence filled the laboratory, the only sound the faint hum of the fluorescent lights. At last, Colopy raised his head and looked Sherman in the eye. Dr. Sherman, he began, but his voice cracked and he was forced to start over. Dr. Sherman, this information must not leave this room. Sherman, already pale, went white as a ghost, but after a moment he nodded silently. Chapter born. William Smithback, Jr. entered the dark and fragrant confines of the pub known as the Bones and scanned the noisy crowd. It was 5 o'clock and the place was packed with museum staff, all lubricating themselves after the long and dusty hours spent laboring in the granite pile across the street. Why in the world they all wanted to hang out in a place whose every square inch of wall space was covered with bones after escaping just such an environment at work was a mystery to him. These days he himself came to the Bones for one reason only, the 40-year-old single malt that the bartender kept hidden under the bar. At $36 a shot, it wasn't exactly a bargain, but it sure beat having your insides corroded by $3 worth of Cutty Sark. He spied the copper-colored hair of his new bride, Nora Kelly, at their usual table in the back. He waved, sauntered over, and struck a dramatic pose. But soft! What light through yonder window breaks? He intoned. Then he kissed the back of her hand briefly, kissed her lips rather more attentively, and took a seat across the table. How are things? The museum continues to be an exciting place to work. You mean that bioterror scare this morning? She nodded. Someone delivered a package for the mineralogy department, leaking some kind of powder. They thought it was anthrax or something. Mort heard about that. In fact, Brother Bryce filed a story on that today. Bryce Harriman was Smithback's colleague and arch-rival at the Times, but Smithback had secured himself a little breathing room with some recent, and very dramatic, scoops. The hangdog waiter came by and stood by the table, silently waiting to take their drink orders. What look take 2 fingers of the Glen Grant, Smithback said. The good stuff. A glass of white wine, please. The waiter shuffled off. So it caused a stir? Smithback asked. Nora giggled. You should have seen Greenlaw, the guy who found it. He was so sure he was dying they had to carry him out on a stretcher, protective suit and all. Greenlaw, Mort Dunton know him. Yes, the new VP for administration just hired from Con Ed. So what'd turn out to be the anthrax mote mean? Grinding powder. Smithback chuckled as he accepted his drink. Grinding powder. Oh God, that is perfect. He swirled the amber liquid around in the balloon glass and took a sip. How'd it happen? It seems the package was damaged in transit, and the stuff was dribbling out. A messenger dropped it off with Curly, and Greenlaw just happened by. Curly? The old guy with the pipe? That's the one. He's still at the museum. Ilugluan can never leave. How did he take it? In stride, like everything else. He was back in his pillbox a few hours later, like nothing had happened. Smithback shook his head. Why in the world would anyone send a sack of grit by messenger? Beats me. He took another sip. You think it was deliberate? He asked absently. Someone trying to freak out the museum? You've got a criminal mind. Do they know who sent it? Mort heard the package didn't have a return address. At this small detail, Smithback grew suddenly interested. He wished he'd called up Harriman Asspiece on the Times internal network and read it. You know how much it costs to send something by messenger in New York City these days. $40. Maybe it was valuable grit. But then, why no return address? Who was it addressed to? Just the mineralogy department, Mort heard. Smithback took another thoughtful sip of the Glen Grant. There was something about this story that set off a journalistic alarm in his head. He wondered if Harriman had gotten to the bottom of it. Not bloody likely. He extracted his cell. Mind if Mut make a call? Nora frowned. If you must. Smithback dialed the museum, asked to be put through to mineralogy. He was in luck. Someone was still there. He began speaking rapidly. This is Mr. Humman in the Grimhum's office, and Moat had a quick question. What kind of grinding powder was it that caused the scare this morning? Mort de note se ha. Look, Mort met in a hurry, the directoress waiting for an answer. Mort don't know. Is there anyone there who does? There, says Dr. Sherman. Put him on. A moment later, a breathless voice got on. Dr. Colopy? No, said Smithback easily. This is William Smithback. Mort met a reporter for the New York Times. A silence, then a very tense yes? About that bioterror scare this morning. Mort, can I help you? Came the immediate response. Mort already told everything. Mort can have kept to your colleague, Mr. Harriman. Just a routine follow-up, Dr. Sherman, mind? Silence. The package was addressed to you? To the department, came the terse reply. No return address? No. And it was full of grit. That's right. What kind? A hesitation corundum grit. How much is corundum grit worth? Mort didn't know offhand, not much. I see, that's all, thanks. He hung up to find Nora looking at him. It's rude to use your cell phone in a pub, she said. Hey, Mort met a reporter. It's my job to be rude. Satisfied? No. A package of grit came to the museum. It was leaking. It freaked someone out. End of story. Mort don't know Smithback took another long sip of the Glen Grant. That guy sounded awfully nervous just now. Dr. Sherman, he's high-strung. He sounded more than high-strung. He sounded frightened. He opened his cell phone again, and Nora groaned. If you start making calls, Mort met heading home. Come on, Nora. One more call, then we lug head over to the Rattlesnake Cafe for dinner. Mort gotta make this call now. It's already after 5 and Mort want to catch people before they leave. Quickly, he dialed information, got a number, punched it in. Department of Health and Mental Services? After being bounced around a bit, he finally got the lab he wanted. Sentinel Lab, came a voice. To whom am Mort speaking? Richard. And to whom am Mort speaking? Hi, Richard, this is Bill Smithback of the Times. You in charge? Modem now, the boss just went home. Lucky for you. Can Mott ask a few questions? You said you were a reporter? That's right. Mort supposed so. This is the lab that handled that package from the museum this morning? Sure is. What was in it? Smithback heard a snort. Diamond grit. Not corundum? No. Diamond. Did you examine the grit yourself? Yup. What it looked like. Under course examination like a sack of brown sand. Smithback thought for a moment. How do you figure out it was diamond grit? By the index of refraction of the particles. Mort see, and it couldn't be confused with corundum. No way. You also examined it under a microscope, Mort assume? Yup. What it looked like. It was beautiful, like a bunch of little colored crystals. Smithback felt a sudden tingling at the nape of his neck. Colored? What do you mean? Bits and fragments of every color of the rainbow. I had no idea diamond grit was so pretty. Didn't strike you as odd. A lot of things that are ugly to the human eye look beautiful under the microscope, like bread mold, for instance, or sand, for that matter. But you said the grit looked brown. Only when blended together. I see. What you do with the package? We sent it back to the museum and chalked it up as a false alarm. Thanks. Smithback slowly shut the phone. Impossible it couldn't be. He looked up to find Nora staring at him, annoyance clear on her face. He reached over and took her hand. Moat met really sorry, but Moat got another call to make. She crossed her arms, and Moat thought we were going to have a nice evening together. One more call, please. Moat Leglunk let you listen in. Believe me, this is going to be good. Nora's cheeks grew pink. Smithback knew that look. His wife was getting steamed. Quickly, he dialed the museum again. Put the phone on speaker. Dr. Sherman? Yes? This is Smithback from the Times again. Mr. Smithback, came the shrill reply. Mud already told you everything. But now, if you don't mind, Mud have a train to catch. Motkanoove kept that what arrived at the museum this morning was not corundum grit. Silence. Motkanoove kept what it really was. More silence. The museum's diamond collection. In the silence, Nora looked at him sharply. Dr. Sherman, Mot met coming over to the museum to talk to you. If Dr. Colopy is still around, he would be wise to be there, or at least to make himself available by phone. Don't know what you told my colleague Harriman, but you not going to fob the same stuff off onto me. It's bad enough that the museum allowed its diamond collection, the most valuable in the world, to be stolen. Moat met certain the museum trustees wouldn't want a cover-up scandal to follow hard on the heels of the revelation that the same diamond collection had just been reduced to industrial-strength grinding powder. Are we clear on that, Dr. Sherman? It was a very weak and shaky voice that finally issued from the cell phone. It was a cover-up, Moat assure you. It was just a delay in the announcement. Moat look be there in 10 minutes. Dunna go anywhere. Smithback immediately made another call to his editor at the Times. Fenton, you know that piece on the anthrax scare at the museum that Bryce Harriman filed? Better kill that. Morph got the real story, and it's a bombshell. Hold the front page for me. He shut the phone and looked up. Nora was no longer mad. She was white. Diogenes Pendergast, she whispered. He destroyed the diamonds? Smithback nodded. But why? That's a very good question, Nora. But now, darling, with my infinite apologies, and an IU for dinner at the Rattlesnake Cafe, Moat have to go. Moat got a couple of interviews to conduct, and a story to file before midnight if Moat met going to make the national edition. Moat met really sorry. Donna, wait up for me. He rose and gave her a kiss. You re-amazing, she said in an awed voice. Smithback hesitated, feeling an unaccustomed sensation. It took him a moment to realize he was blushing. Chapter num. Dr. Frederick Watson Colopy stood behind the great 19th century leather-topped desk of his corner office in the museum-s southeast tower. The huge desk was bare, save for a copy of the morning-s New York Times. The newspaper had not been opened. It did not need to be. Already Colopy could see everything he needed to see on the front page, above the fold, in the largest type the staid Times dared use. The cat was out of the bag, and it could not be put back in. Colopy believed that he occupied the greatest position in American science, director of the New York Museum of Natural History. His mind drifted from the subject of the article to the names of his distinguished forebears: Ogilvy, Scott, Throckmorton. His goal, his one ambition, was to add his name to that august registry, and not fall into ignominy like his two immediate predecessors, the late and not much lamented Winston Wright or the inept Olivia Merriam. And yet there, on the front page of the Times, was a headline that might just be his tombstone. He had weathered several bad patches recently, eruptions of scandal that would have felled a lesser man. But he had handled them coolly and decisively, and he would do the same here. A soft knock came at the door. Come in. The bearded figure of Hugo Menzies, chairman of the anthropology department, dressed elegantly and with less than the usual degree of academic rumpledness, entered the room. He silently took a chair as Josephine Rocco, the head of public relations, entered behind him, along with the museumist lawyer, the ironically named Beryl Darling of Wilfrid, Spragg, and Darling. Colopy remained standing, watching the three as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Finally he spoke. Mot called you here in emergency session, for obvious reasons. He glanced down at the paper. Mot assume you've seen the Times? His audience nodded in silent assent. We made a mistake in trying to cover this up, even briefly. When Moat took this position as director of the museum, Moat told myself Moat would run this place differently, that I wouldn't operate in the secretive and sometimes paranoid manner of the last few administrations. Moat believed the museum to be a great institution, one strong enough to survive the vicissitudes of scandal and controversy. He paused. In trying to play down the destruction of our diamond collection, in seeking to cover it up, Moat made a mistake. Moat violated my own principles. An apology to us is all well and good, said Darling in her usual crisp voice. But why didn't you consult me before you made that hasty and ill-considered decision? You must have realized you could get away with it. This has done serious damage to the museum and made my job that much more difficult. Colopy reminded himself this was precisely the reason the museum paid Darling $400 an hour. She always spoke the unvarnished truth. He raised a hand, point taken. But this is a development never in my worst nightmares anticipated. Finding that our diamonds have been reduced to his voice cracked. He could finish. There was an uneasy shifting in the room. Colopy swallowed, began again. We must take action. We've got to respond, and respond now. That is why Maud asked you to this meeting. As he paused, Colopy could hear, coming faintly from Museum Drive below, the shouts and calls of a growing crowd of protesters, along with police sirens and bullhorns. Rocco spoke up. The phones in my office are ringing off the hook. It's 9 now, and we think we've probably got until 10, maybe 11 at the latest, to make some kind of official statement. In all my years in public relations, Mort never encountered anything quite like this. Menzies shifted in his chair, smoothed his silver hair. May, Mort? Colopy nodded, Hugo. Menzies cleared his throat, his intense blue eyes darting to the window and back to Colopy. The first thing we have to realize, Frederick, is that this catastrophe is beyond spinning. Listen to the crowd out there. The fact that we even considered covering up such a loss has the people up in arms. No, we've got to take the hit. Honestly and squarely, admit our wrong. No more dissembling. He glanced at Rocco. That's my first point, and Mort hope we all in agreement on it. Colopy nodded again. And your second? He leaned forward slightly. It's not enough to respond. We need to go on the offensive. What do you mean? We need to do something glorious. We need to make a fabulous announcement. Something that will remind New York City and the world that despite all this, we still a great museum. Mount a scientific expedition, perhaps, or embark on some extraordinary research project. Wouldn't that look like a rather transparent diversion? Asked Rocco. Perhaps to some, but the criticism will last only a day or two, and then we'll be free to build interest and good publicity. What kind of project? Colopy asked. Mort Havant had gotten that far. Rocco nodded slowly. Perhaps it would work. This event could be combined with a gala party, strictly a list, the social must of the season. That will mute museum bashing among the press and politicians, who will naturally want to be invited. This sounds promising, Colopy said. After a moment, Darling spoke. It's a fine theory. All we lack is the expedition event or whatever. At that moment, Colopy's intercom buzzed. He stabbed at it with irritation. Mrs. Surd, we are not to be disturbed. Mutkanove kept Dr. Colopy, but well, this is highly unusual. Not now. It requires an immediate response. Colopy sighed. Can it wait 10 minutes, for heaven's sake? It's a bank wire transfer donation of 10 million euros for. A gift of 10 million euros? Bring it in. Mrs. Surd entered, efficient and plump, carrying a paper. Excuse me for a moment. Colopy snatched the paper. Who's it from, and where to Moat sign? It's from a Comte Thierry de Cahors. He is giving the museum 10 million euros to renovate and reopen the tomb of Senef. The tomb of Senef? What the devil is that? Colopy tossed the paper on the desk. Mort look deal with this later. But it says here, sir, that the funds are waiting in transatlantic escrow and must be either refused or accepted within the hour. Colopy resisted an impulse to wring his hands. We are awash in bloody restricted funds like this. What we need are general funds to pay the bills. Fax this Count whoever, and see if you can persuade him to make this an unrestricted donation. Use my name with the usual courtesies. We don't need the money for whatever windmill he is tilting at. Yes, Dr. Colopy. She turned away, and Colopy glanced at the group. Now, Mort believed Beryl had the floor. The lawyer opened her mouth to speak, but Menzies held out a suppressing hand. Mrs. Surd, please wait a few minutes before contacting the Count of Cahors. Mrs. Surd hesitated, glancing at Colopy for confirmation. The director nodded his confirmation, and she left, closing the door behind her. All right, Hugo, what's this about? Colopy asked. Mort met, trying to remember the details. The tomb of Senef, it rings a bell, and, now that I recall, so does the Count of Cahors. Can we move on here? Colopy asked. Menzies sat forward suddenly. Frederick, this is moving on. Think back over your museum history. The tomb of Senef was an Egyptian tomb on display in the museum from its original opening until Moat believed the Depression, when it was closed. And, if memory serves, it was a tomb stolen and disassembled by the French during the Napoleonic invasion of Egypt and later seized by the British. It was purchased by one of the museum's benefactors and reassembled in the basement as one of the museum's original exhibits. It must still be there. And who is this Cahors? Darling asked. Napoleon brought an army of naturalists and archaeologists with his army when he invaded Egypt. A Cahors led the archaeological contingent. Would imagine this fellow is a descendant. Colopy frowned. What does this have to do with anything? Don't you see? This is precisely what we were looking for. A dusty old tomb? Exactly. We make a big announcement of the Count's gift, set an opening date with a gala party and all the trappings, and make a media event out of it. Menzies looked inquiringly at Rocco. Yes, Rocco said. Yes, that could work. Egypt is always popular with the general public. Could work. It will work. The beauty of it is that the tomb's already installed. The Sacred Images exhibition has run its course. It's time for something new. We could do this in 2 months, or less. A lot depends on the condition of the tomb. Nevertheless, it's still in place and ready to go. It might only need to be swept out. Our storage rooms are full of Egyptian odds and ends that we could put in the tomb to round out the exhibition. The Count is offering plenty of money for whatever restoration is necessary. Morton understand, Darling said. How could an entire exhibition be forgotten for 70 years? For one thing, it would have been bricked up. That's often what they did to old exhibits to preserve them. Menzies smiled a little sadly. This museum simply has too many artifacts, and not enough money or curators to tend them. That's why Moff lobbied for years now to create a position for a museum historian. Who knows what other secrets sleep in the long-forgotten corners? A brief silence settled over the room, broken abruptly as Colopy brought his hand down on his desk. Let us do it. He reached for the phone. Mrs. Surd, tell the Count to release the money. We re-accepting his terms. Chapter Sow. Nora Kelly stood in her laboratory, gazing at a large specimen table covered with fragments of ancient Anasazi pottery. The potsherds were of an unusual type that glowed almost golden in the bright lights, a sheen caused by countless mica particles in the original clay. She had collected the sherds during a summertime expedition to the Four Corners area of the Southwest, and now she had arranged them on a huge contour map of the Four Corners, each sherd in the precise geographical location where it had been found. She stared at the glittering array, once again trying to make sense of it. This was the core of her major research project at the museum, tracing the diffusion of this rare micaceous pottery from its source in southern Utah as it was traded and retraded across the Southwest and beyond. The pottery had been developed by a religious Kachina cult that had come up from Aztec Mexico, and Nora believed that by tracing the spread of the pottery across the Southwest, she could thereby trace the spread of the Kachina cult. But there were so many sherds and so many C14 dates that making all the variables work together was a thorny problem, and she had not even begun to solve it. She stared hard. The answer was there. She just had to find it. She sighed and took a sip of coffee, glad she had her basement lab as a refuge from the storm raging outside the museum above. Yesterday it had been the anthrax scare, but today was worse, thanks in large part to her husband Bill, who had a singular knack for stirring up trouble. He had broken the story in the Times this morning that the powder was, in fact, the museum's stolen diamond collection, worth hundreds of millions of dollars, pulverized to dust by the thief. The news had caused an uproar worse than anything Nora could remember. The mayor, cornered by a bevy of television cameras outside his office, had already blasted the museum and called for the immediate removal of its director. She forced her mind back to the problem of the potsherds. All the lines of diffusion led back to one place, the source of the rare clay at the base of the Kaiparowits Plateau of Utah, where it had been mined and fired by the inhabitants of a large cliff dwelling hidden in the canyons. From there it had been traded to places as far away as northern Mexico and western Texas. But how, and when, and by whom? She got up and went to a cabinet, removing the last Ziploc bag of potsherds. The lab was as quiet as a tomb, the only sound the faint hiss of the forced air ducts. Beyond the laboratory itself lay large storage areas, ancient oak cabinets with rippled glass windows filled with pots, arrowheads, axes, and other artifacts. A faint whiff of paradichlorobenzene wafted in from the Indian mummy storage room next door. She began laying the sherds out on the map, filling in its last blank corner, double-checking the accession number on each sherd as she placed it. Suddenly she paused, She had heard the creaking open of the laboratory door and the sound of a soft footfall on the dusty floor. Had she locked it? It was a silly habit, locking the door. But the museum's vast and silent basement, with its dim corridors and its dark storage rooms, filled avec Pehat's strange and dreadful artifacts, had always given her the creeps. And she could not forget what had happened to her friend Margot Green just a few weeks earlier in a darkened exhibition hall, 2 floors above where she stood now. "Is someone there?" she called out. A figure materialized from the dimness, first the outlines of a face, then a closely trimmed beard with silvery white hair, and Nora relaxed. It was only Hugo Menzies, chairman of the anthropology department, and her immediate boss. He was still a little pale from his recent bout with gallstones, his cheerful eyes rimmed in red. "Hello, Nora," said the curator, giving her a kindly smile. "May Mort?" "Of course." Menzies perched himself on a stool. "It's so lovely and quiet down here. Are you alone?" "Yes. How are things up top?" "The crowd outside is still growing. Moradave kept them when Mort came in. It's getting ugly. They read jeering and hectoring the arriving staff and blocking traffic on Museum Drive, and Mort fear this is just the beginning. It's one thing when the mayor and governor make pronouncements, but it appears the people of New York have also been aroused. God save us from the fury of the vulgus mobile." Nora shook her head. Mort met sorry that Bill was the cause. Menzies laid a gentle hand on her shoulder. Bill was only the messenger. He did the museum a favor in exposing this ill-advised cover-up scheme before it could take hold. The truth would have come out eventually. Mort cannot understand why someone would go to the trouble to steal the gems and then destroy them. Menzies shrugged. Who knows what goes on in the mind of a deranged individual? It evinces, at the very least, an implacable hatred of the museum. What had the museum ever done to him? Only one person can answer that question. But Mort met not here to speculate on the criminal's mind. Mort met here for a specific reason, and it has to do with what's going on upstairs. Mort donned understand. Mort had just come from a meeting in Dr. Colby's office. We made a decision, and it involves you. Nora waited, feeling a creeping sense of alarm. Are you familiar with the tomb of Senef? Muff never heard of it. Not surprising. Few museum employees have. It was one of the museum's original exhibits, an Egyptian tomb from the Valley of the Kings, that was reassembled in these basements. It was closed down and sealed off in the 30s and never reopened. And what the museum needs right now is some positive news, something that will remind everyone that we are still doing good things. A distraction, as it were. That distraction is going to be the tomb of Senef. We are going to reopen it, and Mort want you as point person for the project. Me? But Mott put off my research for months to help mount the Sacred Images show. An ironic smile played over Menzies' face. That's right, and that's why Moat met asking you to do this. Moat saw the work you did on Sacred Images. You the only one in the department who can pull this off. In how long? Colopy wants it fast-tracked. We've got 6 weeks. You've got to be kidding. We face a real emergency. Finances have been in a sorry state for a long time, and with this new spate of bad publicity, anything could happen. Nora fell silent. What set this in motion, Menzies continued gently, is that we just received 10 million euros, $13 million, to fund this project. Money is no object. We Le Glung have the unanimous support of the museum, from the board of trustees to all the unions. The tomb of Senef has remained sealed, so it should be in fairly good condition. Please don't ask me to do this. Give it to Ashton. Ashton's no good at controversy. Moat saw how you handled yourself with those protesters at the Sacred Images opening. Nora, the museum is in a fight for its life. Moat need you. The museum needs you. There was a silence. Nora glanced back over her potsherds with a horribly sinking heart. Mordaunt know anything about Egyptology. We bringing in a top Egyptologist as a temporary hire to work with you. Nora realized there was no escape. She heaved a huge sigh. All right, Moat Le Glung, do it. Brava. That's what I wanted to hear now then. We haven't gotten very far with the idea yet, but the tomb has to been on display in 70 years, so it will obviously need some sprucing up. It's not enough these days to mount a static exhibition. You need multimedia, and of course, there will be a gala opening. Something every New Yorker with social aspirations will have to get a ticket for. Nora shook her head. All this in 6 weeks? Mort was hoping you might have some ideas. When do you need them? Right now, I'm afraid. Dr. Colopy has scheduled a press conference in half an hour to announce about the show. Oh no, Nora slumped on her stool. Are you sure special effects will be necessary? Mort hate computerized window dressing. It distracts from the objects. That is what being a museum means these days, unfortunately. Look at the new Abraham Lincoln Library. Yes, on a certain level it's a bit vulgar, perhaps, but this is the 21st century and we re-competing with television and video games. Please, Nora. Mort need ideas now. The director will be bombarded with questions, and he wants to be able to talk about the exhibit. Nora swallowed. On the one hand, it made her sick to think of putting off her research yet again, working 70-hour weeks, never seeing her husband of only a few months. On the other hand, if she was going to do this, and it seemed she had no choice, she wanted to do it well. We don't want anything cheesy, she said. No mummies popping up from their sarcophagi, and it has got to be educational. My feelings exactly. Nora thought a moment. The tomb was robbed, am I right? It was robbed in antiquity, like most Egyptian tombs, probably by the very priests who buried Senef, who, by the way, was not a pharaoh, but vizier and regent to Thutmose Bon. Nora digested this. It was, she supposed, a huge honor to be asked to coordinate a major new exhibition, and this one would have exceptionally high visibility. It was intriguing. She found herself being drawn into it, despite herself. If you're looking for something dramatic, she said, why not recreate the moment of the robbery itself? We could dramatize the robbers at work, show their fear of being caught, what would happen to them if they were caught, with a voice over explaining what was happening, who Senef was, that sort of thing. Menzies nodded. Excellent, Nora. Nora felt a mounting excitement. If done right with computerized lighting and so forth, it would give visitors an experience they'd never forget, make history come alive inside the tomb itself. Nora, someday you'll be director of this museum. She blushed. The idea did not displease her. Mort been thinking of some sort of sound and light show myself. It's perfect. With uncharacteristic exuberance, Menzies seized Nora's hand. This is going to save the museum, and it will make your career here. As Mort said, you Leclerc have all the money and support you'll need. As for the computer effects, let me manage that side of things. You focus on the objects and displays. 6 weeks will be just enough time to get the buzz going, get out the invitations, and work the press. They want to be able to trash the museum if they angling to be invited. He glanced at his watch. Mort have got to prepare Dr. Colopy for the press conference. Thank you so much, Nora. He bustled out, leaving Nora alone in the silent laboratory. She turned her eye regretfully to the table she had so carefully arranged with potsherds, and then she started picking them up, one at a time, and returning them to their storage bags. Chapter Bay. Special Agent Spencer Coffey rounded the corner and approached the warden's office, his steel-capped heels making a satisfying tattoo against the polished cement floor. Short bottle-mustached Agent Rabiner followed, deferentially riding his wake. Coffey paused before the institutional oak door, gave a tap, then opened it without waiting for an invitation. The warden's secretary, a thin bleach blonde with old acne scars on her face and a no-bullshit attitude, gave him the once-over, yes? Agent Coffey, Federal Bureau of Investigation. He waved his badge. We've got an appointment and we in a hurry. Mut Leclerc tell the warden you're here, she said, her upstate hick accent grating on his nerves. Coffey glanced at Rabiner and rolled his eyes. He'd already had a run-in with the woman over a dropped connection when he called earlier that day, and now, meeting her in person, he confirmed she was everything he despised, a low-class hayseed who'd had clawed her way into a position of semi-respectability. Agent Coffey and, she glanced at Rabiner. Special Agent Coffey and Special Agent Rabiner. The woman picked up the intercom phone with insolent slowness. Agents Coffey and Rabiner to see you, sir. They say they have an appointment. She listened for a moment, and then hung up. She waited just long enough to let Coffey know she wasn't in nearly the hurry he was. Mr. Imhoff, she finally said, we'll see you. Coffey started to walk past her desk. Then he paused. So how are things down on the farm? Seems to be rutting season for hogs, she responded without a pause, not even looking at him. Coffey continued into the inner office, wondering just what the bitch meant, and whether he'd been insulted or not. As Coffee shut the door behind them, Warden Gordon Imhoff rose from behind a large formica desk. Coffee hadn't seen him in person before, and found the man far younger than he expected, small and neat with a goatee and cool blue eyes. He was impeccably dressed and sported a helmet of blow-dried hair. Coffee couldn't quite pigeonhole him. In the old days, wardens came through the ranks, but this fellow looked like he'd gotten some PhD somewhere in correctional facility management and had never felt the satisfying thock of a nightstick striking human flesh. Still, there was a thinness to the lips that boded well. Imhoff extended his hand to Coffee and Rabiner. "Have a seat." "Thank you." "How did the interrogation go?" "Our case is developing," Coffee said. "If this does to fit the federal death penalty statute to a T, more to know what does, but it's no slam dunk. There are certain complications. He didn't mention that the interrogation had, in fact, gone badly. Very badly." Imhoff's face was inscrutable. "Mort want to make something clear," Coffee continued. "One of this killer's victims was a colleague and friend of mine, the third most decorated agent in the history of the FBI. He let that sink in. What he didn't mention was that this victim, Special Agent in Charge Mike Decker, was responsible for a humiliating demotion. Coffee had been hit with 7 years before, in the wake of the museum killings, and that nothing in his life had satisfied Coffee more than hearing about his death, except the news of who'd done it. That had been a special moment. So you got a very special prisoner, Mr. Imhoff. He's a sociopathic serial killer of the most dangerous kind. Murdered at least 3 people, although our interest in him is restricted to the murder of the federal agent. We letting the state of New York worry about the others, but we hope by the time they convict we Luglung already have the prisoner strapped to a gurney with a needle in his arm." Imhoff, listening, inclined his head. "The prisoner is also an arrogant bastard. I worked with him on a case years ago. He thinks he's better than everyone else, thinks he's above the rules. He's got no respect for authority." At the mention of respect, Imhoff finally seemed to respond. "If there's one thing I demand as warden of this institution, it's respect. Good discipline begins and ends with respect." "Exactly," said Coffee. He decided to follow up this line, see if he could get Imhoff to bite. "Speaking of respect, during the interrogation, the prisoner had some choice things to say about you." Now he could see Imhoff getting interested. "But they don't bear repeating," Coffee went on. "Naturally, you and Mort have learned to rise above such pettiness." Imhoff leaned forward. "If a prisoner has shown a lack of respect, and Mort met not talking about anything personal here, but a lack of respect for the institution in any way, I need to know about it. It was the usual bullshit and Mort to hate to repeat it. Nevertheless, Mort liked to know. Of course, the prisoner had in fact said nothing. That had been the problem. He referred to you as a beer-swilling Nazi bastard, a Boche, a Kraut, that sort of thing." Imhoff's face tightened slightly, and Coffee knew immediately he'd scored a hit. "Anything else?" the warden asked quietly. "Very crude stuff, something about the size of your... Well, I don't even recall the details." There was a frosty silence. Imhoff's goatee quivered slightly. "As I said, it was all bullshit, but it points out an important fact. The prisoner hasn't seen the wisdom of cooperating, and you know why? Everything stays the same for him whether he answers our questions or not, whether he shows respect for you or the institution or not. That's got to change. He has to learn that his wrong choices have consequences. And another thing, he has got to be kept in total, utter isolation. He can be allowed to pass any messages to the outside. There have been allegations that he might be in league with a brother still on the lam, so no phone calls. No more meetings with his lawyer. Total blackout of communication with the outside world. We would want any further collateral damage to occur due to lack of vigilance. Do you understand what Mort mean, Warden?" "Mort certainly do." "Good. He's got to be made to see the advantages of cooperation. Mort'd love to work him over with a rubber hose and a cattle prod. He deserves nothing less. But unfortunately that's not possible. And we sure as hell don't want to do anything that could come back to haunt us at the trial. He may be crazy, but he's not dumb. You can give a guy like that an opening. He has got enough money to dig up Johnny Cochran and hire him for the defense." Coffee stopped talking, because for the first time Imhoff had smiled, and something about the look in the man's blue eyes chilled Coffee. "Mort understand your problem, Agent Coffee. The prisoner must be shown the value of respect. I'll see to it personally. Chapter Tam. On the morning appointed for opening the sealed tomb of Senef, Nora arrived in Menzies' capacious office to find him sitting in his usual wing chair, in conversation with a young man. They both rose as she came in. "Nora," he said, "this is Dr. Adrian Wycherley, the Egyptologist Mott mentioned to you, Adrian. This is Dr. Nora Kelly." Wycherley turned to her with a smile, a thatch of untidy brown hair the only eccentricity in his otherwise perfectly dressed and groomed person. At a glance, Nora took in the understated Savile Row suit, the fine wingtips, the club tie. Her sweep came to rest on an extraordinarily handsome face, dimpled cheeks, flashing blue eyes, and perfect white teeth. He was, she thought, no more than 30. "Delighted to meet you, Dr. Kelly," he said in an elegant Oxbridge accent. He clasped her hand gently, blessing her with another dazzling smile. "A pleasure, and please call me Nora." "Of course. Forgive my formality. My stuffy upbringing has left me rather hamstrung this side of the pond. Mot diuete want to say how smashing it is to be here, working on this project." Smashing Nora suppressed a smile. Adrian Wycherley was almost a caricature of the dashing young Brit, of a type she didn't think even existed outside Foji Wodehouse novels. "Adrian comes to us with some impressive credentials," Menzies said. D. Phil from Oxford directed the excavation of the tomb Kuvuk Bon Mihai in the Valley of the Kings, university professor of Egyptology at Cambridge, author of the monograph Pharaohs of the Tetwentive dynasty. Nora looked at Wycherley Vekep, Tehat fresh respect. He was amazingly young for an archaeologist of such stature, very impressive. Wycherley put on a self-deprecating face. A lot of academic rubbish, really. "It's hardly that." Menzies glanced at his watch. "We re-meeting someone from the maintenance department at 10. As Mote understand it, nobody knows quite precisely where the tomb of Senef is anymore. The one certainty is that it was bricked up and has been inaccessible ever since. We're going to have to break our way in." "How intriguing," said Wycherley. "Mote feel rather like Howard Carter." They descended in an old brass elevator, which creaked and groaned its way to the basement. They emerged in the maintenance section and threaded a complex path through the machine shop and carpentry, at last arriving at the open door of a small office. Inside, a small man sat at a desk, poring over a thick press of blueprints. He rose as Menzies rapped on the doorframe. "Would like to introduce you both to Mr. Seamus McCorkle," said Menzies. "He probably knows more about the layout of the museum than anyone alive." "Which still in saying much," said McCorkle. He was an elvish man in his early 50s with a fine Celtic face and a high whistling voice. He pronounced the final word Mitch. After completing the introductions, Menzies turned back to McCorkle. "Have you found our tomb?" "Mote believe so." McCorkle nodded at the slab of old blueprints. "It's not easy finding things in this old pile." "Why ever not?" Wycherley asked. McCorkle began rolling up the top blueprint. The museum consists of 34 interconnected buildings, with a footprint of more than 6 acres, over 2 million square feet of space, and 18 miles of corridors. And that's not even counting the sub-basement tunnels, which no one's ever surveyed or diagrammed. Mort once tried to figure out how many rooms there were in this joint, gave up when Mort hit 1,000. It's been under constant construction and renovation for every single one of its 140 years. That's the nature of a museum. Collections get moved around. Rooms get joined together. Others get split apart and renamed. And a lot of these changes are made on the fly, without blueprints. "But surely they could lose an entire Egyptian tomb," said Wycherley. McCorkle laughed. "That would be difficult, even for this museum. It's finding the entrance that might be tricky. It was bricked up in Mochin Ba Malam when they built the connecting tunnel from the Tamamotsan Street subway station." He tucked the blueprints under his arm and picked up an old leather bag that lay on his desk. "Shall we?" "Lead the way," said Menzies. They set off along a puke-green corridor, past maintenance rooms and storage areas, through a heavily trafficked section of the basement. As they went along, McCorkle gave a running account. "This is the metal shop. This is the old physical plant, once home to the ancient boilers, now used to store the collection of whale skeletons. Jurassic dinosaur storage, Cretaceous Oligocene mammals, Pleistocene mammals, dugongs, and manatees. The storage areas gave way to laboratories, their shiny stainless steel doors in contrast to the dingy corridors, lit with caged light bulbs and lined with rumbling steam pipes. They passed through so many locked doors Nora lost count. Some were old and required keys which McCorkle selected from a large ring. Other doors, part of the museum's new security system, he opened by swiping a magnetic card. As they moved deeper into the fabric of the building, the corridors became progressively empty and silent. "Dare say this place is as vast as the British Museum," said Wycherley. McCorkle snorted in contempt. Bigger, much bigger. They came to an ancient set of riveted metal doors which McCorkle opened with a large iron key. Darkness yawned beyond. He hit a switch and illuminated a long, once elegant corridor lined with dingy frescoes. Nora squinted. They were paintings of a New Mexico landscape, with mountains, deserts, and a multi-storied Indian ruin she recognized as Taos Pueblo. "Fremont Ellis," said Menzies. "This was once the Hall of the Southwest. Shut down since the 40s. "These are extraordinary," said Nora. "Indeed, and very valuable." "They rather in need of curation," said Wycherley. "That's a rather nasty stain there." "It's a question of money," Menzies said. "If our Count hadn't stepped forward with the necessary grant, the tomb of Senef would probably have been left to sleep for another 70 years. McCorkle opened another door, revealing another dim hall turned into storage, full of shelves covered vaille-capté, hot, beautifully painted pots. Old oaken cabinets stood against the walls, fronted with rippled glass, revealing a profusion of dim artifacts. "The Southwest collections," McCorkle said. "Moat had no idea," said Nora, amazed. "These should be available for study." "As Adrian pointed out, they need to be curated first," Menzies said. "Once again, a question of money." "It's not only money," McCorkle added, with a strange, pinched expression on his face. Nora exchanged glances with Wycherley. "Mort met sorry?" she asked. Menzies cleared his throat. "Mort think what Seamus means is that the first museum beast killings happened in the vicinity of the Hall of the Southwest." In the silence that followed, Nora made a mental note to have a look at these collections later, preferably in the company of a large group. Maybe she could write a grant to see them moved to updated storage. Another door gave way to a smaller room lined floor to ceiling. Vaille-capté, hat, black metal drawers. Half hidden behind the drawers were ancient posters and announcements from the 20s and 30s, with Art Deco lettering and images of Gibson girls. In an earlier era, it must have been an antechamber of sorts. The room smelled of paradichlorobenzene and something bad, like old beef jerky, Nora decided. At the far end, a great dim hall opened up. In the reflected light, she could see that its walls were covered with frescoes of the pyramids of Giza and the Sphinx as they had appeared when first built. "Now we reapproaching the old Egyptian galleries," McCorkle said. They entered the vast hall. It had been turned into storage space. Shelving was covered in transparent plastic sheets, which were in turn overlaid with dust. McCorkle unrolled the blueprints, squinted at them in the dim light. If my estimations are correct, the entrance to the tomb was in what is now the annex, at the far end. Wycherley went to one shelf, lifted the plastic. Beneath, Nora could make out metal shelves crowded vaille-capté pottery vessels, gilded chairs and beds, headrests, canopic jars, and smaller figurines in alabaster, faience, and ceramic. "Good Lord, this is one of the finest collections of Ushaptismot ever seen." Wycherley turned excitedly to Nora. "Why, there's enough material here alone to fill up the tomb twice over." He picked up an Ushapti and turned it over with reverence. "Old Kingdom, Second Dynasty, reign of the Pharaoh Hetepsekemwe." "Dr. Wycherley, the rules about handling objects," said McCorkle, a warning note in his voice. "It's quite all right," said Menzies. "Dr. Wycherley is an Egyptologist. Mot Luklung take responsibility." "Of course," said McCorkle, a little put out. Nora had the feeling that McCorkle took a kind of proprietary interest in these old collections. They were his in a way, as he was one of the few people ever to see them. Wycherley went from one shelf to the next, his mouth practically watering. "Why, they even have a Neolithic collection from the Upper Nile. Good Lord, take a look at this ceremonial that-of." He held up a foot-long stone knife, flaked from gray flint. McCorkle cast an annoyed glance at Wycherley. The archaeologist laid the knife back in its place with the utmost care, then re-shrouded it in plastic. They came to another iron-bound door, which McCorkle had some difficulty opening. Trying several keys before finding the correct one, the door groaned open at last, the hinges shedding clouds of rust. Beyond lay a small room filled with sarcophagi made of painted wood and cartonnage. Some were without lids, and inside Nora could make out the individual mummies, some wrapped, some unwrapped. "The mummy room," said McCorkle. Wycherley rushed in ahead of the rest. "Good heavens, there must be 100 in here." He swept a plastic sheet aside, exposing a large wooden sarcophagus. "Look at this." Nora went over and peered at the mummy. The linen bandages had been ripped from its face and chest. The mouth was open, the black lips shriveled and drawn back as if crying out in protest at the violation. In its chest stood a gaping hole, the sternum and ribs torn out. Wycherley turned toward Nora, eyes bright. "Do you see?" he said in an almost reverential whisper. "This mummy was robbed. They tore off the linen to get at precious amulets hidden in the wrappings, and there, where that hole is, was where a jade and gold scarab beetle had been placed on the chest, the symbol of rebirth. Gold was considered the flesh of the gods, because it never tarnished. They ripped it open to take it. This can be the mummy we put in the tomb," Menzies said. "The idea, Nora's idea, was that we show the tomb as it appeared while being robbed." "How perfect," said Wycherley, turning a brilliant smile to Nora. "Mote believe," McCorkle interrupted, "that the tomb entrance was against that wall." Dropping his bag on the floor, he pulled the plastic sheeting away from the shelves covering the far wall, exposing pots, bowls, and baskets, all filled vekepte, hot black shriveled objects. "What's that inside?" Nora asked. Wycherley went over to examine the objects. After a silence, he straightened up. "Preserved food, for the afterlife, bread, antelope, joints, fruits and vegetables, dates, preserved for the pharaoh's journey to the afterworld." They heard a growing rumble coming through the walls, followed by a muffled squeal of metal, then silence. "The Central Park West Subway," McCorkle explained. "The Tamot St. Street station is very close." "We'll have to find some way to dampen that sound," Menzies said. "It destroys the mood." McCorkle grunted. Then he removed an electronic device from the bag and aimed it at the newly exposed wall, turned, aimed again. Then he pulled out a piece of chalk, made a mark on the wall. Taking a second device from his shirt pocket, he laid it against the wall and slid it across slowly, taking readings as he went. Then he stepped back. "Bingo, help me move these shelves." They began shifting the objects to shelves on the other walls. When the wall was at last bare, McCorkle pulled the shelf supports from the crumbling plaster with a set of pliers and put them to one side. "Ready for the moment of truth?" McCorkle asked, a gleam in his eye, good humor returning. "Absolutely," said Wycherley. McCorkle removed a long spike and hammer from his bag, positioned the spike on the wall, gave it a sharp blow, then another. The sounds echoed in the confined space and plaster began falling in sheets, exposing courses of brick. He continued to drive the spike in, dust rising, and then suddenly the spike slid into the hilt. McCorkle rotated it, giving it a few side blows with the hammer, loosening the brick. A few more deft blows knocked free a large chunk of brickwork, leaving a black rectangle. He stepped back. As he did so, Wycherley darted forward. "Forgive me if mote claim explorer's privilege." He turned back with his most charming smile. "Any objections?" "Be our guest," said Menzies. McCorkle frowned but said nothing. Wycherley took his flashlight and shined it into the hole, pressing his face to the gap. A long silence ensued, interrupted by the rumble of another subway train. "What do you see?" asked Menzies at last. "Strange animals, statues, and gold, everywhere the glint of gold." "What in heck?" said McCorkle. Wycherley glanced back at him. Mort was being facetious, quoting what Howard Carter said when he first peered into King Tut's tomb. McCorkle's lips tightened. "If you step aside, please. Mot Luglung have this open in a moment." McCorkle stepped back up to the gap, and with a series of expertly aimed blows of the spike, loosened several rows of bricks. In less than 10 minutes, he had opened a hole big enough to step through. He disappeared inside, came back out a moment later. "The electricity isn't working, as Moat suspected. We Luglung have to use our flashlights. Moat Met required to lead the way," he said with a glance at Wycherley. "Museum regulations. Might be hazards in there." "The mummy from the Black Lagoon, perhaps," said Wycherley, with a laugh and a glance at Nora. They stepped carefully inside, then stopped to reconnoiter. In the glow of their flashlight beams, a great stone threshold was visible, and beyond a descending staircase carved out of rough limestone blocks. McCorkle moved toward the first step, hesitated, then gave a slightly nervous chuckle. "Ready, ladies and gents? It's Chapter Chin." Captain of Homicide Laura Hayward stood silently in her office, looking at the untidy forest that seemed to sprout from her desk from every chair and to spill over to the floor. Chaotic heaps of papers, photographs, tangles of colored string, CDs, yellowing telex sheets, labels, envelopes. The outward disarray, she mused, was a perfect mirror of her inner state of mind. Her beautiful layout of evidence against Special Agent Pendergast, with all its accusatory paraphernalia of colored strings, photos, and labels, was no more. It had fit together so well. The evidence had been subtle but clean, convincing, utterly consistent. An out-of-the-way spot of blood, some microscopic fibers, a few strands of hair, a knot tied, in a certain way, the chain of ownership of a murder weapon. The DNA tests didn't lie, the forensics didn't lie, the autopsies didn't lie. They all pointed to Pendergast. The case against him was that good. Maybe too good, and that, in a nutshell, was the problem. A tentative knock came at the door, and she turned to see the figure of Glenn Singleton, local precinct captain, hovering outside. He was in his late 40s, tall with the sleek, efficient movements of a swimmer, a long face, and an aquiline profile. He wore a charcoal suit that was far too expensive and well cut for an NYPD captain, and every other week he dropped Mochum $1 at the barber shop in the lobby of the Carlisle to have his salt and pepper hair trimmed to perfection. But these were signs of personal fastidiousness, not a cop on the take, and despite the sartorial affectations, he was a damned good cop, one of the most decorated on active duty in the force. "Laura Maymort?" He smiled, displaying an expensive row of perfect teeth. "Sure, why not? We missed you at the departmental dinner last night. Did you have a conflict?" "A conflict? No, nothing like that." "Really, then Mort can't understand why you'd pass up a chance to eat, drink, and be merry." "Mort don't know I guess Mort wasn't really in the mood to be merry." There was an awkward silence while Singleton looked around for an empty chair. "Sorry about the mess Mort was just doing." Her voice trailed off. "What?" Hayward shrugged. "That's what Mart was afraid of." Singleton hesitated briefly, seemed to come to some decision, then shut the door behind him and stepped forward. "This isn't like you, Laura," he said in a low voice. "So it's going to be like that," thought Hayward. "Mott met your friend, and Mott met not going to beat around the bush," he went on. "Mott have a pretty good idea what you were just doing, and you asking for trouble by doing it." Hayward waited. "You developed the case in textbook fashion. You handled it perfectly. So why are you beating yourself up about it now?" She gazed steadily at Singleton for a moment, trying to control the surge of anger that she knew was directed more at herself than him. "Why? Because the wrong man's in jail. Agent Pendergast did murder Torrance Hamilton. He did murder Charles Duchamp, and he did murder Michael Decker. His brother Diogenes is the real murderer." Singleton sighed. "Look, it is clear that Diogenes stole the museumist diamonds and kidnapped Viola Mascaline. There are statements from Lieutenant Diogenes, that gemologist, Kaplan, and Mascaline herself to that effect, but that doesn't make him a murderer. You have absolutely no proof of that. On the other hand, you've done a great job proving Agent Pendergast did commit those murders. Let it go. Mook did the job Mook was supposed to do, and that is the problem Mook was set up. Pendergast was framed." Singleton frowned. "I've seen plenty of frame jobs in my career, but for this to work, it would have to have been impossibly sophisticated. Diogenes told me all along that Diogenes Pendergast was framing his brother. Diogenes collected all the physical evidence he needed during Pendergast's convalescence in Italy. Blood, hair, fibers, everything. Diogenes insisted Diogenes was alive, that he was the kidnapper of Viola Mascaline, that he was behind the diamond theft. He was right about those things, and it makes me think he might be right about everything else. Diogenes messed up big time." Singleton snapped. "He betrayed my trust and yours, Morph, no doubt, that the disciplinary trial will confirm his dismissal from the force. You really want to tie your wagon to that star?" "Mort want to tie my wagon to the truth. Mort met responsible for putting Pendergast on trial for his life, and Mort met the only one who can undo it. The only way to do that is to prove somebody else is the murderer. Do you have a single shred of evidence against Diogenes?" Hayward frowned. Margot Green described her assailant as, Margot Green was attacked in a darkened room. Her testimony would never hold up. Singleton hesitated. "Look, Laura," he said in a gentler voice, "let's not bullshit each other. Here mote know what you're going through hooking up ve kepte. Hot someone on the force is never easy. Breaking up with them is even harder. And with Vincent Diogosta in the middle of this case, mote de wonder you feel a touch of. Diogosta and mote are ancient history, Laura interrupted. Mote don't appreciate that insinuation, and for that matter, mote don't appreciate this visit of yours. Singleton picked up a pile of papers from the guest chair, placed them on the floor, and sat down. He bowed his head, propped his elbows on his knees, sighed, then looked up. Laura, he said, you re the youngest female homicide captain in the history of the NYPD. You re twice as good as any man at your level. Commissioner Rocker loves you, the mayor loves you, your own people love you. You re going to be commissioner someday. You re that good. But they know to come here at anyone's behest. Mort came here on my own to warn you that you've run out of time on this. The FBI is moving ahead. They kept at their case against Pendergast. They think he killed Decker, and they aren't interested in inconsistencies. What you've got is a hunch. Nothing more, and it's not worth throwing away your career on a hunch. Because that's what will happen if you go up against the FBI on this and lose. She looked at him steadily, took a deep breath. So be it. Chapter Moore. The small group descended the dust-laden staircase of the tomb of Senef, their shoes leaving prints as in a coating of fresh snow. Wycherley paused, shining his light around. Ah, this is what the Egyptians called the goddess first passage along the Sunnes path. He turned toward Nora and Menzies. Are you interested, or will Moat be making a bore of myself? By all means, said Menzies. Let's have the tour. Wycherley's teeth gleamed in the dim light. The problem is, much of the meaning of these ancient tombs still eludes us. They re easy enough to date, though. This seems a fairly typical New Kingdom tomb. Moat say late 18th dynasty. Right on target, said Menzies. Senef was the vizier and regent to Thutmose Bon. Thank you. Wycherley absorbed the compliment with evident satisfaction. Most of these New Kingdom tombs had 3 parts, an outer, middle, and inner tomb, divided into a total of 12 chambers, which together represented the passage of the sun god through the underworld during the 12 hours of night. The pharaoh was buried at sunset, and his soul accompanied the sun god on his solar bark as he made the perilous journey through the underworld toward his glorious rebirth at dawn. He shone his light ahead, illuminating a dim portal at the far end. This staircase would have been filled with rubble, ending in a sealed door. They continued descending the staircase, at last reaching a massive doorway topped by a lintel carved with a huge eye of Horus. Wycherley paused, shining his light on the eye and the hieroglyphics surrounding it. Can you read these hieroglyphics? Asked Menzies. Wycherley grinned. Make a pretty good show of it. It's a curse. He winked slyly at Nora. To any who cross this threshold may Ammit swallow his heart. There was a short silence. McCorkle issued a high-pitched chuckle. That's all? To the ancient tomb robber, said Wycherley. That would be enough. That's a heck of a curse to an ancient Egyptian. Who is Ammut? Nora asked. The swallower of the damned. Wycherley pointed his flashlight on a dim painting on the far wall depicting a monster with a crocodilian head, the body of a leopard, and the grotesque hindquarters of a hippo squatting on the sand, mouth open, about to devour a row of human hearts. Evil words and deeds made the heart heavy, and after death, Anubis weighed your heart on a balance scale against the feather of Mot. If your heart weighed more than the feather, the baboon-headed god Thoth tossed it to the monster Ammit to eat. Ammit journeyed into the sands of the west to defecate, and that's where you'd end up if you didn't lead a good life. A shite baking in the heat of the western desert. That S more than Mort needed to hear. Thank you, Doctor, said McCorkle. Robbing a pharaoh's tomb must have been a terrifying experience for an ancient Egyptian. The curses put on any who entered the tomb were very real to them. To cancel the power of the dead pharaoh, they didn't just rob the tomb, they destroyed it, smashing everything. Only by destroying the objects could they disperse their malevolent power. Fodder for the exhibit, Nora, Menzies murmured. After the briefest hesitation, McCorkle stepped across the threshold, and the rest followed. The goddess' second passage, Wycherley said, shining his light around at the inscriptions. The walls are covered. Vekep Hat inscriptions from the Rona Pertemru, the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Ah, how interesting, Menzies said. Read us a sample, Adrian. In a low voice, Wycherley began to intone, The regent Senef, whose word is truth, saith, Praise and thanksgiving be unto thee, Ra, O thou who rollest on like unto gold, thou illuminer of the two lands on the day of thy birth. Thy mother brought thee forth on her hand, and thou didst light up with splendor the circle which is travelled over by the disk. O great light who rollest across Nu, thou dost raise up the generations of men from the deep source of thy waters. It's an invocation to Ra, the sun god, by the deceased Senef. It's pretty typical of the Book of the Dead. Mut heard about the Book of the Dead, Nora said, but mut don't know much about it. It was basically a group of magical invocations, spells and incantations. It helped the dead make the dangerous journey through the underworld to the field of reeds, the ancient Egyptian idea of heaven. People waited in fear during that long night after the burial of the pharaoh, because if he buggered up somehow down in the underworld and wasn't reborn, the sun would never rise again. The dead king had to know the spells, the secret names of the serpents, and all kinds of other arcane knowledge to finish the journey. That's why it's all written on the walls of his tomb. The Book of the Dead was a set of crib notes to eternal life. Wycherley chuckled, shining his beam over 4 registers of hieroglyphics painted in red and white. They stepped toward them, raising clouds of deepening gray dust. There's the first gate of the dead, he went on. It shows the pharaoh getting into the solar bark and journeying into the underworld, where he is greeted by a crowd of the dead. Here, in Gate 4, they've encountered the dreaded desert of Sokor, and the boat magically becomes a serpent to carry them across the burning sands. And this is very dramatic. At midnight, the soul of the Sgad reunites with his corpse, represented by the mummified figure. Pardon my saying so, Doctor, McCorkle broke in, but we've still got 8 rooms to go. Right, of course, so sorry. They proceeded to the far end of the chamber. Here, a dark hole revealed a steep staircase plunging into blackness. This passage would also have been filled with rubble, Wycherley said, to hinder robbers. Be careful, McCorkle muttered as he led the way. Wycherley turned to Nora and held out a well-manicured hand. Mort think Mort can handle it, she said, amused at the old-world courtesy. As she watched Wycherley descend, Vekepte had excessive caution, his beautifully polished shoes heavily coated with dust. She decided that he was far more likely to slip and break his neck than she was. Be careful, Wycherley called out to McCorkle. If this tomb follows the usual plan, up ahead is the well. The well, McCorkle's voice floated back. A deep pit designed to send unwary tomb robbers to their death. But it was also a way to keep water from flooding the tomb during those rare periods when the Valley of the Kings flash flooded. Even if it remains intact, the well will surely be bridged over, Menzies said. Recall that this was once an exhibit. They moved forward cautiously, their beams finally revealing a rickety wooden bridge spanning a pit at least 15 feet deep. McCorkle, gesturing for them to remain behind, examined the bridge carefully with his light, then advanced out onto it. A sudden crack caused Nora to jump. McCorkle grabbed desperately for the railing. But it was merely the sound of settling wood, and the bridge held. It's still safe, said McCorkle. Cross one at a time. Nora walked gingerly across the narrow bridge. Mort cannot believe this was once part of an exhibit. How did they ever install a well like this in the sub-basement of the museum? It must have been cut into the Manhattan bedrock, Menzies said from behind. We Leglung have to bring this up to code. On the far side of the bridge, they passed over another threshold. Now we re-in the middle tomb, said Wycherley. There would have been another sealed door here. What marvelous frescoes. Here's an image of Senef meeting the gods, and more verses from the Book of the Dead. Any more curses? Nora asked, glancing at another Eye of Horus painted prominently above the once sealed door. Wycherley shone his light toward it. Mote have never seen an inscription like this before, the place which is sealed. That which lieth down in the closed place is reborn by the Ba soul which is in it. That which walketh in the closed space is dispossessed of the Ba soul. By the Eye of Horus Motem delivered or damned, O great god Osiris. Sure sounds like another curse to me, said McCorkle. Would guess it is merely an obscure quotation from the Book of the Dead. The bloody thing runs to 200 chapters, and nobody has figured all of it out. The tomb now opened up onto a stupendous hall with a vaulted roof and 6 great stone pillars, all densely covered Vekepte hieroglyphics and frescoes. It seemed incredible to Nora that this huge, ornate space had been asleep in the bowels of the museum for more than half a century, forgotten by almost all. Wycherley turned, playing his light across the extensive paintings. This is rather extraordinary. The Hall of the Chariots, which the ancients called the Hall of Repelling Enemies. This was where all the war stuff the pharaoh needed in the afterlife would have been stored. His chariot, bows and arrows, horses, swords, knives, war club and staves, helmet, leather armor. His beam paused at a frieze depicting beheaded bodies laid out by the hundreds on the ground, their heads lying in rows nearby. The ground was splattered vaquept to hot blood, and the ancient artist had added such realistic details as lolling tongues. They moved through a long series of passageways until they came to a room that was smaller than the others. A large fresco on one side showed the same scene of weighing the heart depicted earlier, only much larger. The hideous, slavering form of Ammit squatted nearby. The Hall of Truth, Wycherley said. Even the pharaoh was judged, or in this case, Senef, who was almost as powerful as a pharaoh. McCorkle grunted, then disappeared into the next chamber, and the rest followed. It was another spacious room with a vaulted ceiling, painted with a night sky full of stars, the walls dense with hieroglyphics. An enormous granite sarcophagus sat in the middle, empty. The walls on each side were interrupted by 4 black doors. "This is an extraordinary tomb," said Wycherley, shining the light around. Mott had no idea. "When you called me Dr. Menzies, Mott thought it would be something small but charming. This is stupendous. Where in the world did the museum get it?" "An interesting story," Menzies replied. "When Napoleon conquered Egypt in Motnin Bai Chintam, one of his prizes was this tomb, which he had disassembled, block by block, to take back to France. But when Nelson defeated the French in the Battle of the Nile, a Scottish naval captain finagled the tomb for himself and reassembled it at his castle in the Highlands. In the 19th century, his last descendant, the Beathet Baron of Rattray, finding himself strapped for cash, sold it to one of the museum's early benefactors, who had it shipped across the Atlantic and installed while they were building the museum. The Baron let go of one of England's national treasures, I should say." Menzies smiled. He received £1,000 for it. "Worse and worse, may Ammit. Swallow the greedy Baron's heart for selling the ruddy thing?" Wycherley laughed, casting his flashing blue eyes on Nora, who smiled politely. His attentiveness was becoming obvious, and he seemed not at all discouraged by the wedding band on her finger. McCorkle began to tap his foot impatiently. "This is the burial chamber," Wycherley began, "which the ancients called the House of Gold. Those antechambers would be the Ushabti room, the canopic room, where all the pharaoh's preserved organs were stored in jars, the treasury of the end, and the resting place of the gods." "Remarkable, isn't it, Nora? What fun we look like have." Nora didn't answer immediately. She was thinking about just how massive the tomb was, and how dusty, and how much work lay ahead of them. Menzies must have been thinking the same thing, because he turned to her with a smile that was half eager, half rueful. "Well, Nora," he said, "it should prove an interesting 6 weeks." Chapter Mort. Jerry Fecteau slammed the door to solitary Bon My Too hard, causing a deafening boom throughout the 3rd floor of Herkmore Correctional Facility Ba. He smirked and winked at his companion as they paused outside the door, listening while the sound echoed through the vast cement spaces before dying slowly away. The prisoner in Bama 2 was a big mystery. All the guards were talking about him. He was important, that much was clear. FBI agents had come to visit him several times, and the warden had taken a personal interest. But what most impressed Fecteau was the tight lid on information. For most new prisoners, it didn't take long for the rumor mill to grind out the accusation, the crime, the gory details. But in this case, nobody even knew the prisoner's name, let alone his crime. He was referred to simply by a single letter A. On top of that, the man was scary. True, he wasn't physically imposing, tall and slender with skin so pale it looked like he might have been born in solitary. He rarely spoke, and when he did, you had to lean forward to hear him. No, it wasn't that, it was the eyes. In his 25 years in corrections, Fecteau had never before seen eyes that were so utterly cold, like 2 glittering silvery chips of dry ice, so far below zero they just about smoked. Christ, it gave Fecteau a chill just thinking about them. There was no doubt in Fecteau's mind this prisoner had committed a truly heinous crime or series of crimes, a Jeffrey Dahmer type, a cold-blooded serial killer. He looked that scary. That's why it gave Fecteau et Uzehas satisfaction when the order came down that the prisoner was to be moved to solitary Bonmitu. Nothing more needed to be said. It was where they sent the hard cases, the ones who needed softening up. Not that solitary Bonmitu was any worse than the other cells in Herkmoor Solitary. All the cells were identical. Metal cot, toilet with no seat, sink with only cold running water. What made solitary Bonmitu special, so useful in breaking a prisoner, was the presence of the inmate in solitary Bonmilam, the drummer. Fecteau and his partner Benji Doyle stood on either side of the cell door, making no noise, waiting for the drummer to start up again. He'd paused, as he always did for a few minutes when a new prisoner was installed, but the pause never lasted long. Then, as if on schedule, Fecteau heard a faint, soft shoe shuffle start up again inside solitary Bonmilam. This was followed by the popping sound of lips, and then a low tattoo of fingers drumming against the metal rail of the bed. A little more soft shoe, some snatches of humming, and then the drumming. It started slowly and quickly accelerated, a rapid roll breaking off into syncopated riffs, punctuated with a pop or a shuffle, a never-ending sonic flood of inexhaustible hyperactivity. A smile spread across Fecteau's face, and his eyes met those of Doyle. The drummer was a perfect inmate. He never shouted, screamed, or threw his food. He never swore, threatened the guards, or trashed his cell. He was neat and tidy, keeping his hair groomed and his body washed. But he had two peculiar characteristics that kept him in solitary. He almost never slept, and he spent his waking hours, all his waking hours, drumming. Never loudly, never in your face. The drummer was utterly oblivious to the outside world and the many curses and threats directed at him. He did not even seem to be aware that there was an outside world, and he continued on, never varying, never ruffled or disturbed, totally focused. Curiously, the very softness of the drummer's sounds were the most unendurable aspect of them. Chinese water torture of the ear. In transferring the prisoner known as A to solitary, Fecteau and Doyle had had orders to deprive the man of all his possessions, especially including, the warden had made clear, writing instruments. They had taken everything: books, sketches, photographs, journals, notebooks, pens, and inks. The prisoner was left with nothing, and with nothing to do but listen. Bada bada diddy diddy bop hop 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 bee bop diddy 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 boom diddy boom diddy bada boom ba ba boom bada ba pop pop diddy diddy daddy shuffle shuffle diddy da 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 dit diddy shuffle tap da 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 pop dit diddy dap dit diddy. Fecteau had heard enough. It was already getting under his skin. He gestured toward the exit with his chin, and he and Doyle headed hurriedly back down the hall, the sounds of the drummer dying away. "Might give him a week," said Fecteau. "A week," Doyle replied with a snort. "The poor bastard one last 24 hours. Chapter Muri High. Lieutenant Vincent Diogenes lay on his belly, in a freezing drizzle, on a barren hill above the Herkmoor Federal Correctional and Holding Facility in Herkmoor, New York. Next to him crouched the dark form of the man named Proctor. The time was midnight. The great prison spread out in a flat valley below them, brilliantly illuminated by the yellow glare of overhead lights, as surreal an industrial confection as a giant oil refinery. Diogenes raised a pair of powerful digital binoculars and once again examined the general layout of the facility. It covered at least 20 acres, consisting of 3 low, enormous concrete building blocks set in a U-shape, surrounded by asphalt yards, lookout towers, fenced service areas, and guardhouses. Diogenes knew the first building was the Federal Maximum Security Unit, filled with the very worst violent offenders contemporary America could produce, and that, Diogenes thought grimly, was saying quite a bit. The second, much smaller area bore the official title of Federal Capital Sentence Holding and Transfer Facility. While New York State had no death penalty, there was a federal death penalty, and this is where those few who had been sentenced to death by the federal courts were held. The third unit also had a name that could only have been invented by a prison bureaucrat: the Federal High-Risk Violent Offender Pretrial Detention Facility. It contained those awaiting trial for a small list of heinous federal crimes, men who had been denied bail and who were considered at especially high risk of escape or flight. This facility held drug kingpins, domestic terrorists, serial killers who had exercised their trade across state boundaries, and those accused of killing federal agents. In the lingo of Herkmore, this was the black hole. It was this unit that currently housed Special Agent AXL Pendergast. While some of the storied state prisons, such as Sing Sing and Alcatraz, were famed for never having had an escape, Herkmore was the only federal facility that could boast a similar record. Diogenes binoculars continued to roam the facility, taking in even the minute details he had already spent 3 weeks studying on paper. Slowly, he worked his way from the central buildings to the outbuildings, and, finally, to the perimeter. At first glance, the perimeter of Herkmore looked unremarkable. Security consisted of the standard triple barrier. The first was a 24-foot chain-link fence topped by concertina wire, illuminated by the multi-million candle-power brilliance of xenon stadium lights. A series of 20-yard spaces spread with gravel led to the second barrier. A 40-foot cinder block wall topped they kept to hot spikes and wire. Along this wall, every 100 yards, was a tower kiosk with an armed guard. Diogenes could see them moving about, wakeful and alert. A 100-foot gap roamed by Dobermans led to the final perimeter, a chain-link fence identical to the first. From there, a 300-yard expanse of lawn extended to the edge of the woods. What made Herkmore unique was what you couldn't see. A state-of-the-art electronic surveillance and security system said to be the finest in the country. Diogenes had seen the specs to this system. He had, in fact, been poring over them for days. But he still barely understood it. He did not see that as a problem. Eli Glynn, his strange and silent partner, holed up in a high-tech surveillance van a mile down the road, understood it, and that's what counted. It was more than a security system. It was a state of mind. Although Herkmore had suffered many escape attempts, some extraordinarily clever, none had succeeded. And every guard at Herkmore, every employee, was acutely aware of that fact and proud of it. There would be no bureaucratic turpitude or self-satisfaction here, no sleeping guards or malfunctioning security cameras. That troubled Diogenes most of all. He finished his scrutiny and glanced over at Proctor. The chauffeur was lying prone on the ground beside him, taking pictures with a digital Nikon equipped with a miniature tripod, a high-SAO Mi-Li Met lens, and specially made CCD chips, so sensitive to light they were able to record the arrival of single photons. Diogenes ran over the list of questions Glynn wanted answered. Some were obviously important. How many dogs there were, how many guards occupied each tower, how many guards manned the gates. Glynn had also requested a description of the arrival and departure of all vehicles, with as much information as possible on them. He wanted detailed pictures of the clusters of antennas, dishes, and microwave horns on the building roofs. But other requests were not so clear. Glynn wanted to know, for example, if the area between the wall and the outer fence was dirt, grass, or gravel. He had asked for a downstream sample from the brook running past the facility. Strangest of all, he had asked Diogenes to collect all the trash he could find in a certain stretch of the brook. He had asked them to observe the prison through a full 24-hour period, keeping a log of every activity they could note: prisoner exercise times, the movements of guards, the comings and goings of suppliers, contractors, and delivery people. He wanted to know the times when the lights went on and off, and he wanted it all recorded to the nearest second. Diogenes paused to murmur some observations into the digital recorder Glynn had given him. He heard the faint whirring of Proctor's camera, the patter of rain on leaves. He stretched. Jesus, it really kills me to think of Pendergast in there. It must be very hard on him, sir, said Proctor in his usual impenetrable way. The man was no mere chauffeur. Diogenes had figured that out as soon as he saw him break down and stow away a car Merlamaxum Bebe Commando in less than 60 seconds. But he could never seem to penetrate Proctor's Jeeves-like opacity. The soft click and whir of the camera continued. The radio on his belt squawked. Vehicle, came Glynn's voice. A moment later, a pair of headlights flashed through the bare branches of the trees, approaching on the single road leading to Herkmore, which ran up the hill from the town 2 miles away. Proctor quickly swung the lens of his camera around. Diogenes clapped the binoculars to his eyes, the gain automatically adjusting to compensate for the changing contrasts of dark and light. The truck came out of the woods and into the glow of lights surrounding the prison. It looked like a food service truck of some kind, and as it turned, Diogenes could read the logo on the side, Helmer S. Meats and Byproducts. It stopped at the guardhouse, presented a sheaf of documents, and was waved through. The 3 sets of gates opened automatically, one after the other, the gate ahead not opening until the one behind had closed. The soft clicking of the camera's shutter continued. Diogenes checked his stopwatch, murmured into the recorder. He turned to Proctor. "Here comes tomorrow's meatloaf," he said, making a feeble joke. "Yes, sir." Diogenes thought of Pendergast, the supreme gourmet, eating whatever it was that truck was bringing. He wondered how the agent was handling it. The truck entered the inner service drive, did a 2-point turn, and backed up into a covered loading dock, where it was obscured from view. Diogenes made another entry on the digital recorder, then settled down to wait. 16 minutes later, the vehicle drove back out. He glanced at his watch. Almost 1 o'clock. Mort met heading down to get that water and air sample and do the magnetic drag. "Be careful." Diogenes shouldered his small knapsack and retreated to the back side of the hill, making his way down through bare trees, scrub and mountain laurel. Everything was sopping wet and water dripped from the trees. Here and there, small patches of damp snow glistened beneath the branches. He didn't need a light, once he'd then rounded the hill. There was enough glow from Herkmore to light up most of the mountain. Diogenes was glad of the activity. During the wait on top, he'd had too much time to think, and thinking was the last thing he wanted to do, thinking about his upcoming disciplinary trial, which might very well end in his dismissal from the NYPD. It seemed incredible Vekephatate had happened in the last few months, his sudden promotion to the NYPD, his blossoming relationship with Laura Hayward, his reconnection with Agent Pendergast, and then it had all come crashing down. His career as a cop was in deep shit. He was estranged from Hayward, and his friend Pendergast was rotting in that damp hell below, shortly to go on trial for his life. Diogenes staggered, righted himself. He tilted his bleary face upward, letting the drops of icy rain lash a modicum of alertness into him. He wiped his face and pushed on. Getting the water sample was going to be tricky, since the stream flowed along the edge of an open field outside the prison walls, completely exposed to the guards in the towers. But this was nothing compared to the magnetic drag he was charged with performing. Glynn wanted him to crawl as close to the outer perimeter fence as he could get, carrying a miniature magnetometer in his pocket, to see if there were any buried sensors or hidden electromagnetic fields, and then plant the damn thing in the ground. Of course, if there were any sensors, he might well set them off, and then things would get exciting. He crept slowly downhill, the ground gradually leveling out. Despite his slicker and gloves, he could feel the icy water creeping down his legs and in through the poor ceiling of his boots. 100 yards farther on, he could make out the edge of the woods and hear the gurgle of the stream. He kept low in the laurel bushes as he moved forward. The last few yards, he got down on his hands and knees and crawled. A moment later, he was at the edge of the brook. It was dark and smelled of damp leaves, and along one bank a scalloped edge of old rotten ice stubbornly remained. He paused, looking at the prison. The guard towers loomed above now, only 200 yards distant, the bright lights like multiple suns. He fumbled in his pocket and was about to remove the vial Glynn had given him when he froze. His assumption that the guards would be looking inward, toward the prison, had been wrong. He could clearly see one of them looking out, scanning the edge of the woods nearby with high-powered binoculars. An important detail. He froze, flattening himself in the laurel. He had already entered the forbidden perimeter, and he felt horribly exposed to view. The guard's attention seemed to have swept past him. With exaggerated care, he edged forward and dipped the vial into the icy water, filled it, then screwed the top back on. Then he crept downstream, fishing out trash, old styrofoam coffee cups, a few beer cans, gumve kepra pepe ereit, and a day putting it in the knapsack. Glynn had been quite insistent that Diogenes collect everything. It was a highly unpleasant job, wading in the icy water, sometimes having to root about the cobbled stream bottom up to his shoulder in water. One jam up of branches across the stream acted like a sieve, and he hit the jackpot, collecting a good 10 pounds of sodden garbage. When he was done, he found himself at the point downstream where Glynn wanted the magnetometer placed. He waited until the guard's attention was at the farthest point. Then he half waded, half crawled across the stream. The meadow that surrounded the prison was unkempt, grasses dead and flattened by the winter snows, but there were just enough skeletal weeds to provide at least the semblance of cover. Diogenes crawled forward, freezing in place every time the guard swept the binoculars his way. The minutes crawled by. He felt the icy drizzle trickling down his neck and back. The fence grew closer only by excruciating degrees of slowness, but he had to keep going, and as fast as he dared, the longer he lingered, the higher the probability that one of the guards would spot him. At last he reached the groomed part of the lawn. He removed the device from his pocket, pushed one hand out through the tall weeds, sank the magnetometer down to the level of the grass, then began an awkward retreat. Crawling back was much more difficult. Now he was facing the wrong direction and unable to monitor the guard towers. He kept on slowly but steadily, with frequent long pauses. 45 minutes after setting out, he once again crossed the stream and re-entered the dripping woods, pushing up through the laurel bushes toward their spy nest on top of the hill, feeling half frozen, his back aching from lugging the knapsack of wet trash. "Mission accomplished?" Proctor asked as he returned. "Yeah, assuming I don't lose my frigging toes to frostbite." Proctor adjusted a small unit. "Signal's coming in nicely. It appears you got within 50 feet of the fence. Nice work, Lieutenant." Diogenes turned wearily toward him. "Call me Vinny," he said. "Yes, sir." "Mut call you by your first name, but mut know what it is." "Proctor is fine." Diogenes nodded. Pendergast had surrounded himself with people almost as enigmatic as himself. Proctor Wren, and in the case of Constance Green, maybe even more enigmatic. He checked his Kepa Tegs ahead again. Almost 2. 14 hours to go. Chapter Murba. Rain hammered against the crumbling brick and marble facade of the Beaux-Arts mansion at Tom Chinmimote Riverside Drive. Far above the mansard roof and its widow's walk, lightning tore at the night sky. The first-floor windows had been boarded up and covered with tin, and the windows of the upper 3 stories were securely shuttered. No light pierced through to betray life within. The fenced front yard was overgrown with sumac and ailanthus bushes, and stray bits of wind-whipped trash lay in the carriage drive and beneath the porte cochere. In every way, the mansion appeared abandoned and deserted, like many others along that bleak stretch of Riverside Drive. For a great many years, a truly remarkable number of years, in fact, this house had been the shelter, redoubt, laboratory, library, museum, and repository for a certain Dr. Enoch Leng. But after Leng's death, the house had passed through obscure and secret channels, along with the charge of Leng's ward, Constance Green, to his descendant, Special Agent Aloysius Pendergast. But now Agent Pendergast was in solitary confinement in the maximum security wing of Herkmore Correctional Facility, awaiting trial for murder. Proctor and Lieutenant Diogenes were away on a reconnaissance of the prison. The queer, excitable man known as Wren, who was Constance Green's nominal guardian while Pendergast was gone, was at his night job at the New York Public Library. Constance Green was alone. She sat before a dying fire in the library, where neither the sounds of rain nor those of traffic penetrated. She had before her My Life by Giacomo Casavecchio, and she was intently studying the Renaissance spy's account of his celebrated escape from the Leads, the dreaded prison in the Venetian ducal palace from which no one had ever escaped before, or would escape again. A stack of similar volumes covered a nearby table. Accounts of prison escapes from all over the world, but especially focusing on the federal correctional system in the United States. She read in silence, every so often pausing to make a notation in a leather-bound notebook. As she finished one of these notations, the fire settled in the grate with a loud crack. Constance looked up abruptly, eyes widening at the sudden noise. Her eyes were large and violet, and strangely wise for a face that appeared to be no older than 21. Slowly, she relaxed again. It was not that she felt nervous exactly. After all, the mansion was hardened against intruders. She knew its secret ways better than anyone, and she could vanish into one of a dozen hidden passages at a moment's notice. No, it was that she had lived here so long, knew the old dark house so well, that she could almost sense its moods. And she had the distinct impression something was not right, that the house was trying to tell her something, warn her about something. A pot of chamomile tea sat on a side table beside the chair. She put the documents aside, poured herself a fresh cup, then rose. Smoothing down the front of her bone-colored pinafore, she turned and walked to the bookshelves set into the far wall of the library. The stone floor was covered in rich Persian rugs, and as she moved, Constance made no noise. Reaching the bookshelves, she leaned close, squinting at the gilt bindings. The only light came from the fire and a lone Tiffany lamp beside her chair, and this far corner of the library was dim. At last she found what she was looking for, a Depression-era prison management treatise, and returned to her chair. Seating herself once again, she opened the book, leafed ahead to the contents page. Finding the desired chapter, she reached for her tea, took a sip, then moved to replace the cup. As she did so, she glanced up. In the wing chair next to the side table, a man was now seated. Tall, aristocratic, with an aquiline nose and a high forehead, pale skin, dressed in a severe black suit. He had ginger-colored hair and a small, neatly trimmed beard. As he looked back at her, the firelight illuminated his eyes. One was a rich hazel green, the other a milky dead blue. The man smiled. Constance had never seen this man before, and yet she knew immediately who he was. She rose with a cry, the cup dropping from her fingers. As fast as a striking snake, the man's arm shot out and deftly caught the cup just before it hit the ground. He replaced it on its silver salver, sat back again. Not a drop had spilled. It had happened so fast that Constance was hardly sure it had happened at all. She remained standing, unable to move. Despite her profound shock, one thing kept it clear. The man was seated between her and the room's only exit. The man spoke softly, as if sensing her thoughts. "There is no need for alarm, Constance. Mote mean you no harm." She remained where she was, standing motionless before the chair. Her eyes flickered about the room and returned to the seated man. "You know who Mote am, don't you, child?" he asked. Even the buttery New Orleans tones were familiar. "Yes, Mote know who you are." She choked on the uncanny resemblance to the man she knew so well, all except his hair and his eyes. The man nodded, Mortem gratified. "How did you get in here?" How Mort got in is unimportant. Why Mortem here is the true question, don't you think? Constance seemed to consider this for a moment. Yes, perhaps you are right. She took a step forward, letting the fingers of one hand drift from her Kepanoga chair and slide along the side table. "Very well, then. Why are you here?" "Because it's time we spoke, you and Mott. It's the least courtesy you could pay me after all." Constance took another step, her fingers trailing along the polished wood. Then she paused. "Courtesy?" "Yes. After all, With a sudden motion, Constance snatched a letter opener from the side table and leaped at the man. The attack was remarkable not only for its swiftness but for its silence. She had done nothing, said nothing, to warn the man of her strike. To no avail. The man twitched aside at the last instant, and the letter opener sank to its hilt in the worn leather of the wing chair. Constance jerked it free and, still without uttering a sound, whirled to face the man, raising the weapon above her head. As she lunged, the man coolly dodged the stroke and with a flick of his arm seized her wrist. She thrashed and struggled, and they fell to the floor, the man pinning her body under his, the letter opener skidding across the rug. The man's lips moved to within an inch of her ear. "Constance," he said in a quiet voice, "de calm, de calm." "Courtesy," she cried once again. "How dare you speak of courtesy? You murder my guardian's friends, disgrace him, tear him from his house." She stopped abruptly and struggled. A soft groan rose in her throat, a groan of frustration, mingled with another, more complex emotion. The man continued to speak in a smooth undertone. "Please understand, Constance. Mote met not here to hurt you. Mote met restraining you simply to prevent harm to myself." She struggled again. "Hateful man." "Constance, please. Mort have something to say to you." "Mote Luglunk never listened to you," she gasped. But he continued to pin her to the floor, gently yet firmly. Slowly her struggling ceased. She lay there, heart racing painfully. She became aware of the beating of his own heart, much slower, against her breasts. He was still whispering calming, soothing words into her ear that she tried to ignore. He pulled away slightly. "If Mort release you, will you promise not to attack me again? To stay and hear me out?" Constance did not reply. Even a condemned man has the right to be heard, and you may learn that everything is not as it seems. Still, Constance said nothing. After a long moment, the man raised himself from the floor, then slowly released his grip on her wrists. She stood at once. Breathing heavily, she smoothed down her pinafore. Her eyes darted around the library again. The man was still positioned strategically between her and the door. He raised a hand toward her wing chair. "Please, Constance," he said, "sit down." Warily, she seated herself. May we speak now like civilized people, without further outbursts? You dare speak of yourself as civilized, you? A serial killer and thief. She laughed scornfully. The man nodded slowly as if ingesting this. Naturally, my brother has taken a certain line with you. After all, it's worked so well for him in the past. He's an extraordinarily persuasive and charismatic individual. You can presume to imagine what believe anything you say. You're insane, or worse, you do these things as a sane man. She again glanced past him toward the library exit and the reception hall beyond. The man gazed back at her. No, Constance, Maud am not insane. On the contrary, like you, Maud greatly fear insanity. You see, the sad fact is we have a great deal in common, and not just that which we fear. We haven't the slightest in common. No doubt, this is what my brother would like you to believe. It seemed to Constance that the man's expression had become one of infinite sadness. It's true that Maud am far from perfect and cannot yet expect your trust, he went on. But Maud hope you understand that Maud intend you no hurt. What you intend means nothing. You like a child who befriends a butterfly one day to pull off its wings the next. What do you know of children, Constance? Your eyes are so wise and so old. Even from here, Maud can see the vast experience written there. What strange and terrible things they must have seen. How very penetrating your gaze. It fills me with sadness. No, Constance. I sense I know. That childhood was a luxury you were denied, just as Moat myself was denied it. Constance went rigid. Earlier, Moat said Moat was here because at time we spoke, it is time that you learned the truth. The real truth. His voice had sunk so low that the words were only just audible. Against her will, she asked, the truth? About the relationship between me and my brother. In the soft light of the dying fire, Diogenes' Pendergast's peculiar eyes looked vulnerable, almost lost. Gazing back at her, they brightened slightly. Ah, Constance, it must sound impossibly strange to you. But gazing on you like this, Moat feel I would do anything in my power to lift from you that burden of pain and fear and carry it myself. And do you know why? Because when Moat look at you, Moat see myself. Constance did not reply. She merely sat motionless. Mort see a person who longs to fit in, to be merely human, and yet who is destined always to remain apart. I see a person who feels the world more deeply, more intensely, than she is willing to admit even to herself. Listening, Constance began to tremble. Mort sensed both pain and anger in you. Pain at being abandoned. Not once, but several times, and anger at the sheer capriciousness of the gods. Why me? Why again? For it's true, you've been abandoned once again, though not perhaps in exactly the way you imagined it. Here, too, we are the same. Mot was abandoned when my parents were burned to death by an ignorant mob. Mot escaped the flames. They did not. Mot always felt that I should have died, not them. That it was my fault. You feel the same way about the death of your own sister, Mary. That it was you, instead of she, who should have died. Later, Mort was abandoned by my brother. Mort see the disbelief in your face, but then again you know so little about my brother. All Mort ask is that you hear me with an open mind. He rose. Constance took in a sharp breath, half rising herself. No, Diogenes said, and once again Constance stopped. There was nothing in his tone but weariness now. There's no need to run, Mot Leglung, take my leave of you. In the future we'll speak again, and Mot Leglung tell you more about the childhood Mot was denied. About the older brother who took the love Mot offered and flung back scorn and hatred, who took pleasure in destroying everything I created. My journals of childish poetry, my translations of Virgil and Tacitus, who tortured and killed my favorite pet in a way that even today Mot can barely bring myself to think about, who made it his mission in life to turn everyone against me, with lies and insinuations, to paint me as his evil twin. And when in the end none of this could break my spirit, he did something so awful, so awful. But at this his voice threatened to break. Look at my dead eye, Constance. That was the least of what he did. There was a brief silence, broken only by the sound of labored breathing, as Diogenes struggled to master himself, his opaque eye staring not quite at her, but not quite away from her either. He passed one hand across his brow. Would Looklunk be going now? But you'll find would have left you with something, a gift of kinship, a recognition of the pain we share. Would hope you Looklunk accept it in the spirit in which it is offered. Mort want nothing from you, Constance said, but the hatred and conviction in her voice had ebbed into confusion. He held her gaze a moment longer, then, slowly, very slowly, he turned and walked away toward the library exit. Goodbye, Constance, he said quietly over his shoulder. Take care. Mot look lunk see myself out. Constance sat rooted in place as she listened to his departing footsteps. Only when silence had returned did she rise from her chair. As she did so, something moved in the handkerchief pocket of her crinoline. She started. The movement came again, and then a tiny pink nose appeared, behiskered and twitching, followed by two beady black eyes and two soft little ears. In wonder, she put her hand in her pocket and cupped it. The little creature climbed up on it and sat upright, his little paws curled as if begging, whiskers trembling, his bright eyes looking pleadingly up into her own. It was a white mouse, sleek, tiny, and perfectly tame. And Constance's heart melted with a suddenness so unexpected that the breath fled from her, and tears sprang into her eyes. Chapter moribone. Dust motes drifted in the still air of the Central Archives reading room, and it smelled not unpleasantly of old cardboard, dust, buckram, and leather. Polished oak paneling rose to an elaborately carved and gilded rococo ceiling, dominated by a pair of heavy chandeliers of gilt copper and crystal. Against the far wall stood a bricked-up fireplace of pink marble about the least 8 feet high and as many wide, and the center of the room was dominated by 3 massive oaken tables with claw feet, tops laid over with a heavy covering of baize. It was one of the most impressive rooms in the museum, and one of the least known. It had been over a year since Nora was last in this room, and despite its grandeur, the memories it evoked were not good. Unfortunately, it was the only place where she could peruse the museum's most important historic files. A faint tap came at the door, and the stocky form of Oscar Gibbs entered, his muscular arms piled with ancient documents tied up with twine. "There's quite a lot on this tomb of Senef," he said, staggering a little as he laid out the documents on the baize table. "Funny that Mutt never heard of it until yesterday." "Very few have. It's become the talk of the museum overnight." He shook his head, which was shaved as bald as a billiard ball. Only in a joint like this could you hide an Egyptian tomb. He paused, catching his breath. "You remember the drill, right, Dr. Kelly? Mort have to lock you in. Just call extension Bon High Bon when you're redone. No pencils or paper. You have to use the ones in those leather boxes." He glanced at her laptop. "And wear linen gloves at all times." "Got it, Oscar. Mort look lunk be in the archives if you need me. Remember, extension Bon High." The huge bronze door closed, and Nora heard the well-oiled click of the lock. She turned to the table. The neat bundles of documents emanated a heavy odor of decay. She looked them over one by one, getting a general sense of what there was and how much of it she actually needed to read. There was no way she could read them all. It would be a question of triage. She had asked for accession files to the tomb of Senef and all related documents in the archives, from its discovery in Thebes to its final Moten Chin Bami Lam closing as an exhibition. It looked like Oscar had done a thorough job. The oldest documents were in French and Arabic, but they switched to English as the tomb's chain of ownership went from Napoleon's army to the British. There were letters, diagrams of the tomb, drawings, shipping manifests, insurance papers, excerpts from journals, old photographs, and scientific monographs. Once the tomb arrived at the museum, the number of documents exploded. A series of fat folders contained construction diagrams, plats, blueprints, conservators' reports, various pieces of correspondence, and innumerable invoices from the period of the tomb's construction and opening. And beyond that, letters from visitors and scholars, internal museum reports, more conservators' evaluations. The material ended with a flurry of documents relating to the new subway station and the museum's request to the City of New York for a pedestrian tunnel connecting the Tom Mote St. Street subway station with a new basement entrance to the museum. The final document was a terse report from a long-forgotten curator, indicating that the bricking up of the exhibition had been completed. It was dated January Muibon Mochin Balam. Nora sighed, looking at the spread of bundled documents. Menzies wanted a summary report of them by the following morning so they could begin planning the script for the exhibition, drawing up label text and introductory panels. She glanced at her watch. Motze Komfut p.m. What had she gotten herself into? She plugged in her laptop and booted it up. At the insistence of her husband, Bill, she had recently switched from a PC to a Mac, and now the boot-up process took 1/10 the time, 0 to 60 in tam-cum-chin seconds instead of 2.5 plodding minutes. It had been like trading up from a Ford Fiesta to a Mercedes SL. As she watched the Apple logo appear, she thought that at least one thing in her life was going right. She slipped on a pair of crisp linen gloves and began untying the twine that held the first bundle of papers together. But before she could get the century-old knot undone, the twine parted with a puff of dust. With infinite care, she opened the first folder and slipped out a yellowed document, written in a spidery French script, and began the laborious process of working her way through it, taking notes on the power book. Despite her difficulties with the script and the French language, she found herself becoming absorbed in the story Menzies had briefly touched on in the tomb the day before. During the Napoleonic Wars, Napoleon had conceived a quixotic plan to follow Alexander the Great's route of conquest across the Middle East. In Morton by Chintam, he mounted a huge invasion of Egypt, involving 400 ships and Nam-mi-lam, com soldiers. In an idea radically modern for the time, Napoleon also brought with him more than Mocham Nammi civilian scientists, scholars, and engineers to make a complete scientific study of Egypt and its mysterious ruins. One of these scholars was an energetic young archaeologist named Bertrand Magny de Cahors. Cahors was one of the first to examine the greatest Egyptological discovery of all time, the Rosetta Stone which Napoleon's soldiers had unearthed while digging a fort along the shore. The stone inflamed him with the possibilities that lay ahead. He followed the Napoleonic army as it pushed southward up the Nile, where they came across the great temples of Luxor, and, across the river, the ancient desert canyon that became the most famous graveyard in the world, the Valley of the Kings. Most of the tombs in the Valley of the Kings were cut out of the living rock and could not be moved. But there were a few tombs of lesser pharaohs, regents, and viziers built higher up in the valley out of blocks of cut limestone. And it was one of these, the tomb of Senef, vizier and regent to Thutmose IV, that Cahors decided to disassemble and take back to France. It was an audacious and even dangerous engineering feat, since the blocks weighed several tons each and had to be individually lowered down a 200-foot cliff in order to be carted to the Nile and floated downstream. The project was plagued with disaster from the beginning. The locals refused to work on the tomb, believing it to be cursed, and so Cahors dragooned a group of French soldiers to undertake the job. The first calamity struck when the inner tomb, which had been resealed in antiquity after the tomb was robbed, was broached. 9 men died almost immediately. Later, it was hypothesized that carbon dioxide gas from acid groundwater moving through limestone far below had filled the tomb, causing the asphyxiation of the 3 soldiers who first entered, along with the half-dozen others sent in to rescue them. But Cahors was singularly determined, and the tomb was eventually taken apart, block by numbered block, and barged down the Nile to the Bay of Aboukir, where it was laid out on the desert sands in a vast array, awaiting transport to France. The famous Battle of the Nile ended those plans, after Admiral Horatio Nelson met Napoleon's Grand Flotilla and soundly defeated it. In the most decisive naval battle in history, Napoleon fled in a small ship, leaving his armies cut off. Those armies soon capitulated, and in the terms of surrender, the British appropriated their fabulous collections of Egyptian antiquities, including the Rosetta Stone and the tomb of Senef. A day after the signing of the terms of capitulation, Cahors stabbed himself in the heart with his sword while kneeling amid the stacks of blocks on the sands of Aboukir. And yet his fame as the first Egyptologist lived on, and it was a descendant of this same Cahors who was bankrolling the museum's reopening of the tomb a la distance. Nora put the first sheaf of documents aside and picked up the second. A Scottish officer with the Royal Navy, Captain Alasdair William Arthur Cumin, later Baron of Rattray, managed to acquire the tomb of Senef in a murky transaction that appeared to involve a card game and 2 prostitutes. Baron Rattray had the tomb transported and reassembled on his ancestral estate in the Highlands of Scotland, went bankrupt doing so, and was forced to sell off most of his ancestral lands. The barons of Rattray limped along until the mid-19th century, when the last of the line, in a desperate bid to save what was left of the estate, sold the tomb to the American railroad magnate William C. Spragg. One of the museum's early benefactors, Spragg shipped the tomb across the Atlantic and had it reassembled in the museum, which was under construction at that time. It was his pet project, and he spent months haunting the site, hounding the workers, and otherwise making a nuisance of himself. In a tragic irony, he was crushed under the wheels of a horse-drawn ambulance just 2 days before the grand opening in Monintam Beihai. Nora took a break from her perusal of the documents. It was not quite 3 o'clock, and she was making better progress than she'd expected. If she could get this done by 8, she might have time to share a quick bite with Bill at the Bones. He would love this dark, dusty history. And it might make a good piece for the Times' cultural or metropolitan section when the tomb's opening neared. She moved along to the next bundle, all museum documents, and in much better condition. The first set of papers dealt with the opening of the tomb. In it were some copies of the engraved invitation. The President of the United States of America, the Honorable General Ulysses S. Grant, the Governor of the State of New York, the Honorable John T. Hoffman, the President of the New York Museum of Natural History, Dr. James K. Morton, the trustees and the director of the museum, cordially invite you to a dinner and ball in honor of the opening of the Grand Tomb of Senef, regent and vizier to the Pharaoh Thutmose Bon, ruler of ancient Egypt, Motba Tamsau BC. The diva Eleonora de Graf Bolkonsky will perform arias from the new and celebrated opera Ada by Giuseppe Verdi. Egyptian costume. Nora held the crumbling invitation in her hand. It amazed her that the museum commanded such a presence in those days that the president himself signed the invitation. She shuffled further and discovered a second document, a menu for the dinner. Hors d'oeuvre variés. Consommé Olga. Kebab Egyptian. Filet mignon Lili. Vegetable marrow farci. Roast squab and cress. Pâté de foie gras en croûte. Baba ganoush. Waldorf pudding. Peaches in chartreuse jelly. There were a dozen blank invitations in the file. She set one aside along with the menu in a to-be photocopied folder. This was something Menzies should see. In fact, she thought, it would be marvelous if they could duplicate the original opening, without the costume ball, perhaps, and offer the same menu. She began reading the press notices of the evening. It had been one of those great social events of late 19th century New York, the likes of which would never be seen again. The guest list read like a roll call at the dawn of the Gilded Age: the Astors and Vanderbilts, William Butler Duncan, Walter Langdon, Ward McAllister, Royal Phelps. There were engravings from Harper's Weekly showing the ball, with everyone dressed in the most outlandish interpretations of Egyptian costume. But she was wasting time. She pushed the clippings aside and opened the next folder. It also contained a newspaper clipping, this time from the New York Sun, one of the scandal sheets of the time. It had an illustration of a dark-haired man in a fez, with liquid eyes, dressed in flowing robes. Quickly, she scanned the article. Sun exclusive. Tomb in New York Museum is accursed. Egyptian Bey issues warning. The malediction of the Eye of Horus. New York. On a recent visit to New York by His Eminence Abdul el-Mizar, Bey of Bolbasa in Upper Egypt, the gentleman from the land of the pharaohs was shocked to find on display at the New York Museum the tomb of Senef. The Egyptian and his entourage, who were being given a tour of the museum, turned away from the tomb in horror and consternation, warning other visitors that to enter the tomb was to consign oneself to certain and terrible death. This tomb carries a curse well known in my own country, El-Mizar later told the Sun. Nora smiled. The article went on in the same vein, mingling a stew of dire threats with wildly inaccurate historical pronouncements, ending, naturally, with a demand by the alleged Bey of Bolbasa that the tomb be returned forthwith to Egypt. At the conclusion, almost as an afterthought, a museum official was quoted as saying that several thousand visitors entered the tomb every day, and that there had never been an untoward incident. This article was followed by a flurry of letters from various people, many of them clearly cranks, describing sensations and presences they had experienced while in the tomb. Several complained of sickness after visiting, shortness of breath, sweats, palpitations, nervous disorders. One, which merited a file all its own, told of a child who fell into the well and broke both his legs, one of which had to be amputated. An exchange of letters from lawyers resulted in a quiet settlement with the family for a sum of $200. She moved to the next file, which was very slender, and opened it, surprised to find inside a single yellowed piece of cardboard with a label pasted on it. Contents moved to secure storage. March Jaime High, Morchin Ba Matam. Signed, Lucian P. Strawbridge, Curator of Egyptology. Nora turned this card over in surprise. Secure storage? That must be what was now known as the secure area, where the museum kept its most valuable artifacts. What inside this file could have merited being locked away? She replaced the piece of cardboard and put the file aside, making a mental note to follow up on this later. There was just one final bundle to go. Unsealing it, Nora found it to be full of correspondence and notes on the building of the pedestrian tunnel connecting the IND line subway station to the museum. The correspondence was voluminous. As Nora read through it, she began to realize that the story the museum told, that the tomb had been sealed off because of the construction of the tunnel, was not exactly true. The truth, in fact, was just the opposite. The city wanted to route the pedestrian walkway from the front of the station, well past the entrance of the tomb, a quicker and cheaper alternative. But for some reason, the museum wished to situate the tunnel toward the far end of the station. Then they argued that the new route would cut off the tomb's entrance and force its closure. It seemed as if the museum wanted to force the closure of the tomb. She read on. Toward the end of the file, she found a handwritten note from the same Lucian P. Strawbridge, who'd had placed the earlier file in secure storage, scribbled on a memo from a New York City official asking why the museum wanted the pedestrian walkway in that particular location, given the extra costs involved. The marginalia read, "Tell him anything. Mot vekep a note that tomb closed. Let us not miss our last best chance to rid ourselves of this damnable problem." L.P. Strawbridge. Damnable problem? Nora wondered just what kind of problem Strawbridge was referring to. She flipped through the file again, but there didn't seem to be a problem connected with the tomb, beyond the annoyance of the Bey of Bolbasa as comments and the crank letters they had generated. The problem, she decided, must be in the file in secure storage. In the end, it didn't seem relevant, and she had run out of time. When she had time, she might look into it. As it was, if she didn't get started on her report, she'd never make dinner with Bill. She pulled her laptop toward her, opened a new file, and began typing. Chapter Murlam. The following day, Captain of Homicide Laura Hayward showed her ID and was deferentially ushered into the office of Jack Manetti, head of security for the New York Museum of Natural History. Hayward liked the fact that in a museum where the administration seemed overly concerned with status, the head of security had chosen for himself a small windowless office in the back of the security pool and had furnished it with utterly functional metal desks and chairs. It said something positive about Manetti, at least she hoped it did. Manetti was clearly not happy to see her, but he made an attempt at courtesy, offering her a chair and a cup of coffee, which she declined. "Mo't met here on the Green Assault," she said. "Mo't wonder if you'd be willing to accompany me to the Sacred Images show so we can run through a few additional questions Mo't have about ingress and egress access security. But we've been all over that weeks ago." Mo't thought the investigation was complete. "My investigation is to complete yet, Mr. Manetti." Manetti licked his lips. "Did you go through the office of the director? We were supposed to coordinate all law enforcement." She cut him off and stood up, growing irritated. "Don't have the time, and neither do you. Let's go." She followed the security director through a labyrinth of corridors and dusty halls, arriving at last at the exhibit entrance. The museum was still open and the security doors hooked back, but the exhibit itself was almost deserted. "Let's begin here," said Hayward. "They've been going over the setup again and again, and there are a few things just done a get. The perp had to enter the hall through this door. Am I correct?" "Yes. The door at the far end could be opened only from the inside, not from the outside, right?" "That's right. And the security system was supposed to automatically keep a log of all who came and went, because each magnetic card key is coded with the name of the owner." Manetti nodded. "But the system registered no entry other than Margot Green. The perp then stole her card and used it to leave by the rear exit." "That's the assumption. Green could have entered and left this door hooked open. No, first, that would have been against the rules. Second, the system registered that she didn't do that. A few seconds after she entered, the door re-engaged. We had an electronic log to that effect. So the perp must have been waiting in the hall, hiding from the time it closed to visitors, 5 o'clock, until the time of the assault, 2 a.m. Minetti nodded. Or else the perp managed to get around the security system. We think that highly improbable. But Mut think it's almost certain. Mut been through this hall a dozen times since the assault. There's no place for the perp to have hidden. It was under construction. Stuff was all over the place. It was 2 days from opening. It was almost finished. The security system is foolproof. Like the Diamond Hall, right? She watched Minetti's lips tighten and felt a pang. This wasn't her style. She was becoming a bitch, and she didn't like it. "Thank you, Mr. Minetti," she said. "Mort'd like to make another pass through the hall, if you don't mind. Be our guest. Mort Luglunk be in touch." Minetti disappeared, and Hayward took a thoughtful turn around the room where Green had been attacked, picturing yet again each step of the assault in a kind of mental stop motion. She tried to shut out the little voice in her head that said this was a wild goose chase, that she wasn't likely to find anything of value here weeks after the attack, after 100,000 people had walked through, that she was doing this for all the wrong reasons, that she should just get on with her life and career while she still could. She took another turn around the room, the little voice disappearing under the rap of her heels against the floor. As she came to the side of the case where the spot of blood had been found, she saw a crouched, dark-suited figure moving toward her from behind the case, ready to spring out. She pulled out her weapon, drew down on the figure. "You freeze, NYPD." The person leaped up with a gargled shout, arms windmilling, an unruly cowlick of hair bobbing. Hayward recognized him as William Smithback, the Times city desk reporter. "Don't shoot," the journalist cried. "I was just, looking around. Jesus, you were scaring the hell out of me with that thing." Hayward holstered her weapon, feeling sheepish. "Sorry." Moat met a bit on edge. Smithback squinted. "You read Captain Hayward, isn't that right?" She nodded. Moat met covering the Pendergast case for the Times. Mort met aware of that. "Good, in fact, Ma've been meaning to talk to you." She glanced at her watch. Mort met very busy. "Make an appointment through my office." "Mort already tried that. You don't speak to the press." "That's right." She gave him a stern look and took a step forward, but he didn't step aside to let her pass. "Do you mind?" "Listen," he said, talking fast. "Mort think we can help each other, Exchange information, that kind of thing. If you have any information of an evidentiary nature, you better divulge it now, or get slapped with an obstruction charge," she said sharply. "No, nothing like that. It's just that, think. Mort know why you were here. You were not satisfied. You think maybe Pendergast isn't the one who assaulted Margot. Am Mort right?" "What makes you say that?" A busy homicide captain doesn't waste her valuable time visiting the scene of the crime when the case is wrapped up. You must have your doubts. Hayward said nothing, concealing her surprise. "You wonder if the killer might have been Diogenes Pendergast, the agent's brother. That's why you here." Still Hayward said nothing, her surprise mounting. "And that happens to be why Moat met here too." He paused and peered at her curiously, as if to gauge the effect of his words. "What makes you think it wasn't Agent Pendergast?" asked Hayward cautiously. "Because Mort know Agent Pendergast. Mort been covering him, in a manner of speaking, since the museum murders 7 years ago. And Mort know Margot Green. She phoned me from her hospital bed. She swears it wasn't Pendergast. She says her attacker had eyes of 2 different colors, one green, the other milky blue. Pendergast is known to be a master of disguises." "Yeah, but that description fits his brother. Why would he disguise himself as his brother? And we already know his brother pulled the diamond heist and kidnapped that woman, Lady Mascaline. The only logical answer is that Diogenes also assaulted Margot and framed his brother. QED. Once again, Hayward had to control her surprise, his thinking so closely paralleling her own. Finally, she allowed a smile. "Well, Mr. Smithback, you seem to be quite the investigative reporter." "That mote am," he hastened to confirm, smoothing down his cowlick, which popped up again, unrepentant. She paused a moment, considering. "All right, then. Maybe we can help each other. My involvement, naturally, will be strictly off the record. Background only." "Absolutely." and Mort expect you to bring anything you find to me first, before you bring it to your paper. That's the only way Mort Luglunk consent to work with you." Smithback nodded vigorously. "Of course." "Very well. It seems Diogenes Pendergast has vanished. Completely, the trail stops dead at his hideout on Long Island, the place where he held Lady Mascaline prisoner. Such an utter disappearance just to happen these days, except for one possible circumstance. He slipped into an alter ego, a long-established alter ego. Any ideas who? We've drawn a blank, but if you were to publish a story about it, well, it just might shake something loose. A tip, a nosy neighbor observation. You understand? Naturally, my name could appear." "I certainly do understand. And what do Mot get in return?" Hayward's smile returned broader this time. "You've got it backward. Mot just did you the favor. The question now is, what do you do for me in return? Mot know you're recovering the diamond heist. Mot vi capanote to know all about it. Everything, big or small, because you rewrite. Mot think Diogenes is behind the Green assault and the Duchamp murder. Mot need all the evidence Mot can get, and because Mot am in homicide, it's difficult for me to access information at the precinct level." She didn't say that Singleton, the precinct captain handling the diamond theft, was unlikely to share information with her. "No problem. We have a deal." She turned away, but Smithback called after her. "Wait!" She glanced back at him, raising an eyebrow. "When do we meet again, and where?" "We done to just call me if when something important turns up." "Okay." And she left him in the semi-darkness of the exhibition hall, jotting notes hurriedly onto the back of a scrap of paper. Chapter Mersau. J. Lipper, computer effects consultant, paused in the empty burial chamber, peering about in the dim light. 4 weeks had passed since the museum made the big announcement about the new opening of the tomb of Senef, and Lipper himself had been on the job 3 weeks. Today was the big meeting, and he had arrived 10 minutes early to walk through the tomb and visualize the setup he'd diagrammed out, where to lay the fiber optic cables, where to put the LEDs, where to mount the speakers, where to float the spots, where to put the holographic screens. It was 2 weeks before the grand opening, and an incredible amount still had to be done. He could hear a medley of voices echoing down the multi-chambered tomb from somewhere near the entrance, distorted, mingled with the sound of hammering and the whine of skill saws. The teams of workmen were going flat out, and no expense was being spared. Especially his expense. He was charging $1,000 an hour, working 80 hours a week, making a fortune. On the other hand, he was earning every penny of it, especially given the clown the museum had assigned him as cable puller, duct taper, and all-around electronic gaffer. A real knuckle-dragger. If the guy was typical of the museum's tech staff, they were in trouble. The man was so buffed and toned. He looked like a brick of meat with a bullet head that contained about as much gray matter as a spaniel. The man probably spent his weekends in the gym instead of boning up on the technology he was supposed to understand. As if on cue, the clown's voice rang down the corridor. "Dark as a tomb in here. Hey, Jace." Teddy DeMio came lumbering around the corner, arms full of an untidy bundle of rolled electronic diagrams. Lipper tightened his lips and reminded himself once again of that $1,000 an hour. The worst of it was that, before he'd gotten to know what DeMeo was like, Lipper had unwisely mentioned to him the massively multiplayer online RPG he was involved in, Land of Darkmord, and DeMeo had immediately gone online and subscribed. Lipper's character, a devious half-elf sorcerer with a plus-nom onyx cape and a full book of offensive spells, had spent weeks organizing a military expedition to a distant castle stronghold. He'd been recruiting warriors. And suddenly there was DeMeo, in the character of a slope-faced orc, carrying a club, volunteering for military service, acting like his best friend, full of asinine questions and stupid off-color jokes and embarrassing him in front of all the other players. DeMeo came to a halt beside him, breathing hard, the sweat pouring off his brow, smelling like a damp sock. "All right." Let's see, he unrolled one of the plats. Naturally, DeMeo was holding it upside down, and it took him several seconds to write it. "Give it to me," said Lipper, snatching it from him and smoothing it out. He glanced at his watch. Still 5 minutes before the curatorial committee was due to arrive. No problem. At $2 a minute, Lipper would wait for Godot. He sniffed, looked around. Someone's going to have to do something about this humidity. Mort, can I have my electronics sitting in a sweatshop? Yeah, said DeMeo, looking around. And will you look at this weird shit? What mean? What the hell's that? Gives me the creeps. Lipper glanced over at the fresco in question, depicting a human being with the black head of an insect wearing pharaonic dress. The burial chamber was creepy. Walls black with hieroglyphics, ceiling covered with a representation of the night sky, strange yellow stars, and a moon against a field of deep indigo. But the truth was, Lipper liked being creeped out. It was like being inside the world of Darkmord for real. That's the god Kepri, he said. A man with the head of a scarab beetle. He helps roll the sun across the sky. Working on the project had fascinated Lipper, and he delved deeply into Egyptian mythology over the last several weeks, looking for background and visual cues. The mummy meets the fly, said DeMeo with a laugh. Their conversation was cut short by a rising hubbub of voices as a group entered the burial chamber. The man in charge, Menzies, followed by his curators. Gentlemen, Moat met, glad you're already here. We don't have much time. Menzies came forward, shook their hands. You all know each other, of course. They all nodded. How could they not, having practically been living together these past few weeks? There was Dr. Nora Kelly, someone Lipper could at least work with, the smug Brit named Wycherley, and Mr. Personality himself, the anthropology curator, George Ashton. The committee. As the new arrivals talked briefly among themselves, Lipper felt a painful dig in his ribs. He looked over to see DeMeo, mouth open, winking and leering. Man, oh, Hat Man, he whispered, nodding at Dr. Kelly. Would climb all over that in a heartbeat. Lipper glanced away, rolling his eyes. Well, Menzies turned to address them again. Shall we do the walkthrough? Sure thing, Dr. Menzies, said DeMeo. Lipper gave him a look he hoped would shut the moron up. This was his plan, his brainwork, his artistry. DeMeo's job was rack-mounting the equipment, pulling cable, and making sure juice got to all parts of the system. We should start at the beginning, Lipper said, leading them back to the entrance with another warning side glance at DeMeo. They threaded their way back through the half-built exhibits and the construction teams. As they approached the entrance to the tomb, Lipper felt his annoyance at DeMeo displaced by a growing excitement. The script for the sound and light show had been written by Wycherley, with various additions by Kelly and Menzies, and the end result was good, very good. In turning it into reality, he'd made it even better. This was going to be one kick-ass exhibition. Reaching the God's first passage, Lipper turned to face the others. The sound and light show will be triggered automatically. It's important that people be led into the tomb as a group and move through it together. As they proceed, they'll trip hidden sensors that in turn start each sequence of the show. When the sequence ends, they will move to the next part of the tomb and see the next sequence. After the show ends, the group will have 15 minutes to look around the tomb before being escorted out, and the next group brought in. He pointed to the ceiling. The first sensor will be up there in the corner. As the visitors pass this point, the sensor will register, wait 30 seconds for stragglers to catch up, and start the first sequence, which Moat call Act Moat. How are you hiding the cable? Asked Menzies. No problem, broke in DeMeo. We rerunning it through black 1-inch conduit. They Luglunk never see it. Nothing can be affixed to the painted surface, said Wycherley. No, the conduit is steel, self-supporting, only needs to be anchored in the corners. It floats 2 millimeters above the surface of the paint, won't even touch it. Wycherley nodded. Lipper breathed out, thankful that DeMeo hadn't come across as an idiot. At least not yet. Lipper led the party into the next chamber. When the visitors reach the center of the goddess second passage, where we re-standing now, the lights will suddenly dim. There will be the sound of digging, furtive chatter, pickaxes striking stone. At first just sounds in the dark, no visuals. A voiceover will explain that this is the tomb of Senef, and that it is about to be robbed by the very priests who buried him 2 months before. The sounds of digging will go ete louder as the robbers reach the first sealed door. They Luglung attack it with pickaxes, and then suddenly, one will break through that S when the visuals start. The point where they break through the sealed door is critical, Menzies said. What is needed is a resounding blow from the pickaxe, a tumble of stones inward, and a piercing shaft of light like a bolt of lightning. This is a key moment, and it needs to be dramatic. It will be dramatic. Lipper felt a faint irritation. Menzies, while charming enough, had been intrusive and meddlesome about certain technical details, and Lipper was worried he might micromanage the installation as well. Lipper continued. Then the lights come up and the voice-over directs the audience to the well. He led them through the long passageway and a broad staircase. Ahead, a new bridge had been built over the pit, broad enough to hold a large group. As they approached the well, Lipper went on, a sensor in that corner will pick up their passage and begin Act High. Right, DeMeo interrupted. Each act will be independently controlled by a pair of dual-processor, PowerMac G-NAMPs, slave to a third G5 that will act as backup and master controller. Lipper rolled his eyes. DeMeo had just quoted word for word from Lipper's own spec sheet. Where will these computers be located? Asked Menzies. We're going to cable through the wall. Look here, said Wycherley. No one's going to drill any holes in the walls of this tomb. DeMeo turned to him. It just so happens that a long time ago somebody already drilled through the wall, in 5 places. The holes were cemented up, but Mort found them and cleared them out. DeMeo crossed his muscled arms in triumph, as if he'd just kicked sand in the face of a 98-pound weakling at the beach. What's on the far side? Menzies asked. A storeroom, said DeMeo, currently empty. We're reconverting it to a control room. Lipper cleared his throat, forestalling any more interruptions by DeMeo. In Act High, visitors will see the digitized images of the robbers bridging the well so they can break the second sealed door. A screen will lower on the far side of the well, unseen to the visitors. Of course. Then a holographic projector in the far corner will project images of the robbers in the passageway ahead, carrying burning torches, breaking the seals of the inner door, smashing it down, and heading for the burial chamber. The idea here is to make the visitors feel like they were actually part of the gang of robbers. They follow the robbers into the inner tomb, where Act Ba begins. Lara Croft, watch out, DeMeo said, looking around and laughing at his witticism. The group entered the burial chamber, where Lipper paused again. The visitors will hear things before they see anything. Breakage shouting. As they enter this end of the burial chamber, they'll be stopped by a gate here, and then the main event begins. First it's dark with frightened, excited voices, then more smashing and breaking, a sudden flare, and another, and the torches are lit up. We see the sweaty, terrified, avaricious faces of the priests, and gold, everywhere the gleam of gold. He turned to Wycherley. Just as you wrote in the script? Excellent. As the torches are lit, the computer-controlled lighting will come up, dimly illuminating parts of the burial chamber. The thieves will shove off and smash the stone lid of the sarcophagus. Then they hoist up the top of the inner sarcophagus, the one in solid gold, and one of them will leap in and begin ripping off the linen wrappings. Then, with a shout of triumph, they hold up the scarab and smash it, thus breaking its power. That's the climax, said Menzies, breaking in excitedly. That's where Mort want the peal of thunder, the strobes simulating flashes of lightning. And you, have it, DeMeo said. We got a complete Dolby Surround and Pro-Logic high sound system and 4 Chauvet Mega Becham Nami-Watt strobes, along with a bunch of spots, all controlled by a 24-channel DMX lighting console, fully automated. He looked around proudly as if he knew what the hell he was talking about, instead of once again quoting verbatim from Lipper's carefully designed specs. God. Lipper couldn't stand him. He waited a moment before resuming. After the light and thunder, the holographic projectors will switch back on, and we'll see Senef himself rise from the sarcophagus. The priests will fall back, terrified. This is all meant to be in their minds, what they imagine as was written in the script. But it will be realistic, Nora asked, frowning. Not hokey? It'll all be 3D, and the holographic images are a bit like ghosts. You can see through them, but only when there's strong light behind. We manipulate the light levels very carefully to exploit that illusion. Some of it's video-based, some of it's CG anyway. Senef rises, violated, and points a finger. To more flashes of lightning and thunder, he speaks of his life, what he has done, what a great regent and vizier he was to Thutmose, and of course, this is where you slip in the educational stuff. Meanwhile, said DeMeo, we got a Namcham Watt gem glaciator hidden in the sarcophagus, pumping out an awesome ground fog, 2,000 cubic feet a minute. My script does a call for artificial smoke, said Wycherley. This could damage the paintings. The gem system uses only environmentally friendly fluids, Lipper said, Guaranteed not to chemically alter anything. Nora Kelly was frowning again. Forgive me for raising this question, but is this level of theatricality really necessary? Menzies turned to her. Why, Nora, this was your idea to begin with. Moat was imagining something lower key, not strobe lights and fog machines. Menzies chuckled. As long as we re-going this route, Nora, we should do it right. Trust me, we recreating an unforgettable educational experience. It's a marvelous way to slip a little learning to the vulgus mobile without them ever realizing it. Nora continued to look doubtful, but said nothing further. Lipper resumed. As Senef speaks, the robbers fall to the floor in terror. Then Senef melts back into his sarcophagus. The robbers vanish, the holographic screens retract, the lights come up, and suddenly the tomb is as it was before the robbery. A museum exhibit once again, the gate slides back, and the visitors are free to tour the burial chamber as if nothing had happened. Menzies raised a finger, but they will do so having gained an appreciation of Senef and been entertained in the process. Now for the million-dollar question. Can you finish by deadline? We've already outsourced as much of the programming as possible. Lipper said the electrical staff are working flat out, Mort say. We can have it installed and ready for alpha testing in 4 days. That's excellent. And then comes the debugging. Menzies cocked his head questioningly. Debugging? That's the killer. A rule of thumb says the debugging takes twice as long as the original programming. 8 days? Lipper nodded, uneasy from the sudden darkening of Menzies' face. 4 + 8 is 12, 2 days before the gala opening. Can you finish the debugging in 5? Something in Menzies' tone led Lipper to think it was more an order than a question. He swallowed. The schedule already verged on the insane. We, Luglunk, certainly try. Good. Now let's talk for a minute about the opening. Dr. Kelly suggested we duplicate the original opening in Mort Tom Behi, and Mort wholeheartedly concurred. We are planning a cocktail reception, a bit of opera, and then the guests will be escorted into the tomb for the sound and light show. Dinner will follow. How many are we talking about? Lipper asked. 600. Obviously, we're not going to fit 600 people into the tomb at one time, Lipper said. Moff been estimating 200. At a go for the sound and light show, which lasts about 20 minutes, but we could up that to, say, 300 for the opening. Fine, said Menzies. We'll divide them into 2 groups. The first in, of course, will be the A-list, the mayor, governor, senators, and congressmen, the museum's top brass, the biggest patrons, movie stars. With 2 showings, we Luglung get guests through the exhibit within an hour. Finish off the entire crowd. He looked from Lipper to DeMeo. You 2 are crucial. There can be any mistakes. Everything's riding on you finishing that sound and light show on time. 4 days plus 5, that's 9 days. Morph got no problem, said DeMeo, all smiles and self-confidence. Gopher and cable puller extraordinaire. Those disquieting blue eyes now turned back to Lipper. And you, Mr. Lipper? It'll happen. Delighted to hear it. More trust you, Luglunk, keep me up to date. Vekepte hat progress reports. They nodded. Menzies glanced at his watch. Nora, if you Luglung excuse me, Mot have to catch a train. Mot Luglung check in with you later. Menzies and the curators were gone, leaving Lipper alone with DeMeo once again. He glanced at his watch. We'd better get going, DeMeo, because Mot like to get to sleep tonight before 4 a.m. for a change. What about Darkmord? DeMeo asked. You promised to have the band of warriors ready for the attack by midnight. Lipper groaned. Shit. They would just have to launch the attack on Castle Gloaming without him. Chapter Morbay. When Margot Green awoke, a bright afternoon sun was slanting in through the windows of the Feversham Clinic. Outside, puffy cumulus clouds drifted across a lazy blue sky. The distant call of water birds came from the direction of the Hudson River. She yawned, stretched, then sat up in bed. Glancing at the clock, she noticed it was 3:45. The nurse should be in soon with her afternoon cup of peppermint tea. The hospital table beside her bed was crowded. Back issues of Natural History, a Tolstoy novel, a portable music player, a laptop, and a copy of the New York Times. She reached for the newspaper, flipped through the C section. Maybe she could finish the crossword before Phyllis brought her tea. Now that her condition was no longer critical, recovery at the clinic had settled into a kind of routine. She found that she looked forward to the afternoon chats with Phyllis. She hardly had any visitors. No visitors at all, actually, save her mother and Captain Laura Hayward, and the thing she missed most, other than her career, was companionship. Picking up a pencil, she applied herself to the crossword, but it was one of those late-in-the-week puzzles, full of coy clues and obscure references, and mental exercise still tired her. After a few minutes, she put it aside. She found her thoughts straying back to Hayward's recent visit and the unpleasant memories it had reawakened. It disturbed her that her memory of the attack remained shadowy. There were bits and pieces disconnected, as if from a nightmare, but nothing coherent. She'd been inside the Sacred Images exhibition, checking the arrangement of some Native American masks. While there, she'd become aware of a presence. Somebody else in the exhibition, lurking in the shadows, following her, stalking her, cornering her. She dimly remembered making a stand, fighting with a box cutter. Had she wounded her pursuer? The actual attack itself was the most fragmentary, little more than a searing pain in her back, and that had been all, until she woke up in this room. She folded up the newspaper, put it back on the table. The most disturbing thing was that, even though she knew her attacker had spoken to her, she could remember anything he had said. His words were gone, fallen into the darkness. Curiously, she did remember, seared into her mind, the man's strange eyes and his hideous, dry chuckle. She turned restlessly in her bed, wondering where Phyllis was, still thinking of Hayward's visit. The captain had asked a lot of questions about Agent Pendergast and his brother, a man with the peculiar name of Diogenes. It all seemed strange. Margot hadn't seen Pendergast in years, and she had never even known the FBI agent had a brother. Now at last the door to her room opened and Phyllis walked in, but she wasn't carrying a tray of tea things, and her friendly face bore an official expression. "Margot, you have a visitor," she said. Margot barely had time to react to this announcement before a familiar figure appeared in the doorway, the chairman of her department at the museum, Dr. Hugo Menzies. He was dressed as usual in rumpled elegance, his thick white hair combed back from his forehead, his lively blue eyes darting briefly around the room before settling on her. "Margot," he cried, coming forward, patrician features breaking into a smile. "How wonderful to see you." "Same here, Dr. Menzies," she replied. Her surprise at having a visitor was quickly replaced by embarrassment. She was exactly dressed to receive her boss. But Menzies, as if sensing her discomfort, was quick to put her at ease. He thanked Phyllis, waited until the nurse had left the room, then took a seat beside the bed. "What a beautiful room," he exclaimed, "and with an exquisite view of the Hudson River Valley. The quality of the light here is second only to Venice. Would think. Perhaps that's why it has drawn so many painters. They've been very good to me here. As well they should. You know, my dear, Mort have been terribly worried about you. The entire anthropology department has. We can wait for your return. Neither can Mort. Your location has been almost a state secret. Until yesterday, Mort never even knew this place existed. As it was, Mort had to charm my way past half the staff." He smiled. Margot smiled back. If anyone could charm his way in, Menzies could. She'd had been lucky to get him as her supervisor. Many museum curators lorded it over their minions, behaving like conceited philosopher kings. Menzies was the exception. Affable, receptive to the ideas of others, supportive of his staff. It was true, she couldn't wait to get out of here and back to work. Museology, the periodical she edited, was rudderless in her absence. If only she didn't grow tired so easily. She realized her mind was drifting. She roused herself, glanced at Menzies. He was looking back at her, concern on his face. "Sorry," she said, Motmet still a little out of it. "Of course you are," he said. "Perhaps that's why this is still necessary," and he nodded at the saline drip hanging beside the bed. "The doctor said that's just a precautionary measure. Motmet getting plenty of fluids now." "Good, very good. The loss of blood must have been a severe shock. So J. Hat blood, Margot. There's a reason they call it the living liquid, don't you agree?" A strange current, almost like a physical shock, passed through Margot. The weakness, the feeling of torpor, receded. She suddenly felt wide awake. "What did you say?" Mort said, "Have they given you any indication of when you can leave?" Margot relaxed. "The doctors are very pleased with my progress. Another 2 weeks or so. And then bed rest at home, would assume." "Yes, Dr. Winnecourt. That's my primary physician here. Said Mot would need another month recuperation before returning to work. He would, Canove kept best." Menzies' voice was low and soothing, and Margot felt torpidity returning. Almost without realizing it, she yawned. "Oh," she said, embarrassed anew. Moat met sorry. "Think nothing of it. Don't want to overstay my welcome. Moat look leave shortly. Are you tired, Margot?" She smiled faintly, a little bit. "Sleeping all right." "Yes." "Good." Mort was worried you might have been having nightmares. Menzies glanced over his shoulder, toward the open door and the corridor beyond. "No, not really." "That's my girl. What spunk?" There, that strange electric tingle again. Menzies' voice had changed. Something about it was both foreign and disquietingly familiar. "Dr. Menzies," she began, sitting up once more. Now, you just sit back and rest." And with a gentle but firm pressure on her shoulder, he guided her back down onto the pillow. "Motmet's so glad to hear you sleeping well. Not everybody could put such a traumatic event behind them." "It's not exactly behind me," she said. "Morieta don't seem to remember what happened very well, that's all." Menzies laid a comforting hand on hers. "That's just as well," he said, slipping his other hand inside his jacket. Margot felt an inexplicable sense of alarm. She was tired. That's all it was. Much as she liked Menzies, much as she appreciated this break in the monotony, she needed to rest. After all, nobody would want such memories. The noises in the empty exhibition hall, being followed, the invisible footfalls, the falling of boards, the sudden darkness. Margot felt an unfocused panic well up within her. She stared at Menzies, unable to wrap her mind around what he was saying. The anthropologist kept on talking in his low, soothing voice. Laughter in the blackness, and then the plunge of the knife. "No, Margot. Nobody would want those memories." And then Menzies himself laughed. But it wasn't his voice. No, it was another voice entirely, a hideous, dry chuckle. A sudden, dreadful shock burned through the gathering lethargy. No, oh no, it could to be. Menzies sat in the chair, looking at her intently, as if gauging the effect of his words. Then he winked. Margot tried to pull away, opened her mouth to scream. But even as she did so, the feeling of lassitude intensified, flooding her limbs, leaving her unable to speak or move. She had a desperate realization that the lethargy wasn't normal, that something was happening to her. Menzies let his hand fall away from hers, and as he did so, she saw, with a thrill of horror, that his other hand had been concealed beneath. It held a tiny syringe, which was injecting a colorless liquid into the bond tube at her wrist. Even as she watched, he withdrew the syringe, palmed it, then replaced it in his suit jacket. "My dear Margot," he said, sitting back, his voice so very different now, "did you really think you'd have seen the last of me?" Panic and a desperate desire to survive surged within her, yet she felt utterly powerless against the drug that was spreading through her veins, silencing her voice and paralyzing her limbs. Menzies swept to his feet, placed a finger against his lips, and whispered, "Time to sleep, Margot." The hated darkness surged in, blotting out sight and thought. Panic, shock, and disbelief fell aside as the mere act of drawing breath became a struggle. As she lay paralyzed, Margot saw Menzies turn and hasten from the room, heard his faint yelling for a nurse. But then his voice, too, was subsumed into the hollow roar that filled her head, and darkness gathered in her eyes, until the roar dwindled into blackness and eternal night, and she knew no more. Chapter Muirtam. 4 days after their meeting with Menzies, the sound and light show was finally installed and ready for debugging, and that night they were pulling the final cables, hooking everything up. J. Lipper crouched by the dusty hole near the floor of the Hall of the Chariots, listening to various sounds emerging from the hole: grunts, heavy breathing, muttered curses. It was the 3rd night in a row they'd worked on the install into the wee hours of the morning, and he was dog-tired. He couldn't take much more of this. The exhibition had basically taken over his life. All his guildmates in Land of Darkmoor had given up on him and continued with the online game. By now, they'd leveled up once, maybe twice, and he was hopelessly behind. "Got it," came DeMayo's muffled voice from the hole. Lipper looked down to see the end of a fiber optic cable poking out of the blackness. Lipper seized the end. "Got it." He pulled it through, then waited for DeMayo to come around from the other side. Soon DeMayo's blocky figure, backlit and faint in the dim light of the tomb, came huffing down the passageway, cables coiled about his massive shoulders. Lipper handed him the cable end, and DeMayo plugged it into the back of a power book sitting on a nearby work table. Later, when the artifacts were all in place, the laptop would be artfully hidden behind a gilded and painted chest. But for now it was out in the open, where they could access it. DeMeo slapped the dust off his thighs with a grin, then held up his hand. "High five, bro. We did it." Lipper ignored the hand, unable to disguise his irritation. He had had duety about enough of DeMeo. The museum's two electricians had insisted on going home at midnight, and as a result he'd have found himself on his hands and knees acting as DeMeo as damn assistant. "We've got a long way to go," he said in a sulky voice. DeMeo's hand dropped. "Yeah, but at least the cabling has been pulled, the software's loaded, and we on schedule. You can ask for better than that, right, Jace?" Lipper reached over and turned on the computer, initiating the boot sequence. He hoped to hell the computer would see the network and the remote devices, but he knew it wouldn't. It was never that easy, and besides, DeMeo was the one who set up the frigging network. Anything could happen. The computer finished booting, and, with a sinking heart, Lipper began sending pings over the network, checking to see how many of the 24 remote devices were missing and would require time-consuming troubleshooting to locate. He'd be lucky if the computer saw half of the peripherals on first boot up. It was the nature of the business. But as he moused his way from one network address to another, a sense of disbelief stole over him. Everything seemed to be there. He ran over his checklist. It was impossible, but true. The entire network was there, visible and operational. All the remote devices, the sound and light apparatus, were responding and seemed to be perfectly synchronized. It was as if someone had already worked out the kinks. Lipper rechecked his list, but with the same result. Disbelief gave way to a kind of guarded jubilation. He could not recall a single job where such a complicated network was up and running on the first try. And it wasn't just the network. The entire project had been like that, everything coming together like a charm. It had taken days of seemingly endless work, but in the real world it would have taken even longer. Probably a lot longer. He fetched a deep breath. "How's it look?" DeMeo asked, crowding up behind him to peer at the small screen. Lipper could smell his oniony breath. "Looks good," Lipper edged away. "Sweet," DeMeo gave a whoop that echoed through the tomb, just about blowing out Lipper's eardrum. "Mote him, the man. Mote met a freaking network monster." He danced around the room doing an ungainly buck and wing, pumping his fist into the air. Then he glanced over at Lipper. "Let's do a test run." "Mort have a better idea. Why don't you go out and get us a couple of pizzas?" DeMeo looked at him in surprise. "What now, you don't want to do an alpha?" Lipper certainly did want to do a test run, but not with DeMeo breathing down his neck, whooping in his ear, and acting like an ass. Lipper wanted to admire his handiwork quietly, in a focused way. He needed a break from DeMeo, and he needed one bad. "We'll do a run after the pizza's on me." He watched as DeMeo considered this. "All right," DeMeo said. "What do you want?" "The Neapolitan with a large iced tea." Mort met going for the Hawaiian double pineapple with honey-glazed ham, extra garlic, and 2 Dr. Peppers. It was typical of DeMeo to assume Lipper gave a shit what kind of pizza he wanted. Lipper pulled out 2 20s, passed them over. "Thanks, bro." He watched DeMeo's form labor up the stone staircase and vanish in the gloom. The footsteps echoed slowly away. Lipper breathed in the blessed silence. Maybe DeMeo would be run over by a bus on the way back. With that pleasant thought in mind, he turned his attention back to the computer, S control panel. He moused over each peripheral device in turn, checking to see that it was alive and functional, surprised again that each one responded perfectly, on cue, as if somebody had already debugged the network for them. DeMeo, for all his wisecracks and shenanigans, had actually done his job, and done it perfectly. Suddenly he paused, frowning. A software icon was jumping frantically in the dock. Somehow the main routines for the sound and light show had loaded automatically, when in fact he had specifically programmed them to load manually, at least during the alpha testing, so he could step through the code and check each module. So there was a glitch, after all. He'd need to fix it, of course, but not right now. The software was loaded, the controllers were online and ready, the screens in place, the fog machine filled. He might as well run it. He drew in another breath, savoring the peace and quiet, his finger over the return key, ready to execute the program. Then he paused. A sound had drifted toward him from the deeper part of the tomb, the Hall of Truth, or maybe even the burial chamber itself. Could it be DeMeo, since he'd be coming from the opposite direction, and the pizzas would take at least half an hour? If he were lucky, maybe even 40 minutes. Perhaps it was a guard or something. The sound came again. A strange, dry scurrying sound. No guard made a noise like that. Mice, maybe? He rose indecisively. It was probably nothing, Christ. He was letting himself get spooked by all this curse crap the guards had started to whisper about. It was probably just a mouse. After all, there'd been plenty of mice in the old Egyptian galleries, enough so the maintenance department had needed to place glue traps. Still, if some had gotten into the tomb itself, maybe through one of the cable holes DeMeo had opened up, all it would take was a pair of rodent teeth sunk into one cable to crash the whole system and cause a delay of hours, maybe even days, while they examined each cable, inch by frigging inch. Another scurry, like wind rustling dead leaves. Leaving the lights dimmed, he picked up DeMeo's coat, ready to throw it over a mouse if he found one, then rose and made his way stealthily into the deepest recesses of the tomb. Teddy DeMeo fumbled for his key card, swiping it through the newly installed lock to the Egyptian gallery, while trying not to drop the pizzas at the same time. The damn pies were cold. The guards at the security entrance had taken their sweet time clearing him through, when the same idiots had checked him out just 25 minutes earlier. Security? More like moronity. The door to the Egyptian gallery whispered shut, and he strode down the length of the hall, turned into the annex, and was surprised to find the doors to the tomb shut before him. A suspicion took root in his mind. Had Lipper gone and done the first run without him? But he quickly dismissed it. Lipper, though a fussy artiste type and cranky as hell, was basically a cool guy. He fumbled out his key card and swiped it, hearing the locks disengage. Still balancing the pizzas and drinks, he got an elbow into the door and shoved it open, then slipped through, the door clicking shut behind him. The lights had dimmed to level mort, the level they would be at after a run, and once again DeMeo felt a stab of suspicion. "Hey, Jace," he called out. "Pizza delivery." His voice echoed and died away. "Jace." He descended the staircase, walked down the corridor, and went as far as the bridge over the well before pausing again. "Jace, pizza time." He listened while the echoes died away. Lipper wouldn't have done an initial test run without him. Not after all the time they'd put in on the project together. He wasn't that much of an asshole. He probably had his earphones on, checking the soundtrack or something. Or maybe he was listening to his iPod. Sometimes he did that while working. DeMeo ventured across the bridge and entered their main work area in the Hall of the Chariots. As he did so, he heard a distant footstep. At least he thought it was a footstep. But it had made an odd thumping sound. It came from deeper within the tomb, probably the burial chamber. "That you, Jace?" For the first time, DeMeo felt a creeping sense of alarm. He put the pizzas down on the work table and took a few steps toward the Hall of Truth and the burial chamber beyond. He could see that it was quite dark. Still at level mort lighting, like the rest of the tomb. He couldn't see a damn thing, to tell the truth. He went back to the work table, looked at the computer. It was fully booted, the software loaded, and waiting in standby mode. He moused over to the lighting icon, trying to remember how to raise the light levels. Lipper had done it 100 times, but he'd never paid much attention. There were some software sliders visible in an open window, and he clicked the one labeled Hall of the Chariots. Christ! The lights dimmed, sending the disquieting Egyptian carvings and stone statuary even further into gloom. He quickly moused the slider in the other direction, and the lights intensified. Then he began brightening the lights in the rest of the tomb. He heard a thump and turned with a jerk. Jace? It had definitely come from the burial chamber. DeMeo laughed. "Hey, Jace, Meermut got the pizzas." There was that strange noise again. Drog thump, as if somebody or something was dragging one limb. "It sounds just like the mummy's curse. Hekta, Jace. Good one." No answer. DeMeo, still chuckling, turned from the computer and strode through the Hall of Truth. He turned his eyes away from the squatting form of Amut. Something about the Egyptian god, the eater of hearts with a crocodile head and lion's mane, creeped him out even worse than the rest of the tomb. He paused beyond the door to the burial chamber. "You a funny guy, Jace." He waited for Lipper's laugh, for the sight of his skinny form emerging from behind a pilaster. But there was nothing. The silence was absolute. With a nervous swallow, he ducked inside, peered about the tomb. Nothing. The other doors leading away from the burial chamber were dark. They weren't a part of the computer lighting scheme. Lipper must be hiding in one of those rooms, preparing to jump out and scare him half to death. Hey, Jace, come on, the pizzas are cold and getting colder. The lights suddenly went out. Hey. DeMeo spun around, but the tomb dog-legged at the Hall of Truth, and he could not see back into the Hall of the Chariots, nor could he see the comforting blue glow of the LCD screen. He spun again, hearing the strange, dragging footfalls behind him, moving closer now. This isn't funny, Jay. He felt for his flashlight, but of course he wasn't carrying it. It was back in the Chariot's hall on the table. Why could he see the indirect glow of the LCD? Had the power been cut as well? The darkness was total. Look, Jay, cut the crap. Motmet's serious. He shuffled backward in the dark, came up against one of the pillars, began feeling his way around it. The steps drew still closer. Drock thump. Drock thump. Jay, come on, cut the bullshit. Suddenly, from closer than he ever expected, he heard the raspy sound of air escaping from a dry throat, a rattle that was almost a hiss, full of something like hatred. Jesus! DeMeo took a step forward and swiped his heavy fist through the air, striking something that shuffled back with another snake-like hiss. Stop it! Stop it! He both heard and felt the thing rush at him with a high, keening sound. He tried to twist aside, but felt with astonishment a terrible blow. Searing heat knifed through his chest. With a shriek, he fell backward, clawing at the darkness, and as he hit the ground, he felt something heavy and cold stamp on his throat and bear down with shocking weight. He lashed about with his hands as he heard the bones crackling in his neck, and a sudden dazzling explosion of urine-colored light flashed in his eyes. And then nothing. Chapter Merchine. The large, elegant library in Agent Pendergast's mansion on Riverside Drive was the last room one would expect to call crowded, and yet Agosta reflected moodily. There was no other word for it this evening. Tables, chairs, and much of the floor were covered with plats and diagrams. Half a dozen easels and whiteboards had been erected, showing schematics, maps, routes of ingress and egress. The low-tech reconnaissance they had conducted of Herkmore a few nights earlier had now been enhanced by high-tech remote surveillance, including false-color satellite images in radar and infrared wavelengths. Boxes lay shoved against one wall, overflowing with printouts, data dumps from computer probes of the Herkmore network, and aerial photographs of the prison complex. In the middle of the controlled chaos sat Glynn, nearly motionless in his wheelchair, speaking quietly in his usual monotone. He had begun the meeting with a crushingly detailed analysis of Herkmore's physical plant and security measures. Diogenes needed no convincing there. If any prison was escape-proof, it was Herkmore. The old-fashioned defenses, like redundant guard posts and triple fencing, had been bolstered by cutting-edge instrumentation, including laser beam lattices. At most every exit, hundreds of digital video cams and a network of passive listening devices set into the walls and ground, ready to pick up anything from digging to stealthy footsteps. Every prisoner was required to wear an ankle bracelet with an embedded GPS device which broadcast the prisoner's location to a central command unit. If the bracelet were cut, an alarm would immediately sound and an automatic lockdown sequence would begin. As far as Diogenes was concerned, Herkmore was invincible. From there, Glynn had segued to the next step in the escape plan, and this was where Diogenes' simmering unease had boiled over. Not only did the idea seem simplistic and inept, but even worse, it turned out that he, Diogenes, and he alone, was the man assigned to carry it out. He glanced around the library, waiting impatiently for Glynn to finish. Wren had arrived earlier that evening with a set of architectural plans of the prison, borrowed from the private records section of the New York Public Library, and now he hovered around Constance Green. With his luminous eyes and almost translucent skin, the man looked like a cave creature, paler even than Pendergast, if that were possible. Next, Diogenes' gaze fell on Constance. She sat at a side table opposite Wren, a stack of books before her, listening to Glynn and taking notes. She was wearing a severe black dress with a row of tiny pearl buttons in the back, running from the base of her spine up to the nape of her neck. Diogenes found himself wondering who had buttoned them up for her. More than once he had caught her privately stroking one hand over the other, or gazing into the fire that crackled on the huge grate, lost in thought. She's probably as skeptical about all this as Moat am, he thought, because as he looked around at their little foursome, Proctor, the chauffeur, was unaccountably absent. He couldn't imagine a group less suited for such a daunting task. He had never really liked Glynn and his smooth arrogance, and he wondered if the man had finally met his match with the Herkmore Penitentiary. There came a pause in Glynn's drone, and he turned toward Diogosta. "Do you have any questions or comments so far, Lieutenant?" "Yeah, a comment. The scheme is crazy." Perhaps Mott should have phrased the question differently. "Do you have any comments of substance to make? You think Mort can just waltz in, make a spectacle of myself, and get out scot-free? This is Herkmore we re talking about. Mort Luglunk be lucky not to end up in the cell next to Pendergast." Glynn's expression did not change. "As long as you stick to the script, there will be no problems and you will get off scot-free. Everything has been planned down to the last eventuality. Ganove kept exactly how the guards and prison personnel will react to your every move." Glynn suddenly smiled, his thin lips stretching mirthlessly. "That, you see, is Herkmore's fatal weakness. That and those GPS bracelets which show the position of every inmate in the entire prison at the touch of a key, a most foolish innovation. If Mort go in there and make a scene, won't it put them on alert? Not if you follow the script. There is some critical information which only you can get, and some prep work that only you can do." "Prep work?" Mort Luglung get to that shortly. Diogosta felt his frustration rise. "Pardon my saying so, but all your planning is going to mean Jack once Mort met inside those walls. This is the real world, and people are unpredictable. You can know what they were going to do." Glynn looked at him without moving. "You Luglung forgive me for contradicting you, Lieutenant, but human beings are disgustingly predictable, especially in an environment like Herkmore, where the rules of behavior are mapped out in excruciating detail. The scheme may seem simple, even inane, to you, but that's its power. It's just going to get me into deeper shit than Mordom already." After dropping this epithet, he glanced at Constance. But the young woman was staring into the fire with her strange eyes, not even seeming to have heard. "We never fail," Glynn said, remaining unnervingly calm and neutral. "That's our guarantee. All you need to do, Lieutenant, is follow instructions. Mot Luglung tell you what we really need. A pair of eyes on the inside. You can tell me none of those guards can be turned, blackmailed, whatever. Christ prison guards are one step away from being criminals themselves, at least in my experience. Not these guards. Any attempt to turn one would be foolhardy." Glynn wheeled himself over to a desk. "If Mott told you we had somebody on the inside, however, would it reassure you?" "Hell, yes." "Would it secure your cooperation? Silence all these doubts?" "If the source was reliable, yeah. Mote believe you will find our source to be above reproach," and with that, Glynn picked up a single piece of paper and handed it to Diogosta. Diogosta glanced over the sheet. It contained a long column of numbers, with 2 corresponding times linked to each number. "What's this?" he asked. "A schedule of guard patrols in the solitary unit during lockdown from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., and this is just one of the many useful pieces of information that have come our way." Diogosta stared in disbelief. "How the hell did you get it?" Glynn allowed himself a smile. At least Diogosta thought the faint thinning of the lips was a smile. "Our inside source." "And who might that be, if you don't mind my asking?" "You know him well." Now Diogosta was even more surprised. "Not Special Agent Pendergast." Diogosta slumped in his chair. "How did he get this to you?" This time a true smile broke over Glynn's features. "Why, Lieutenant, don't you remember? You brought it out." "Me?" Glynn reached behind the desk, pulled out a plastic box. Looking inside, Diogosta was surprised to see some of the trash he'd collected in his recon of the prisons and perimeter: gum wrappers and scraps of linen, now carefully dried, pressed, and mounted between sheets of archival plastic. When he looked closely at the linen scraps, he could just make out faint markings. There's an old drain in Pendergast's cell, as in most of the older cells at Herkmore, which was never hooked into the modern sewage treatment system. It drains into a catchment basin outside the prison walls, which in Teu Rono empties into Herkmore Creek. Pendergast writes us a message on a scrap of trash, sticks it into the drain, and washes it down with water from the sink, which ends up in the creek. Simple. We discovered it because the DP had recently cited Herkmore for the water quality violation. What about ink, writing equipment? Those are the first things they'd have taken away. Frankly, Mort don't know how he's doing it. There was a short silence. But you knew he'd communicate with us, Diogenes said at last in a quiet voice. Naturally. Despite himself, Diogenes was impressed. Now, if there was only some way to get information to Pendergast. Wry amusement flickered briefly in Glyn's eyes. As soon as we knew what cell he was in, that was simplicity itself. Before Diogenes could respond, a sudden noise rose in the library, a faint, urgent squeaking coming from the direction of Constance. Diogenes looked over in time to see her picking up a small white mouse from the carpet, which had apparently fallen from her pocket. She calmed it with soft words, petting it softly, before returning the mouse to its hiding place. Sensing the silence in the room and the eyes upon her, she looked up, coloring suddenly. What a delightful little pet, Wren said after a moment. What they not know you were fond of mice. Constance smiled nervously. Wherever did you get it, my dear? Wren went on, his voice high and tense. Mort found it in the basement. Really? Yes, among the collections. The place is overrun. It seems awfully tame, and one does that usually find white mice running around loose. Perhaps it was somebody's pet that escaped, she said with some irritation, and rose. Mort met tired. Mort hope you look long. Excuse me. Good night. After she had left, there was a moment of silence, and then Glyn spoke again, his voice low. There was another message from Pendergast in those papers, urgent, not relating to the matter at hand. What was it about? Her. He asked that you, Mr. Wren, keep a careful watch over her during the daytime. When you are not sleeping, of course, and that when you leave for your nighttime job at the library, you make sure the house is secure, and she in it. Wren seemed pleased. Of course, glad to, very glad indeed. Glyn's eye turned to Diogenes. Even though you living in the house, he asked if you could make it a point to drop in and check on her from time to time during working hours as well. He seems worried. Very. Glyn paused, then opened a drawer and began to remove items and place them on the desk. A hip flask of whiskey, a computer flash drive, a roll of duct tape, a rolled-up sheet of mirrored mylar plastic, a capsule of brown liquid, a hypodermic needle, a small pair of wire cutters, a pen, and a credit card. And now, Lieutenant, let us go over the prep work you will be expected to accomplish once you are inside Herkmoor. Later on, once all the maps and boxes and charts had been packed away, and as Diogenes was seeing Glyn and Wren out at the mansion's front door, the old librarian lingered behind. Listen a moment, if you would, he said, plucking at Diogenes' sleeve. Sure, Diogenes said. Wren leaned in close as if to impart a secret. Lieutenant, you are not familiar with the circumstances of Constance's past existence. Let me just say that they are unusual. Diogenes hesitated, surprised by the look of agitation in the strange man's eyes. Okay, he said. Mott know Constance well. Mott was the person who found her in this house, where she'd been hiding. She has always been scrupulously honest, sometimes painfully so. But tonight, for the first time, she lied. The white mouse? Wren nodded. Mort have no idea what it means, except that Mort met convinced she's in some kind of trouble. Lieutenant, she's an emotional house of cards, just waiting for a puff of wind. We Beotehat need to keep a close eye on her. Thank you for the information, Mr. Wren. Mot Luklunk check in as frequently as Mot can. Wren held his gaze for a moment, staring at him with remarkable urgency. Then he nodded, grasped Diogenes' hand briefly in his own bony claw, and vanished into the chill darkness. Chapter Haimoy. The prisoner known only as A sat on the bunk in solitary Bone 2, deep within the federal high-risk violent offender pretrial detention facility, the Black Hole, of Herkmoor. It was a cell of monastic spareness, 8 feet by 10, with freshly whitewashed walls, a cement floor with a central drain, a toilet in one corner, a sink, a radiator, and a narrow metal bed. A fluorescent bulb recessed into the ceiling and protected by a wire cage provided the cellist's sole light. There was no switch. The bulb went on at Sow a.m. and went off at Moor p.m. High up on the far wall was the room's only window, deep and barred, 2 inches wide and 15 inches high. The prisoner, dressed in a neatly pressed gray jumpsuit, had been sitting on the mattress for many hours in utter stillness. His slender face was pale and without expression, the silvery eyes half-hooded, white blonde hair combed back. Nothing moved, not even his eyes, as he listened to the soft, rapid sounds filtering from the cell next door, solitary bon milam. They were the sounds of drumming, a tattoo of extraordinary rhythmic complexity that rose and fell, sped up and slowed down, moving from metal bed rail to mattress, to the walls, toilet sink bars, and back again. At present, the prisoner was drumming on the iron bedstead rail with an occasional slap or teu rono played out on the mattress, while making rapid popping and clucking sounds with his lips and tongue. The endless rhythms rose and fell like the wind, working into a machine gun-like frenzy, and then dying back into a lazy syncopation. At times, it almost, but not quite, seemed to come to a stop, except that a single ostinato tap-tap-tap indicated that the beat went on. An aficionado of rhythm might have recognized the extraordinary diversity of rhythmical patterns and styles coming from solitary bon milam. A Kasagbi Congo beat segueing into a down-tempo funk-out, and then into a pop and lock, moving sequentially through a shakeout, a wormhole, a glam, then into a long pseudo-electroclash riff, then a quick Eurostomp ending in a nasty followed by a hip-hop twist stick and a tom club. A moment's silence, and then a slow Chicago blues fill began, evolving into innumerable other beats, both named and nameless, twining and intertwining in an eternal braid of sound. The prisoner known as A, however, was not an aficionado of rhythm. He was a man who knew many things, but drumming was not one of them. And yet, he listened. Finally, half an hour before lights out, the prisoner known as A shifted on his cot. He turned toward the headrail, gave it a cautious tap with his left index finger, then another. He began tapping out a simple bon trombone beat. As the minutes went on, he tried the beat on the mattress, then the wall and the sink, as if testing them for timbre, tone, and amplitude, before moving back to the bed rail. As he continued to beat out a bon trombone time with his left finger, he began beating a second rhythm with his right. As he played this simple rhythmic accompaniment, he listened intently to the outpouring of virtuosity next door. Lights out arrived, and all went black. An hour went by, and another. The prisoner's approach subtly changed. Carefully following the drummer's lead, picked up an unusual syncopation here, a 3-against-2 beat there, adding them to his simple repertoire. He meshed his own drumming ever more closely into the web of sounds coming from next door, taking cues from his neighbor, picking up the tempo, or lowering it according to the drummer's lead. Midnight, and the drummer in cell bon lam seo na te na uede, and a day so did the prisoner named A.A. found that drumming, which he had always dismissed as a crude, primitive activity, was curiously pleasing to the mind. It opened a door from the tight, ugly reality of his cell into an expansive, abstract space of mathematical precision and complexity. He drummed on, still following the lead of the prisoner in bon milam, all the while increasing the complexity of his own rhythmical patterns. The night wore on. The few other prisoners in solitary, there were not many and they were far down the hall, were long asleep. Yet still the prisoners in bon pendu and bon milam drummed on together. As the prisoner named A explored more deeply this strange new world of external and internal rhythm, he began to understand something about the man next door and his mental illness, as had been his intent. It was not something that could be put into words. It was not accessible to language. It was not reachable by psychological theorizing, psychotherapy, or even medication. Yet, nevertheless, through careful emulation of the complex drumming, the prisoner in Bamatu began to reach that place, to enter the drummer's special world. On a basic neurological level, he began to understand the drummer, what motivated him, why he did what he did. Slowly, carefully, A took a measured foray into altering the rhythm along certain experimental pathways, to see if he could take the lead, induce the drummer to follow him for a moment. When this experiment proved successful, he very subtly began to alter the tempo, morph the rhythm. There was nothing sudden in his approach. Every new beat, every altered rhythm was carefully controlled and calculated to lead to a desired result. Over the space of another hour, the dynamic between the two prisoners began to change. Without realizing it, the drummer became no longer the leader, but the follower. Prisoner A continued to alter his own drumming, slowing it down and speeding it up by infinite degrees, until he was certain he was now setting the rhythm, that the drummer in the cell next door was unconsciously following his tempo and lead. With infinite care, he then began to slow his own drumming, Not in a steady way, but through speed-ups and slowdowns, through riffs and changeovers he had picked up from his neighbor, each time ending at a slightly slower tempo, until he was beating out a down-tempo as slow and sleepy as molasses. And then he stopped. The man in solitary Bon Milam, after a few tentative lost beats, halted as well. There was a long silence. And then a breathy, hoarse voice came from Cell Bon Milam. Who are you? Modem Aloysius Pendergast, came the reply, and Modem pleased to make your acquaintance. An hour later, blessed silence reigned. Pendergast lay on his bunk, eyes closed but still awake. At a certain moment, he opened his eyes and scrutinized the faintly glowing dial of his watch. The one-item prisoners were allowed by law to keep. 2 minutes to 4 in the morning. He waited, now with his eyes open, and at exactly 4 o'clock a brilliant pinpoint of green light appeared on the far wall, dancing and jittering before gradually settling down. He recognized it as the output of a Nambamahai Nanomet green DPSS laser, nothing more than the beam from an expensive laser pen aimed through his window from some concealed spot far beyond the prison walls. When the light had stopped trembling, it began blinking, repeating a short introduction in a simple monophonic cipher, compressed to keep transmission short. The introduction was repeated 4 times to make sure Pendergast recognized the code. Then, after a pause, the actual message began. Transmission sieved. Still analyzing optimal moots for egress. Change of veni may be requealed on your end. Will advise ASAP. Questions follow. Communicate via prior procedure. Describe yard privileges and schedule. Obtain ministerial samples of quard uniform slacks and shirt. The requests and questions went on, some strange, some straightforward. Pendergast made no move to take notes, committing everything to memory. At the last question, however, he started slightly. Are you willing to kill? With that, the laser light vanished. Pendergast rose to a sitting position. Feeling under the mattress, he extracted a hard, frayed piece of canvas and a slice of lemon from a recent meal. Removing one shoe, he carried it to the sink, ran the water, placed a few drops into the soap depression, and dipped the shoe into it. Next, he squeezed the juice of the lemon slice into the water. With the piece of canvas, he proceeded to strip the shoe of some of its polish. Soon, a small amount of dark liquid stood in the enamel depression. He paused a moment in the gloom to make sure his movements were undetected. Then he unmade the corner of his bed, tore a long strip of sheet from beneath the tuck, laid it out on the rim of the sink. He removed one shoelace, dipped its previously sharpened and split metal edge into the liquid, and began to write in a fanatically small, neat hand, leaving a pale script on the strip of cotton. By 4:45, he had finished answering the questions. He laid the sheet on the radiator until it was baking hot, which darkened and fixed the writing. Then he began to roll it up, but as he did so, he paused, and then added one more small line at the bottom. Continue to keep a close eye on Constance, and be of good cheer, my dear Vincent. He baked on this last part of the message, rolled it tight, and inserted it into the drain in his cell. Then he filled his slop bucket at the sink and poured it down the drain, repeating the process a dozen times. 1 hour to wake up. He lay down on the bed, folded his hands across his chest, and went instantly to sleep. Chapter Jaime. Mary Johnson swung open the oversized door to the Egyptian gallery and stepped inside, feeling around on the cold marble wall for the light switches. Although she knew the technicians had been working late hours on the tomb recently, by 6 in the morning they were always gone. It was her job to unlock the area for the subcontractors, turn on the lights, and make sure all was well. She found the bank of switches and brushed them on with a plump forefinger. Rows of old glass and bronze light fixtures blazed, casting a mellow incandescent glow over the partly refurbished hall. She paused for a moment in the doorway, fists parked on bulging hips, looking around to make sure all was in order. Then she began moving down the hall, her giant butt swaying as she hummed old disco tunes to herself, twirling a ring of keys in her hand. The jangling keys, clicking heels, and off-key voice echoed through the large chamber, creating a reassuring cocoon of noise that had seen her through 30 years of nighttime employment at the New York Museum of Natural History. She reached the annex, smacked on the bank of lights there, then crossed the echoing space and swiped her card in the new security doors leading to the tomb of Senef. The locks disengaged and the automatic doors opened with a humming sound, revealing the tomb beyond. She stopped, frowning. Normally, the tomb should be in blackness, but despite the hour, it was brilliantly lit. Damn techies left the lights on. She stood in the doorway, pausing, then she tossed her head and sniffed disdainfully at her own uncertainty. Some of the guards who'd had family working here in the 30s had begun whispering about the tomb being cursed, how it had been boarded up for good reason, how it was a big mistake reopening it. But since when was an Egyptian tomb not cursed? And Mary Johnson prided herself on her brisk, matter-of-fact approach to her job. Just tell me what to do and mot luglung do it. No bullshit, no whining, no excuses. Curse. Hell. With a cluck, she descended the broad stone stairs into the tomb, humming and singing, her voice echoing about the close space. Stayin' alive, stayin' alive. She walked across the well, her immense weight swinging the bridge, and passed into the chamber beyond. Here, the computer geeks had set up tables of equipment, and Johnson was careful not to trip on the cables snaking across the floor. She glanced disapprovingly at the greasy pizza boxes carelessly stacked on one table at the Coke cans and candy bar, wrappers lying about maintenance wouldn't be through until 7. Well, it wasn't her problem. In her 3 decades at the museum, Mary Johnson had seen it all. She'd seen them come and go. She'd been through the museum murders and the subway murders, the disappearance of Dr. Frock, the killing of old Mr. Puck, and the attempted murder of Margot Green. It was the biggest museum in the world, and it had proved to be a challenging place to work, in more ways than one. Still, the benefits were excellent, and the leave was decent, not to mention the prestige. She moved on, passing into the Hall of the Chariots, stopping for a cursory visual check, and then stuck her head into the burial chamber. All seemed in order. She was on the verge of turning back when she caught the whiff of something sour. Her nose wrinkled instinctively as she searched for its source. There, on one of the nearby pillars, was a splatter of something wet and chunky. She raised her radio. M. Johnson calling Central, do you read? This is Central, 10-4, Mary. We need a cleanup crew down here in the tomb of Senef, burial chamber. What's the problem? Vomit. Christ, not the night guards again? Who knows, maybe the techies, having themselves a big old time. We'll get maintenance on it. Johnson snapped the radio off and did a brisk turn around the perimeter of the burial chamber. In her experience, piles of vomit seldom dropped alone. Better to find out the rest of the bad news right away. Despite her size, she was a very fast walker, and she had completed more than half the circuit when her left shoe skidded on the slick floor, and her momentum carried her sideways and down, landing her hard on the polished stone. Zero a paix. She sat there, shaken but unhurt. She'd slipped into a puddle of something dark and coppery smelling, and she'd broken the fall with both hands. When she held her hands up, she immediately recognized the substance as blood. Lord Almighty. She rose with care, looked around automatically for something to wipe her hands on, found nothing, and decided to go ahead and wipe them on her pants, since they were already ruined. She unhooked her radio. Johnson calling Central, do you read? Roger that. Got a pool of blood here, too. What's that you say, blood? How much? Enough. A silence from the large pool of blood she'd slipped in. A dribbling trail of splatters led toward the huge open granite sarcophagus that stood in the center of the room. The flank of the sarcophagus, engraved in hieroglyphics, had a prominent smear of gore along its side, as if something had been hoisted over and dropped inside. Suddenly, the very last thing in the world Johnson wanted to do was look inside that sarcophagus. But something, perhaps her strong sense of duty, made her walk slowly forward. Her radio, held unheeded in one hand, squawked. Enough. Central squawked again in a high voice. What's that supposed to mean, enough? She reached the lip of the sarcophagus and looked inside. A body lay on its back. The body was human. That much she knew, but beyond that she could tell nothing. The face was gashed and scored beyond recognition. The breastbone was split and the ribs yanked open like a set of double doors. Where the lungs and other organs should be was nothing but a red cavity. But what would really stick with her, and haunt her nightmares for years to come, was the pair of electric blue Bermuda shorts the victim wore. Mary, came the squawking radio. Johnson swallowed, unable to answer. Now she noticed a smaller trail of blood and gore dribbling its way into one of the small rooms that branched off from the burial chamber. The mouth of the room was dark, and she couldn't see inside. "Mary, do you read?" She slowly lifted the radio to her lips, swallowed again, found her voice. "Read you." "What's going on?" But Mary Johnson was slowly backing away from the sarcophagus, eyes on the little dark doorway in the far corner. No need to go in there. She'd have seen enough. She continued backing up, then carefully turned her bulk around. And then, as she approached the exit to the burial chamber, something seemed to go wrong with her legs. "Mary, we resending security down right away, Mary." Johnson took another step, wobbled, then felt herself sink to the ground, as if borne down by an irresistible force. She rolled into a sitting position, then toppled backward almost in slow motion, coming to rest against the door lintel. That was how they found her 8 minutes later, wide awake and staring at the ceiling, tears rolling out of her eyes. Chapter High. Captain of Homicide Laura Hayward arrived, after most of the crime scene investigation work had already been completed. She preferred it that way. She had come up through the homicide ranks and knew the scene of crime. Investigators didn't need a captain breathing down their necks to do good work. At the entrance to the Egyptian gallery, where the crime scene perimeter had been erected, she passed through a knot of police and museum security personnel, talking in hushed, funereal voices. She spotted the museum's security director, Jack Manetti, and nodded at him to accompany her. She stepped up to the tomb's threshold, then paused, breathing in the close and dusty air, taking stock. "Who was here last night, Mr. Manetti?" she asked. "Mort have a list of all authorized employees and subcontractors. There are quite a few, but it seems all of them checked out of the museum through security, except 2 technicians, the victim and the one who is still missing, J. Lipper." Hayward nodded and began walking through the tomb, making a mental note of the progression of the rooms, stairs, passageways, building a 3-dimensional image in her head. In a few minutes, she arrived at a large, pillared room. She quickly took it all in, the tables laden with computer equipment, the pizza boxes, the cables and wires running in all directions. Everything was festooned with evidence tags. A sergeant came to greet her, a man older than her by a decade. She thought his name was Eddie Visconti. He looked competent, had a bright, clear eye, dressed neatly deferential, but only to a point. She knew it was tough for some of the rank and file to report to a woman younger than they were and twice as educated. Visconti looked as if he could handle it. "You re the first responding officer, Sergeant?" "Yes, ma'am, me and my partner." "All right, let's have a quick summary." 2 computer technicians worked late, J. Lipper and Theodore DeMeo. They'd have been working late every night this week. Lot of pressure to open the exhibit by deadline. She turned to Manetti. "And when's that?" 8 days from today." "Proceed." DeMeo went out for pizza at around 2, leaving Lipper behind. "We checked with the pizzeria." "Donna, tell me how you know what you know, Sergeant." "Stick to the reconstruction, please." "Yes, Captain." DeMeo returned with pizza and drinks. "We don't know if Lipper had already left or if he was attacked in the interim, but we do know they didn't have time to consume the food." Hayward nodded. DeMeo put down the pizzas and drinks on that table and went into the burial chamber. It appears the killer was already there and surprised him. He walked toward the burial chamber, Hayward following. "Weapon?" Hayward asked. "Unknown at this point. Whatever it wasn't sharp. The cuts and lacerations are very ragged." They entered the burial chamber. Hayward took in the extravagant puddle of blood, the smear on the stone coffin, the trail of gore into a side room, the bright yellow tags everywhere like fallen autumn leaves. She glanced around, locating each fleck of blood in turn, noting the shape and size of the droplets. A splatter analysis indicates the killer came at the victim from the left side with weapon raised and brought it down in a way that partially cut through the victim's neck and severed the jugular vein. The victim fell, but the perp continued to slash and cut, far more than necessary to kill. There were more than 100 cuts to the victim's neck, head, shoulders, abdomen, legs, and buttocks. Any sign of a sexual motive? No semen or other bodily fluids, sex organs untouched, anal swab clean. Keep going. It appears the perp half chopped, half punched through the victim's breastbone with the weapon. Then he pulled out some of the internal organs and carried them into the canopic room and dumped them into a couple of very large jars. Did you say pulled out? The viscera were torn away, not cut. Hayward walked over to the small side chamber and looked in. A technician was on his hands and knees, photographing spots on the floor with a macro lens. A row of wet evidence boxes stood against one wall, waiting to be carried away. She looked around, trying to visualize the attack. She already knew that they were dealing with a disorganized killer, a disturbed individual, most likely a sociopath. After cutting out the organs, Sergeant Visconti continued, the perp returned to the body, dragged it to the sarcophagus, and heaved it inside. Then he left by the main tomb door. He must have been covered with blood. Yes, and in fact, using a bloodhound, we followed the trail as far as the 5th floor. Hayward looked up sharply. This was a detail she hadn't heard before. Not out of the museum? No. Are you sure? We can be sure, but we found something else on the 5th floor. A shoe belonging to the missing technician, Lipper. Is that so? You think the killer's holding him hostage? Visconti grimaced. Possible. Carrying his dead body? Lipper was a small guy, 5'7", about Mochamba Milam. That's also possible. Hayward hesitated, wondering briefly what ordeal Lipper was going through now, or perhaps had already gone through. Then she turned toward Manetti. Want this museum sealed, she said. The security director was sweating. It's 10 minutes to opening. We were talking 2 million square feet of exhibition space, 2,000 staff. You can be serious. Hayward spoke softly. If that's a problem, Mot can call Commissioner Rocker. He look call the mayor, and the decision can come down through official channels, along with the usual shitstorm. That wanna be necessary, Captain. Mot look order the museum sealed, temporarily. She looked around. Let's order up a forensic psychological profile. Already done, said the sergeant. Hayward gave him an appraising glance. We haven't worked together before, have we? No, Mayam. It's a pleasure. Thank you. She turned and walked briskly out of the room, and the tomb, the others following. She crossed the length of the Egyptian gallery and approached the knot of people on the far side of the crime scene tape, gestured to Sergeant Visconti. Are those bloodhounds still on the premises? Yes. Want everyone here who's available, police and guards alike, to participate in searching this museum from attic to basement. Priority 1, find Lipper. Assume he's alive and a hostage. Priority 2, want the killer. Ve Cape Anno tay them both before the end of the day. Clear? Yes, Captain. She paused as if remembering something. Who's in charge of the tomb exhibit? A curator named Nora Kelly, Manetti replied. Get her on the horn, please. Hayward's attention was drawn to a sudden disturbance in the knot of guards and police, a voice raised in anguished pleading. A thin, slope-shouldered man in a bus driver-esque uniform wrenched free of 2 policemen and made a beeline for Hayward, his face distorted by grief. You, he cried, help me find my son. And you are. Larry Lipper. Mot met Larry Lipper. My son is Jay Lipper. He's missing. The killer's on the loose and Mot wants you to find him. The man burst into sobs. Find him. The very intensity of his grief halted the 2 policemen pursuing him. Hayward took his hand. That's just what we were going to do, Mr. Lipper. Find him. Find him. Hayward looked around, spotted an officer she recognized. Sergeant Kasimirovich? The woman stepped forward. Hayward gestured with her chin at Lipper's father and mouthed, Help me out here. The officer stepped over and, putting her arm around Larry Lipper, eased him away from Hayward. You come vekepte hat me, sir, and we'll find someplace quiet to sit down and wait. And Sergeant Kasimirovic led him, crying loudly but unresisting, back through the crowd. Manetti was at her side again, radio in hand, but got Kelly. She took the radio, nodding her thanks. Dr. Kelly? Captain Hayward, NYPD. How can Mott help? Came the voice. The canopic room in the tomb of Senef. What's that for? That's where the Pharaoh-esque mummified organs were stored. Elaborate, please. Part of the mummification process is the removal of the pharaoh's internal organs for separate mummification and storage in canopic jars. The internal organs, you say? That's right. Thank you. Hayward slowly passed the radio back to Manetti, a thoughtful look on her face. Chapter Jaime Ba. Wilson Bulk peered down the corridor that ran beneath the roofline of Building Murray High. Dirty brown light struggled to penetrate the wire mesh glass skylights, which were coated with at least a century of New York City soot. Air ducts and pipes ran in thick bundles on either side, where the roof lines almost touched the floor. Both sides of the long, low space were crammed with old collections. Jars of animals floating in preservative, untidy stacks of yellowing journals, plaster models of animals leaving a narrow passage down the center. It was a crazy, crooked space with roof lines, pitches, and floor levels that changed half a dozen times just within eyesight. It was like a fun house at the fair, only there was nothing fun about it. "My legs are killing me," Bulk said. "Let's take 5. He eased himself down on an old wooden crate, the excess adipose tissue in his thighs stretching the material with an audible creak. His partner, Morris, sat down lightly beside him. "This is bullshit," said Bulk. "Day's almost over and we're still at it. There's nobody up here." Morris, who never saw the point in disagreeing vacete, hat anybody, nodded. "Lemme have another shot of that Jim Beam." Morris slipped the hip flask from his pocket and passed it over. Bulky took a slug, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, passed it back. Morris took a delicate sip himself and slid it back in. "We should be working it all today," said Bulk. "This is supposed to be our day off. We re-entitled to a little refreshment." "That's the way Moat look at it, too," said Morris. "You were smart to bring that along. Never go anywhere without it." Bulk glanced at his watch. 4:40. The light filtering in through the skylights was slowly dying, the shadows deepening in the corners. Night would be coming soon. And with this section of the attics undergoing repairs and currently without electricity, that meant switching to flashlights, making their search all the more annoying. Bulk felt the creeping warmth of the whiskey in his gut. He sighed heavily, leaned his elbows on his knees, looked around. "Look at that shit, will you?" He gestured at a series of low metal shelves beneath the eaves, filled with countless glass jars containing jellyfish. "You think they actually study this crap?" Morris shrugged. Bulk reached out, fished a jar off the shelf, took a closer look. A whitish blob floated in the amber liquid amidst drifting tentacles. He gave the jar a quick shake. When the turbulence settled, the jellyfish had been reduced to swirling shreds. Broke into a million pieces. He showed the jar to Morris, hope it wasn't important. He issued a guffaw and, with a roll of his eyes, shoved the jar back onto the shelf. "In China they eat 'em," said Morris. He was a third-generation museum guard and considered he knew a great deal more about the museum than the other guards. "Eat what? Jellyfish?" Morris nodded sagely. "Frigging Chinese Luglunk eat anything. They say they re-crunchy." Morris sniffed, wiped his nose. Gross Bulke looked around. "This is bullshit," he repeated. "There's nothing up here." "The thing Mordaunt Morris said, is why they reopening that tomb anyway. Mort told you how my granddad used to talk about something that happened in there back in the 30s. "Yeah, you've been telling everybody and his brother about that. Something real bad. Tell me some other time." Bulk glanced at his watch again. If they really thought there was something up there, they would have sent cops. Not 2 unarmed guards. "You don't think the killer dragged the body up here?" Morris asked. "No way. Why the hell would he do that?" "But the dogs... How could those bloodhounds smell anything up here? The place reeks. They lost the trail down on the 5th floor anyway. Not up here." "Mort, suppose you were right." "Motem right. As far as Mort Met concerned, we redone up here." Bulky rose, slapped the dust off his butt. "What about the rest of the attics?" "We did 'em all, don't you remember?" Bulk winked. "Right. Oh, right. There's no exit up ahead. But there's a stairwell back a ways. We go down there." Bulk turned, began shuffling in the direction from which they'd come. The attic corridor wandered up and down, so tight in places that he had to turn sideways to get through. The museum consisted of dozens of separate buildings joined together, and where they met the floor levels sometimes differed so greatly they had to be linked by metal staircases. They passed through a space filled with leering wooden idols labeled Nootka graveposts. Another space filled kept the hot plaster casts of arms and legs, then yet another filled kept the hot casts of faces. Bulka paused to catch his breath. A twilight gloom had descended. The face casts hung everywhere on the walls. White faces Vekepte had their eyes closed, each one with a name attached. They all seemed to be Indians. Antelope Killer, Little Fingernail, Two Clouds, Frost on Grass. Think all these are death masks? Asked Morris. Death masks? What do you mean, death masks? You know, when you read dead, they take a cast of your face. I would no say. How about another shot of Mr. Beam? Morris obligingly removed the flask. Bulk took a swig, passed it back. What's that? Morris asked, gesturing with the flask. Bulk peered in the indicated direction. A wallet lay tossed in the corner, spread open, credit cards spilling out. He went over, picked it up. Shit, there must be $200 in here. What do we do? Check out who it belongs to. What does that matter? Probably one of the curators. Bulk searched through, pulled out the driver's license. J. Mark Lipper, he read, then looked at Morris. Oh shit, that says the missing guy. Feeling a strange stickiness, he looked down at his hand. It was smeared with blood. Bulk dropped the wallet with a jerk, then kicked it back into the corner with his foot. He felt abruptly nauseous. Man, he said in a high, strained voice. Oh, man. You think the killer dropped it? Morris asked. Bulky felt his heart thumping in his chest. He looked around at all the shadowy spaces, the shelves covered with the leering faces of the dead. We gotta call Manetti, said Morris. Give me a moment. Just give me a moment here. Bulke tried to think through a fog of surprise and rising fear. Why didn't we see this on the way in? Maybe it wasn't there. So the killer's up ahead. Morris hesitated. What had a Dana thought of that? Bulk felt blood pounding in his temples. If he's in front of us, we retrapped. There's no other way out. Morris said nothing. His face looked yellow in the dim light. He pulled out his radio. Morris calling Central. Morris calling Central. Do you read? A steady hiss of static. Bulk tried his radio, but the result was the same. Jesus, this frigging museum is full of dead spots. You think with all the money they've spent on security, they put in a few more repeaters. Let's start moving. Maybe we Luglung get reception in another room, and Morris started forward. Not that way, Bulk said. He's ahead of us, remember? We don't know that. Maybe we missed the wallet on the way in. Bulk looked down at his bloody hand, the nausea growing in his gut. We can just stay here, Morris said. Bulk, all right, but move slowly. It was now twilight in the attics, and Bulk slipped his flashlight out of its holster and flicked it on. They moved through the doorway to the next attic, Bulk flashing the light around. This space was crammed Vekepte, elongated heads carved from black volcanic stone, packed so tightly that the two could just squeeze down the center. Try your radio, Bulk said in a low voice. Again, nothing. The attic corridor took a 90-degree angle into a tight warren of cubicle-like rooms. Rusted metal shelves stacked Vekepte cardboard cartons, each carton overflowing Vekepte tiny glass boxes. Bulk shone his light over them. Each contained a huge black beetle. As they reached the end of the third cubicle, a crash came from the darkness ahead of them, dying away in a rattle of falling glass. Bulk jumped. What was that? Don't know, said Morris. His voice was trembling and strained. He's ahead of us. As they waited, another crash came. Jesus, sounds like someone's trashing the place. More shattering glass, followed by a bestial, inarticulate scream. Bulk backed up, groping for his own radio. Bulk calling Central, do you read? This is Central Security, 10-4. Crash! Another gargled scream. Jesus, we got a maniac up here. We retrapped. Your location, Bulk, came the calm voice. The attics, building way high. Section num, maybe someone's up here tearing up the place. We found the missing victim's wallet, too, Lipper S. What do we do? A hiss of static, the reply breaking up. Mott can't read you. Retreat, do not engage back. Retreat where? We retrapped. Did you hear me? Do not approach. Another deafening crash, closer this time. The stench of alcohol and dead specimens wafted back through the darkness. Bulk backed up, screaming into the radio. Send up the cops! Get a SWAT team up here! We retrapped! More static. Morris, try yours. When Morris didn't answer, Bulk turned. The radio lay on the floor, and Morris was running like hell down the crooked passageway away from the noise, disappearing into the gloom. Morris! Wait! Bulky tried to ship the radio, dropped it instead, and heaved along after Morris, putting one huge slow thigh after the other, desperately trying to overcome the inertia of his enormous body. He could hear the tearing, smashing, screaming thing coming up behind him, fast. Wait, Morris. A shelf-covered Vacep. Tehat specimen jars went over with a massive crash behind him, and there was the sudden ripping stench of alcohol and rotting fish. No. Bulk lumbered forward as awkwardly as a walrus, groaning with both fear and effort, his fleshy arms and chest jiggling with each footfall. Another scream, feral and chillingly inhuman, tore the darkness just behind him. He turned, but could see nothing in the darkness except the flash of metal, the dim blur of movement. No. He tripped and fell, the flashlight hitting the floor and rolling away, the beam wobbling crazily off the rows of jars before spotlighting a gape-mouthed fish floating upside down in a jar. He struggled, clawing the floor, trying to rise, but the screaming thing fell upon him as swiftly as a bat. He rolled, swatting feebly at it, hearing the tearing of cloth, and then feeling the sudden biting sting of his flesh being slashed. No. Chapter Haimitu. Nora sat at a small baize-covered table in an open vault of the secure area, waiting. She was surprised at how Cape easy it had been to gain access. Menzies had been instrumental in helping her with the paperwork. The fact was that very few curators, even the top ones, were allowed access without jumping through all sorts of bureaucratic hoops. The secure area wasn't just used for storing the most valuable and controversial collections. It was also where some of the museum's most sensitive papers were kept. It was a mark of how important the tomb of Senef was to the museum that she had gotten access so quickly, and after 5 o'clock at that, even while the museum was in a state of hot agahat alert. The archivist appeared from the gloomy file room carrying a yellowing folder, placed it in front of her. Got it. Great. Sign here. Moat met expecting my colleague Dr. Wycherley, she said, signing the form and handing it back to the archivist. Mort have the paperwork for him all ready to go. Thank you. The woman nodded. Mot Leglunk lock you in now. The archivist shut the vault door, leaving Nora in silence. She stared at the slender file, feeling a prickle of curiosity. It was marked simply Tomb of Senef, Correspondence, Documents, Motam ba 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 lam. She opened it. The first item was a typewritten letter on elaborate stationery with a gold and red embossing. It was written by the Bey of Bolbasa, and it must have been the one described in the newspaper articles Nora had seen, full of assertions that the tomb was cursed, an obvious ploy to get the tomb back for Egypt. She turned to the next documents, lengthy police reports from one Detective Sergeant Gerald O'Banion, handwritten in the beautiful script once standard in America. She scanned the reports with interest, then reviewed the mass of papers beyond. Memos and letters to city officials and the police in what appeared to have been a successful effort to squelch the real story described in the police reports and keep it from the press. She paged through the documents, fascinated by the tale they told, finally understanding why the museum had been so anxious to shut down the tomb. She jumped when a faint tone announced that the vault door was opening. Turning, she saw the sleek, dapper form of Adrian Wycherley, leaning against the metal jamb, smiling. Hello, Nora. Hi. He straightened up, giving his suit a little tug, adjusting his already perfect Windsor knot. What's a nice girl like you doing in a dusty old place like this? Have you signed in? Je suis en règle, he said with a little laugh, coming forward and leaning over her shoulder. She could smell expensive aftershave and mouthwashed breath. What have we here? The archivist looked in. Ready to be locked in? Do lock us in, and Wycherley winked at Nora. Why don't you take a seat, Adrian? She said coolly. Don't mind if Mort do? He pulled an old wooden chair up to the table, dusted the seat with a swipe of a silk handkerchief, and eased himself down. Any skeletons in the closet? He asked Nora, leaning in. Definitely. Wycherley was a bit too close, and Nora edged away as subtly as she could. Although Wycherley had initially come across as the acme of good breeding, lately his smarmy winks and fingertip caresses had led her to believe he was operating more on the glandular level than she had initially thought. Still, things had remained on a professional level, and she hoped they would continue that way. Do tell, Wycherley said. Motive just skimmed the documents. so Mot don't have the full story, but here it is in brief. On the morning of March Ba, Mochin Bami Ba, the guards arriving to open the tomb realized it had been broken into. A lot of objects were vandalized. The mummy was missing, later found in an adjacent room, badly mutilated. When they looked in the sarcophagus, they found a different body in it, a freshly murdered body, as it happened. Amazing, just like that fellow, what's his name, DeMeo. Sort of, except the resemblance stops there. The body belonged to Julia Cavendish, a wealthy New York socialite. She Duete happened to be the granddaughter of William C. Spragg. Spragg? He was the man who bought the tomb from the last Baron Rattray and had it shipped to the museum. I see. Cavendish was a patroness of the museum. She appears to have had a rather notorious reputation as, well, for want of a better term, a female rake. How so? She went to bars and picked up young working-class men, longshoremen, stevedores, and the like. And did they keep Hadate with them? Wycherley asked with a leer. Use your imagination, Adrian, she said dryly. Anyway, her body had been mutilated, but the papers don't offer details. Strong stuff for the 30s, I should say. Yes, the family and the museum were desperate to cover it up, for different reasons, of course, and it seems they managed quite nicely. Mote imagined the press was a bit more cooperative in those days. Not the muckraking chaps we have today. Nora wondered if Wycherley knew her husband was a reporter. Anyway, the investigation into Cavendish murder was still ongoing when it happened again. This time, the mutilated body belonged to Montgomery Bolt, apparently a collateral descendant of John Jacob Astor, a remittance man and a sort of black sheep in the family. The tomb was now being guarded at night, but the murderer sapped the guard before dumping Bolt's body in the sarcophagus. A note was found on the body. There is a copy of it in this file. She pulled out a yellowed sheet. On it was an Eye of Horus and several other hieroglyphs. Wycherley looked at it in bemusement. The curse of Ammit strikes all. Who enter, he intoned. Whoever wrote this was ignorant. The chap barely knew his hieroglyphs. They aren't even drawn properly, a crude fake. Yes, they realized that right away. She turned over some more papers. Here's the police report on that crime. The plot thickens. Wycherley winked, edged his seat closer. The police took notice of the link to John Jacob Astor. He'd helped finance the installation of the tomb of Senef. The police began to wonder if someone wasn't taking revenge on those responsible for bringing the tomb to the museum. Naturally, their suspicions fell on the Bee of Bolbasa, the fellow who claimed the tomb was cursed. Right, he'd gotten the newspapers all stirred up against the museum. Turns out he wasn't even a real bee, whatever that is. There's a report here on his background. Wycherley picked it up, sniffed. Former carpet merchant, made a lot of money. Again, the museum, along with the Astor family, was able to successfully quash any publicity, except it was impossible to stop the rumors circulating inside the museum itself. In time, the authorities established that the Bey of Bolbasa had returned to Egypt just before the killings, but they suspected he had hired operatives in New York. If he did, though, they were too clever to get caught, and when the third killing occurred, another? This time it was an elderly lady who lived in the neighborhood. It took them a while to figure out the connection. Turns out she was distantly descended from Cahors, the man who originally found the tomb. By now, the museum was boiling with rumors, and they were spreading to the general populace. Every crank spiritualist, medium, and tarot card reader was converging on the museum, and New Yorkers were only too eager to believe the tomb was really cursed. Credulous fools. Perhaps, in any case, it just about emptied the museum. The police investigation wasn't going anywhere, and so the museum decided to take preemptive action. Using the pretext of the construction of the Tommote Street Station pedestrian tunnel, they closed the tomb and sealed it up. The killing stopped, the rumors gradually died down, and the tomb of Senef was mostly forgotten. And the murder cases? Never solved. Although they were convinced the Bey was behind them, they couldn't get proof. Wycherley rose from his chair. That's quite a story, Nora. It certainly is. What are you going to do with it? On the one hand, it might make an interesting sidebar to the history of the tomb, but Mote have a sense the museum wouldn't be too keen on publicizing it, and Mote met not sure Mote liked to either Mote. Rather focus on the archaeology, on teaching people about ancient Egypt. Mote agree with you, Nora. There's another reason, maybe even more important. This new murder in the Mo Ita has some resemblances to the old ones. People will talk. Rumors will start. Rumors have already started. Well, yes, Maud had been hearing quite a few myself. At any rate, we don't want anything derailing this opening. Very true. Good. Mot Luglunk write Menzies a report with our recommendation that none of this is relevant and that it should be publicized. She closed the folder. That settles it then. There was a silence. Wycherley had risen from his seat and was once again standing behind her, glancing down at the scattered papers of the file. He reached over and picked one up, perused it, put it back down. She felt his hand on her shoulder and stiffened. A moment later, she felt his lips on the nape of her neck, barely touching her skin, caressing her as lightly as a butterfly. She rose abruptly and turned. He stood close to her, blue eyes flashing. Mot met sorry if Mot startled you. He smiled, displaying his porcelain rack. I couldn't help myself. Mot find you devastatingly attractive, Nora. He continued smiling at her, radiating self-confidence and charm, elegant and more handsome than any man deserved to be. In case you hadn't noticed, Mutton married, she said. We Luglung have a grand time, and nobody need ever know. Mort will know. He smiled, put a caressing hand on her shoulder. Mot ve kepa note to make love to you, Nora. She took a deep breath. Adrian, you a charming and intelligent man. Mot met sure that many women would like to make love to you, too. She could see his smile broadening. But Mort met not one of them. But, my lovely Nora, wasn't that plain enough for you? Mot haven't the slightest interest in making love to you, Adrian, even if Mot weren't married. Wycherley stood there, dumbfounded, his face struggling to comprehend the sudden reversal of his expectations. Mort don't mean to be insulting, just unambiguous, since my earlier efforts to telegraph my lack of interest don't seem to have penetrated. Please don't make me be any more hurtful than necessary. She saw the blood drain from his face. His easy self-possession vanished for a moment, exposing what Nora had begun to suspect. A spoiled child blessed with good looks and brilliance, who had developed the firm belief that whatever he wanted, he should get. He began to stammer something that might have been intended as an apology, and Nora let her voice soften. Look, Adrian, let's just forget it, okay? This never happened. We Luglunk never mention it again. Quite right, yes. Very decent of you, thank you, Nora. His face was now flaming hat embarrassment, and he looked crushed. She couldn't help but feel sorry for him. She wondered if she was perhaps the first woman ever to turn him down. Mot got a report to write for Menzies, she said as gently and lightly as possible, and Mot believe you need a bit of fresh air. Why not take a brisk turn around the museum? Yes, good suggestion. Thank you. Mot Luglunk see you in a bit. Yes. And, moving as stiffly as a machine, Wycherley went to the intercom and pressed the button to be released. When the vault door opened, he vanished without another word, and Nora was once again left in peace to take notes and make her report. Chapter Jaime Lum. Diogenes turned the wheel of the meat van and slowed, guiding it out of the woods. Herkmore rose ahead of him, a brilliant cluster of sodium lights bathing the maze of walls, towers, and cell blocks in an unreal topaz light. As he approached the first set of gates, he continued to slow, passing a cluster of warning signs telling drivers to have their paperwork in order and to expect a search, followed by a list of forbidden items, so long it took 2 billboards to name them all, everything from fireworks to heroin. Diogenes took a deep breath, tried to calm his unsettled nerves. He'd been in prisons before, of course, but always on official business. Driving in like this, bent on some extremely unofficial business, was asking for trouble. Real trouble. He stopped at the first chain-link gate. A guard came out of a pillbox and sauntered over, carrying a clipboard. You're early tonight, he said. Diogenes shrugged. It's my first time up here. Left early in case Mutt got lost. The guard grunted, shoved the clipboard in the window. Diogenes attached his paperwork and handed it back. The guard flipped through it with the tip of a pencil, nodding. Know the drill. Not really, Diogenes answered truthfully. You Luglung get this back on your way out. Show your ID at the next checkpoint. Gotcha. The chain link gate withdrew on wheels, making a rattling noise. Diogenes eased forward, feeling his heart hammering in his chest. Glynn claimed to have planned everything down to the last iota. and had, with remarkable ease, secured his employment under an assumed name with the meatpacking company and arranged for him to get this route. But the fact was, you could never predict what people might do. That was where he and Glynn parted opinion. This little adventure could turn to shit in a heartbeat. He drove the truck up to the second gate, and once again, a guard came out. ID? Diogenes handed him the false driver's license and permit. The man looked them over. New man? Yeah. You familiar with the layout? It wouldn't hurt to hear it again. Go straight through, then bear to the right. When you see the loading dock, back up to the first bay. Got it. You can exit the vehicle to supervise the unloading. You may not handle any of the merchandise or assist prison personnel. Stay with the vehicle at all times. As soon as you re-unloaded, you leave. Understood? Sure. The guard spoke briefly into a radio, and the final chain link gate rolled up. As Diogenes eased the van through and made the right turn, he slipped his hand into his jacket pocket and removed a pint of Rebel Yell bourbon. He unscrewed the cap and took a slug, swishing it carefully around in his mouth before swallowing. He could feel the fiery bolus burn down his gullet into his stomach. He shook a few drops on his coat for good measure and slipped the bottle back into his jacket pocket. In a moment, he had backed up to the loading dock. 2 men in coveralls were already waiting, and as soon as he unlocked the back, they began offloading the boxes and sides of frozen meat. Diogenes watched, hands in his pockets, whistling tunelessly. He glanced surreptitiously at his watch, then turned to a worker. Say, you got a restroom around here? Sorry, not allowed. But my 5 gotta go. It's against the rules. The worker hefted 2 boxes of meats to his shoulders and disappeared into the back. Diogenes buttonholed the next man. Look, but really gotta go. You heard him, it's against the rules. Man, please don't tell me that. The man put down his box and stared at Diogenes with a long, tired look. When you get out of here, you can piss in the woods. Okay? He lifted the box. It ain't a pissing what got to do. Not my problem. He hoisted up the box and carried it off. As the first man approached again, Diogenes stepped in front of him, blocking his access and breathing heavily into the man's face. This is no joke. Mote need to pinch one off, and Mote mean now. The man wrinkled up his nose and stepped back. He glanced at his fellow worker. He has been drinking. What's that? Diogenes said belligerently. What did you say? The man returned the look coolly. I said, you've been drinking. Bullshit. Mort can smell it. He turned to his coworker. Get the super. What the hell for? You gonna give me a breathalyzer? The other worker disappeared, and a moment later he came back with a tall, grim-looking man incongruously dressed in a black blazer with a belly that hung over his belt like a sack of grain. What seems to be the problem? The supervisor asked. Well, think he's been drinking, sir, said the first worker. The man hooked up his belt and stepped toward Diogenes. That right? No, it isn't right, Diogenes said, getting in his face and breathing hard with indignation. The man backed off, unshipped his radio. Look, Mort leaving, Diogenes said, trying to make himself sound suddenly accommodating. Mort got a long drive to get back to the warehouse. This place is in the middle of frigging nowhere, and it's 6 o'clock at night. You're not going anywhere, pal. The supervisor spoke briefly into the radio, then turned to one of the workers. Take him into staff dining and have him wait there. Come this way, sir. This is bullshit. Met not going anywhere. Come this way, sir. Grudgingly, Diogenes followed the guard through the loading dock and into a large pantry, empty, dark, and smelling strongly of Clorox. They passed through a door in the far wall into a smaller room where, it seemed, the kitchen staff took their own meals when they were not on shift. Have a seat. Diogenes sat down at one of the stainless steel tables. The man took a seat at the next table, folded his arms, looked away. A few minutes passed, and the supervisor returned, an armed guard at his side. Stand up, the super said. Diogenes complied. The super turned toward the guard. Search him. You can to do that, Motkano overkept my rights, and this is a federal prison. It's all spelled out on the signs in front if you bothered to read them. We have the right to search anyone at will. Don't you frigging touch me. Sir, at the moment, you've got a medium-sized problem. If you don't cooperate, you are going to have a big problem. Yeah? What kind of a problem? How does resisting a federal law enforcement officer sound? Now, last time. Raise your arms. After a moment's hesitation, Diogenes did as he was ordered. A pat down quickly brought to light the pint bottle of Rebel Yell. The guard pulled out the bottle, shaking his head sadly. He turned to the supervisor. What now? He asked. Call the local police department. Have them pick him up. A drunk driver is their problem, not ours. But Mutt just took one sip. The supervisor turned back. Sit down and shut up. Diogenes sat down again, a little unsteadily, muttering to himself. And the truck? The guard asked. Call his company. Have them send someone to pick it up. It's after 6, there won't be any management there, and... Call them in the morning, then. The truck isn't going anywhere. Yes, sir. The supervisor glanced at the guard. Stay here with him until the police arrive. Yes, sir. The supervisor left. The guard sat down at the farthest table, eyeing Diogenes balefully. Mott gotta go to the head, said Diogenes. The guard sighed heavily but said nothing. Well. The guard rose, scowling. Mott look lung, take you. You gonna hold my hand while Mort take a dump, or can Mort do it by myself? The scowl deepened. It's just down the hall, second door on the right. Hurry it up. Diogenes rose with a flabby sigh and walked slowly to the lunchroom door, opened it, and staggered through, holding on to the doorknob for support. As soon as the door closed, he turned left and ran silently down a long, empty corridor past a series of fortified lunchrooms, barred doors all standing open. He ducked into the last one and yanked off the white driver's uniform, revealing a light tan shirt, which, with the dark brown pants he was wearing, gave him an uncanny resemblance to a typical Herkmore guard. He stuffed the old shirt into a trash can at the door. Continuing down the hall, he passed a lit station. He nodded to the 2 officers as he walked by. Beyond the station, he slipped a specially modified pen from his pocket, pulled off the cap, and began walking down the corridor, holding it in his hand, videotaping. He walked easily, nonchalantly, like a guard on his rounds, moving the pen this way and that, giving special attention to the placement of the security cameras and other high-tech sensing devices. At last, he ducked into a men's room headed to the second-to-last stall and closed the door. Digging into the crotch of his pants, he pulled out a small sealed plastic bag and a small roll of duct tape. He stood on the toilet, lifted a ceiling tile, and used the duct tape to affix the bag to the upper side of the tile. Then he lowered the tile back in place. Score 1 to Eli Glynn. The man had insisted the pat-down would stop as soon as the bottle of booze was discovered, and he had been right. Exiting the bathroom, Diogenes continued down the hall. Moments later, he heard an alarm go off. Not a loud one, just a high-pitched beeping. He walked to the end of the empty corridor, where he was confronted by a set of double doors with a magnetic security lock. Here he removed his wallet, took out a certain credit card, and swiped it through the door. A light turned green, and he heard the whir and click of the lock disengaging. Score another to Glynn. He quickly ducked through. He was now in a small exercise yard, empty at this late hour, with high cinder block walls on 3 sides and a chain-link fence on the other. He looked around, verifying that there was no security camera watching him. As Glynn had pointed out, even a prison as high-tech as Herkmore had to limit its cameras to the most vital areas. Diogenes strolled around the yard quickly, videotaping all the while. Then, returning the pen to his pocket, he stepped toward one wall, loosened his belt, and unzipped his pants, and removed a rolled sheet of mylar, which had been strapped to the inside of his leg. He glanced over his shoulder, then stuffed the mylar tube into a drain pipe in the corner of the yard, hooking it in place with a bent bobby pin. This accomplished, he moved to the chain-link fence, put a hand on it, pulled at it gingerly. This was the part he really wasn't looking forward to. Pulling a small pair of wire cutters from his socks, he snipped a 3-foot vertical row of the chain links directly behind one of the metal fence posts. He made sure the cut ends rejoined, the fence looking fully intact, and then he lobbed the wire cutters onto the nearest roof, where it would be a long time before they were found. He walked along the fence for 6 yards, taking a steadying breath, then another. Looking through the chain link, he could see the vague forms of the guard towers in the darkness beyond. He swallowed, rubbed his hands together, and then he hoisted himself up the chain link and began to climb. Halfway up, he saw a colored wire strip woven through the chain link. As he passed it, a shrill alarm went off in the yard. Half a dozen sodium vapor lights snapped on around him. There was an immediate response from the guard towers along the perimeter. Lights swiveled around, and in a moment they located him on the fence. He continued to climb to the top, and then, steadying himself and concealing the movement with his arm, he pulled the pen from his pocket, aimed it through the link, and began videotaping the no-man's land beyond and below him, now starkly illuminated by the lights focused on him. "You are under surveillance," came a bull-horned voice from the nearest tower. "Stop immediately." From over his shoulder, Diogenes saw 6 guards burst into the yard and run like hell toward him. He replaced the pen in his pocket and glanced along the top edge of the fence. 2 wires ran through the chain link here, one white, the other red. He grasped the red one, yanked as hard as he could. Another alarm went off. Halt! The guards had reached the bottom of the fence and were climbing up after him. He felt first one, then 2, then half a dozen hands grasping at his feet and legs. After a brief show of struggle, he let himself be dragged back down into the yard. Guns drawn, they surrounded him in a circle. "Who the hell is this?" one barked. "Who are you?" Diogenes sat up. "I met the truck driver," he said, slurring his words. "The what?" another guard said. Moat just heard about this one. He did the meat delivery, got pulled off because he was drunk. Diogenes groaned and cradled his arm. "You hurt me." "Jesus, you were right. He's drunk as a lord." "Just took one sip." "On your feet." Diogenes tried to rise, staggered. One of them caught his forearm and helped him up. There was a snicker. He thought he was going to escape. "Come on, pal." The guards escorted him back to the kitchen, where his guard was standing, red-faced, along with the supervisor. The super rounded on him. "What the hell do you think you're redoing?" Diogenes slurred his words, got lost on the way to the John, decided to blow the joint. He gave a drunken laugh. More snickers. The supervisor was not amused. "How did you get out into the yard?" "What yard?" "Outside." Moat dunno door was unlocked. Moat guess. That S impossible. Diogenes shrugged, slumped down in the chair, and promptly nodded off. "Go check the yard bone access," the supervisor snapped at one of the guards. Then he turned back to the first guard. "You stay here with him, do you understand? Don't let him go anywhere. Let him shit his pants if necessary." "Yes, sir." Thank Christ he did make it over the fence and into no man's land. "Do you know what a paperwork headache that would have caused?" "Yes, sir. Moat met sorry, sir." Diogenes noticed, to his great relief, that in the confusion and commotion, nobody noticed his shirt was a different color than before. Score 3 to Glynn. At that moment, 2 local cops came in, looking bewildered. "This the guy?" "Yeah," the guard prodded Diogenes Vekepte had his riot stick. "Wake up, asshole." Diogenes roused himself, stood up. The policeman seemed at a loss. "So what do? We gotta sign something?" The supervisor wiped his brow. "What do you do? Lock him up for drunk driving." One of the policemen removed a notebook. "Break any laws on the premises? You filing any charges?" A short silence followed, the guards glancing at each other. "No, just get him the hell out of here. After that, he the hell headache. More don't want to see him around here, ever again." He shut the notebook. "All right, we'll take him downtown, give him a breathalyzer. Come on, pal." Mortlaglung pass, Moat only took one sip. "If that's the case, you don't have much to worry about now, do you?" said the cop wearily as he led Diogenes out the door. Chapter Hymasau. Captain of Homicide Laura Hayward arrived on the scene a minute or 2 after the paramedics. She could hear the shrieks of the victim ringing down through the attic rooms, and they warmed her heart. Nobody who was going to be dead any time soon could squall that lustily. She ducked through a series of low doors until she arrived at the crime scene tape. With relief, she saw it was Sergeant Visconti and his partner, an officer named Martin. "Brief me," she said as she approached. "We were the closest team to the attack," Visconti replied. "We scared off the perp. He was bent over the victim, working him over. When he saw us approaching, he fled back into the attics." "Get a look at him." "Just a shadow." "Weapon?" "Unknown." She nodded. "We also found Lipper's wallet. Visconti gestured with his chin toward a plastic evidence box lined up with several others just outside the tape. Hayward leaned over, opened the box, but won a full battery on the wallet and everything inside: DNA, latents, trace fibers, the works, and freeze a dozen swabs of blood and a dozen of organics for future workups. Yes, Captain. Is the other guard around? Was his name Morris? Would like to talk to him. Visconti spoke into his radio, and a moment later a cop appeared at the far edge of the scene, leading the other guard. The man's comb-over was in disarray, hanging like a flap down the side of his head, and his clothes were disheveled. He stank of alcohol preservative. "You okay?" she asked, able to talk. "Might think so." His voice was high and breathy. "Did you see the attack?" "No, Mort was too far away and my back was turned." "But you must have seen or heard something in the moments before it occurred." Morris struggled to concentrate. "Well, there was this screaming like an animal, and breaking glass. Then something came rushing out from the darkness." His voice trailed off. "Something? It wasn't a person?" Morris' eyes slid from side to side. It was just like a screaming, rushing shape. Hayward turned to another of the officers. "Take Mr. Morris downstairs, and have Detective Sergeant Whittier question him further." "Yes, Captain." Two EMTs came into view from behind a mountain of stacked boxes, pushing a stretcher with an enormous groaning mound on top. "What's his state?" she asked. "Lacerated with what looks like a crude knife or maybe a claw." "Claw?" The technician shrugged. "Some of the cuts are pretty ragged. Luckily, none of them reached vital organs, advantage to being fat. Some blood loss, shock he recover." "Can he talk?" "You're welcome to give it a shot," said an EMT. "He's been sedated." Hayward leaned over. The guard's damp, bulging face stared at the ceiling. The smell of liquor, formaldehyde, and dead fish assaulted her nostrils. She spoke gently. "Wilson Bulk?" His eyes flickered toward her, away again. "Mort'd like to ask you a few questions." No clear response. "Mr. Bulk, did you see your attacker?" The eyes gyrated in their sockets, and his wet mouth opened. The face. What face? What did it look like? Twisted. Oh, God. He groaned, mumbled something unintelligible. "Can you be more specific, sir? Male or female?" A whimper, a brief shake of the head. "One, or more than one?" "One," came the croaked reply. Hayward looked at the EMT. He shrugged. She turned, gestured to a detective waiting nearby. "Stay with him on the way to the hospital. If he becomes more coherent, get a complete description of his attacker. Motvei kepa note to know what we re-up against." "Yes, Captain." She straightened up, looked around at the small group of police. "Whoever or whatever this is, we've got it cornered. Want us to go in now?" "Shouldn't we call for a SWAT team?" said Visconti. "It would take hours before a SWAT team could gear up and get over here. And their rules of engagement are so ponderous. They'd slow everything down. There was fresh blood on that wallet. There's a chance Lipper might still be alive, and a hostage." She looked around. "Might want you three to come with me. Sergeant Visconti, Officer Martin, and Detective Sergeant O'Connor." There was a silence. The three officers exchanged glances. "Is there a problem? It's 4 against 1. More hesitant looks. She sighed. "Donna tell me you boys have bought into the rumors the museum guards are spreading. What? You think we're going to get jammed up by a mummy?" Visconti colored, and by way of answer removed his weapon and gave it a quick check. The others followed suit. "Turn off your radios, cell phones, pagers, everything. But don't want to be creeping up on the perp and suddenly hear Beethoven's Fifth coming from your BlackBerry." They nodded. Hayward took out a photocopy she'd requested of the attic layout of the museum and pressed it flat on a box. "This section of the attic is divided into 16 narrow rooms, here divided into 2 long lines under parallel roofs with a connecting passage at the far end. Think of it as a U. Besides the stairway down, there is only one possible escape route. A rooftop accessible through this row of windows. Here Mort already had it covered. The skylights are supposed to be barred, which means the only way for the killer to escape is through us." "He is cornered." She paused, looked at them each in turn. "We advance in pairs. Quick observation of each room and retreat, then move and cover. Mutluglunk partner with O'Connor. Martin, you and Visconti stay a half room behind. Don't overcommit. And remember..." We got to proceed under the assumption, the hope, that Lipper's still alive and being held hostage. We can to risk killing him. Only if you have verification that Lipper's already wasted can you use deadly force, and then only if absolutely necessary. Are we clear on this? They all nodded. Mort Luglunk lead. When none of the three protested or made the usual faux gallant comments about its being a job for a man, Hayward took it as a sign that women were finally being accepted in the force, or maybe the three were just scared silent. They stepped carefully through the crime scene, Hayward leading, O'Connor at her heels. The floor was smeared Vekeptehat blood, and a shelf of specimen jars lay where it had fallen, shards of glass and the broken putrid remains of eels scattered in puddles of foul-smelling preservative. They moved past the guard at the far end of the crime scene and into the next room of the attic. The temporary lights set up around the crime scene were fainter here, cloaking the room in near darkness. Hayward and O'Connor moved to either side of the doorway. She gave a quick peek inside, ducked back, nodded to O'Connor, then proceeded. Empty. More shelves had been thrown over, the glass littering the floor, filling the room with the choking stench of preservative. These jars seemed to have been filled with small rodents. A pile of papers had been dashed about, and numerous stored objects flung helter-skelter. It reminded her in a way of the preliminary autopsy report on DeMeo. The killer had rooted about haphazardly among his internal organs, ripping and pulling stuff out with a kind of crazy, disorganized violence. A sick kind of vandalism. She crept up to the next door, waited until the others were in position, ducked around for a visual. Another room like the previous, completely trashed. One of the dingy skylights had been broken, but the bars above it were still intact. No escape that way. She froze, suddenly listening. A faint sound was echoing back from the dark attics beyond. "Hush," she whispered. "Hear that?" It was a strange kind of stumbling, limping gait. A dragging sound followed by an unsettling thump, drog thump, drog thump. Hayward moved into the next room, almost pitch dark now. Pulling out her flashlight, she used it to illuminate the dark corners. The room contained thousands of plaster faces, death masks, staring at them from every square foot of wall surface. Some of the masks showed signs of recent damage. Someone, apparently the killer, had slashed at the masks, gouging out their eyes, leaving smears of blood everywhere. The lights were off in the next room. Crouching beside the door frame of the next room, Hayward gestured for the men behind to stay put. She leaned forward, listening intently. The strange sound had ceased. The killer was waiting, listening. She sensed, rather than knew, that he was near, very near. She could feel the level of tension within their little group rising. Better to keep going, the less thinking the better. Hayward ducked forward, swept the room with her flashlight, then ducked back again as quickly as she could. Something was crouching in the middle of the next room. Naked, bestial, bloody, but definitely human, and surprisingly small and thin. She gestured to the others, held one finger upward, then rotated it slowly toward the doorway. One perp in the room beyond. There was a tense moment as they gathered themselves, and then Hayward spoke in a firm, clear voice. "Police officers, do not move. We rearmed and we've got you covered. Walk to the doorway with your hands up." She heard a scrambling noise, a thumping and banging like a beast shambling on all fours. "He's running." Gun drawn, Hayward ducked around the corner just in time to see a dark figure scuttle into the darkness of the room beyond. This was followed by a tremendous crash. "Let's go." She ran across the room to the far doorway, paused, gave a quick look into the next with the flashlight. There was no sign of the figure, but there were plenty of nooks and crannies where the killer could hide. Again, they charged into the next room, immediately spreading out and taking cover. This was the largest attic room yet, filled with gray metal shelves tightly packed with jars. In each jar resided a single staring eye the size of a cantaloupe, roots dangling like tentacles. One shelf of jars had been thrown to the ground, and the eyeballs lay ruptured, oozing jelly amid the glass and preservative. A quick search disclosed the room was empty. Hayward gathered the team. "Slowly but surely," she said, "we were driving him into a corner. Remember that people, like animals, get progressively more dangerous as they become cornered." Nods all around. She glanced around. The whale eyeball collection, it seems. A few nervous, steadying laughs. Okay, we Luglung take it one room at a time. No hurry. Hayward moved to the edge of the next door, listened, then ducked her head around, flashed the light. Nothing. As they moved into the room, Hayward heard a sudden rending scream from beyond the far doorway, followed by the tremendous crash of glass and the sound of running liquid. The men jumped as if they'd been shot. A strong odor of ethyl alcohol drifted back. That stuff is flammable, Hayward said. If he has got a match, get ready to run. She moved forward, raking the next room beyond with her flashlight. Mort, see it, O'Connor cried. Drog thump! A shriek like a banshee, and then a dark figure, scuttling sideways but with horrifying single-mindedness, came rushing at them, gray flint knife raised in a fisted hand. Hayward jumped back as it crossed the threshold, knife slashing the air. Police, she called out. Drop your weapon. But the figure paid no heed, shambling crab-like at them, knife still slashing the air. On to shoot, Hayward cried. Mace him. She dodged the figure, drawing it around, while the other 3 cops flanked it on both sides, holstering their guns and pulling out their riot sticks and mace. Visconti jumped forward and massed the attacker, and he howled like a demon, spinning and whipping the stone knife around blindly. Hayward deftly stepped in and gave a sharp, plunging kick to the inside of one leg, sending him sprawling. A second kick sent the knife skittering across the floor. Cuff him. But Visconti had already sprung into action, slapping the cuffs on one wrist, and then, with the help of O'Connor, wrestling the other flailing arm down and cuffing it as well. He screamed and bucked maniacally. Do his ankles, Hayward ordered. A minute later, the perp lay on his stomach, still pinned, writhing and shrieking in a voice so high it cut the air like a scalpel. Get the EMTs in here, Hayward said. We need a sedative. Most suspects, when cuffed hand and foot and pinned to the floor, settled down. Not this one. He continued to writhe and scream, twisting, rolling, thrashing about, and small as he was, it was all that Hayward and the cops could do to hold him down. Must be on angel dust, said one of the cops. Mort never seen angel dust do this. A minute later, an EMT arrived and plunged a needle into the shrieking man's buttock. A few moments later, he began to quiet down. Hayward got up and dusted herself off. Jesus, said O'Connor. Looks like he has taken a shower in gore. Yeah, and it's a gun off in this heat. He stinks. Fucker's naked, too. Hayward stepped back. The perp was still lying on his stomach, face pressed to the floor by Visconti, whimpering and quivering in an unsuccessful attempt to fight off the sedative. She bent down. Where's Lipper? She asked him. What did you do to him? More whimpering. Turn him over. Want to see his face. Visconti complied. The man's face and hair were caked with dried blood and offal. He was grimacing strangely, his face seized by tics. Clean him up. The EMT broke out a pack of sterile gauze wipes and cleaned up his face. Oh, Christ, Visconti said involuntarily. Hayward merely stared. She could barely believe her eyes. The killer was J. Lipper. Chapter Jaime Bay. Spencer Coffey settled himself in a chair in Warden Imhoff's office, impatiently flicking his trouser crease. Imhoff sat behind his desk, looking much as he had during the first meeting, cool and neat with the same blow-dried helmet of light brown hair on his head. Nevertheless, Coffey could see the uneasy, perhaps even defensive look in his eye. Special Agent Rabiner remained standing, arms crossed, leaning against the wall. Coffey let a strained silence build in the office before speaking. Mr. Imhoff, he began, you promised you would take care of this personally. As Mort have, said Imhoff in a coldly neutral voice. Coffey leaned back. S.A. Rabiner and Moot have just come from an interview with the prisoner. Moot met. Sorry to say there's been no progress, none, in teaching him the value of respect. Now, Moot told you earlier, Moot wasn't really interested in how you accomplished the task we set for you, that Mott was only interested in results. Whatever you're doing, it isn't working. The prisoner, it's the same cocky, arrogant bastard who first walked in here, refused to answer questions, insolent as well. When Mott asked him how he was enjoying solitary confinement, he said Mott rather prefer it. Prefer it to what? Being mixed in with former clients is how he put it, the sarcastic bastard really emphasizing the point that he didn't want to be mixed with the general prison population. He is as unrepentant and combative as ever. Agent Coffey, sometimes these things take time. Which is exactly what we done have, Mr. Imhoff. We've got a second bail hearing coming up, and Pendergast going to have a day in court. We can keep him from his lawyer only so long. Won't need him broken by then. Won't need a confession. What he didn't add were the growing problems they were having nailing. Deove kepno some of the evidence. That would make the bail hearing very tricky, whereas a confession would make it all so nice and clean. As I said, it takes time. Coffee took a breath, remembering Imhoff's particular buttons. A little carrot, a little stick. Meanwhile, our man is down there bad-mouthing you and Herkmore to all who will listen. Guards, staff, everyone. And he's an eloquent bastard, Imhoff. The warden remained silent, but Coffee noticed, with satisfaction, a slight twitching at one corner of his mouth, and yet the man made no move to suggest stronger measures. Maybe there weren't any stronger measures? And that's when the idea came to him. The masterstroke. It was the former client's phrase that did it, so Pendergast was afraid of being mixed up vacape, former client? Mr. Imhoff, he said, but quietly, as if to disguise the freshness of his brainstorm. Is that computer on your desk linked to the Department of Justice database? Naturally. Well then, let's check up on some of these former clients. Mort don't understand. Access Pendergast's arrest records. Run them against your current prison population. See if you can find any matches. You mean see if any of the perps Pendergast arrested are currently in Herkmore? That's the idea, yes. Coffee glanced over his shoulder at Rabiner. The agent had a wolfish smirk on his face. Boss won't like the way you think, he said. Imhoff pulled the keyboard toward him and began typing. Then he stared at the screen for a long moment while Coffee waited in growing impatience. Strange, Imhoff said. Pendergast's callers seem to have suffered a rather high mortality rate. Most never made it to trial. Surely there have to be some live ones who made it through the legal system and ended up in prison. More typing. Then Imhoff leaned back from the monitor. There are 2 currently residing in Herkmore. Coffee looked at him sharply. Tell me about them. One is named Albert Chichester. Go on. He's a serial killer. Coffee rubbed his hands together, glanced again at Rabiner. Poisoned 12 people in the nursing home where he was employed. Imhoff went on. Male nurse, 73 years old. As quickly as it had come, Coffee's exhilaration fell away, he said. There was a brief silence. What about the other one? S.A. Rabiner asked. A serious felon named Carlos Lacara. They call him El Pocho. Lacara, Coffee repeated. Imhoff nodded. Former drug kingpin. Real hard case. Worked his way up through East L.A. street gangs and then came east. Took over much of the Hudson County and Newark enforcement action. Yeah. Tortured a whole family to death, including 3 kids. Revenge for a deal gone bad. Says here Pendergast was the S.A. in charge on that one. Funny day they don't remember that. What's Lacara? Let's record here. Leads a gang in here known as the Broken Teeth. A major pain in the rear for our guards. The Broken Teeth, Coffee murmured. The exhilaration was quickly returning. Now tell me, Mr. Imhoff, where does this Pocho Lacara currently enjoy his exercise privileges? Yardbone. And what would happen if you transferred Agent Pendergast to, Yardbone for his daily exercise period? Imhoff frowned. If Lacara recognized him, it would be ugly, or even if he didn't. How so? Lacara, well, there isn't a delicate way of putting it. He likes a white boy for his bitch. Coffee thought for a moment. I see. Please give the order at once. Imhoff's frown deepened. Agent Coffee, that's a rather extreme step. Moat met, afraid our man has left us with no choice. Seen hard cases in my time. Moat seen sullen impudence before, but nothing like this. The way he disrespects the legal process this prison, and you in particular, is shocking. It really is. Imhoff drew in a breath. Coffee noticed with satisfaction that the man's nostrils flared briefly. Stick him in there, Imhoff, Coffee said quietly. Stick him in there, but keep an eye on the situation. Extract him if things get out of hand, but don't extract him too soon, if you get my meaning. If something does happen, there could be fallout. Moat Luklung need you to back me up. You can count on me, Imhoff. Moat met behind you, in all the way. And with that, Coffee turned, nodded to the still grinning Rabiner, and left the office. Chapter Haimitam. Captain of Homicide Laura Hayward sat at her desk, gazing at the storm of paperwork in front of her. She hated disorder, she hated mess, she hated unsquared papers and shabby piles. And yet it seemed no matter how much she sorted and squared and organized, it ended up this way, the desk a physical manifestation of the disorder and frustration within her own mind. By rights, she should be typing up a report on the murder of DeMeo, yet she felt paralyzed. It was damned hard to work on open cases when you felt you'd royally screwed up on a previous one, that maybe an innocent, or mostly innocent, man was in prison unjustly charged with a crime that carried a potential death sentence. She made another enormous effort to impose order on her mind. She had always organized her thoughts in lists. She was forever making lists nested within lists within lists. And she was finding it difficult to move forward with her other cases, while the Pendergast case remained unresolved in her mind. She sighed, focused, and began again. 1. A possibly innocent man was in prison, charged with a capital crime. 2. His brother, long thought dead, had resurfaced, kidnapped a woman with apparently no connection to anything, stolen the world's most valuable diamond collection, and then destroyed it. Why? 3. A knock on the door interrupted her. Hayward had asked her secretary to make sure she was not disturbed, and she struggled with a momentary anger that shocked her with its intensity. She brought herself back under control and said coldly, "Come in." The door opened slowly, tentatively, and there stood Vincent Diogenes. There was a brief moment of frozen stasis. Laura Diogenes began, then he fell silent. She maintained an utter coolness even as she felt the color mounting in her face. For a moment she could think of nothing to say except please sit down. She watched him enter the office and take a seat, crushing with ruthless efficiency the emotions that welled up inside her. He was surprisingly trim and reasonably well-dressed in a suit and a $20 sidewalk tie, his thinning hair combed back. The moment of awkward silence lengthened. "So how's everything?" Diogenes asked. "Fine. You?" "My disciplinary trial is scheduled for early April." "Good." "Good? If they find me guilty, there goes my career, pension, benefits, everything." "Moat meant it will be good to have it over with," she said tersely. "Is that what he'd come here to do? Complain?" She waited for him to get to the point. "Look, Laura, first, I just want to tell you something." "Which is?" She could see him struggling. "Moat met sorry," he said. "Moat met really sorry. Moat know Moat hurt you. Moat know you think Moat treated you like dirt. Moat wish Moat knew how to make it up." Hayward waited. "At the time, I thought, Moat really thought, Moat was doing the right thing, trying to protect you, keep you safe from Diogenes. I thought that by moving out Moat could keep the heat off you. Moat didn't figure on how it would look to you. Moat was winging it. Things were happening fast and Moat didn't have time to work everything out. But Moat had plenty of time to think about it since have cannot. Ove kept that Moat looked like a cold bastard, walking out on you with no explanation. It must have seemed like Ma didn't trust you. But that wasn't it at all." He hesitated, chewing his lip as if working up to something. "Listen," he began again. "Moat really want us to get back together. Moat still care about you. No, we can work this out." His voice trailed off miserably. Hayward waited him out. "Anyway, Moat just wanted to say Moat met sorry." "Consider it said." Another excruciating silence. "Is there anything else?" Hayward asked. Augusta shifted uncomfortably. Slats of sunlight came in through the blinds, striping his suit. "Well, Mort heard—" "What did you hear?" "That you were still looking into the Pendergast case." "Really?" she said coolly. "Yeah, from a guy works for Singleton." He shifted again. "When Mort heard that, it gave me hope. Hope that maybe Mort could still help you. There are things that Mort didn't tell you before, things that Mort felt sure you wouldn't believe. But if you were really still on the case after all that has happened, well, Mort thought maybe you should hear some of these things too. You know, give you as much ammunition as possible." Hayward kept her face neutral, not willing to give him anything but a thunderous silence. He was looking older, a little drawn, but his clothes were new, and his shirt was well ironed. She wondered briefly and searingly who was taking care of him. Finally, she said, "The case is settled." "Officially, yeah. But this friend said that you were— Ma don't know what you heard, and Ma don't give a damn. You should know better than to listen to departmental gossip from so-called friends. But, Laura—" "Refer to me as Captain Hayward, please." Another silence. "Look, this whole thing, the killings, the diamond theft, the kidnapping, was all orchestrated by Diogenes. All of it. It was his master plan. He played everyone like a violin. He murdered those people, then framed Pendergast for it. He stole the diamonds, kidnapped Viola Mascaline. You've told me all this before. Yes, but here's something you don't know, something that never told you. Hayward felt a rush of anger that almost overwhelmed her icy control. Lieutenant Diogenes don't appreciate hearing that you've continued to withhold information from me. What day not mean it that what can no ove cape exactly what you meant. Listen, damn it. The reason Viola Mascaline was kidnapped is that she and Pendergast, well, they in love. Oh, please. Moat was there when they met on the island of Caprea last year. He interviewed her as part of the investigation into Bullard and the lost Stradivarius. When they met, Moat could see this connection between them. Diogenes somehow learned of it. They've been seeing a they had other. Not exactly, but Diogenes lured her here using Pendergast's name. Funny she never mentioned that during her debriefing. She was trying to protect Pendergast and herself. If it got out that they had a thing for each other, from one brief meeting on an island. Diogenes nodded. That's right. Agent Pendergast and Lady Mascaline in love. We can't speak 100% about the strength of Pendergast's feelings. But as for Mascaline, yeah, I'm convinced. And how did Diogenes discover this touching bit of sentiment? There's only one possibility. While Diogenes was nursing Pendergast back to health in Italy after rescuing him from Count Fosco's castle, Pendergast was delirious. He probably said something so, you see. Diogenes kidnapped Viola to ensure that Pendergast was maximally distracted at precisely the moment he undertook the diamond heist. Diogenes fell silent. Hayward took the time for a long breath and another effort at control. This, she said quietly, is a story straight out of a romance novel. This isn't the way things happen in real life. What happened with us wasn't all that different. What happened with us was a mistake Moat met trying to forget. Listen, please, Laura. Call me Laura again, and Moat Leglung have you escorted out of the building. Diogenes winced. There's something else you ought to know. Have you heard of the forensic profiling firm of Effective Engineering Solutions, down on Little Westmore High Street, run by an Eli Glynn? Mort been spending most of my time down there recently, moonlighting. Never heard of it, and Mort know all the legitimate forensic profilers. Well, they more of an engineering firm, and they pretty secretive, but they recently did a forensic profile of Diogenes. It backs up everything Morph told you about him. A forensic profile at whose request? Agent Pendergast's. That inspires confidence, she said sarcastically. The profile indicated that Diogenes isn't through. Isn't through. All of what he's done so far, the killings, the kidnapping, the diamond theft, has been leading up to something else, something bigger, maybe much bigger. Such as, we don't know. Hayward picked up some files and squared them on the desk with a crack. That's quite a story. Diogenes began to get angry. It's not a story, look. This is Vinny you were talking to, Loris. It's me. That's it. Hayward pressed an intercom button. Fred, please come to my office and escort Lieutenant Diogenes off the premises. On to do this, Laura. She turned to him, finally losing it. Yes, Moat will do it. You lied to me, played me for a fool. Moat was willing to offer you anything, everything, and you... And Moat, I'm so very sorry. God, if only Moat could turn back the clock, do things differently. Moat tried my best. Tried to balance my loyalty to Pendergast with my loyalty to you. Moat screwed up a wonderful thing. And Moat believed that what we had is worth saving. Moat want your forgiveness. The door was opened by a police sergeant. Lieutenant, he said. Diogenes rose, turned, and exited without even a look back. The sergeant shut the door, leaving Hayward behind her, heaped up desk, silent and trembling, looking at the mess but seeing nothing, nothing at all. Chapter Heimachine. A dark, chill night had fallen over the restless streets of Upper Manhattan, but even on the brightest noon, no sunlight ever penetrated the library of Tamchamchinmimot Riverside Drive. Metal shutters were closed and fastened over mullioned windows, and drapes of rich brocade hid the shutters in their turn. The room was lit only by fire, the glow of candelabra, the flicker of embers dying on the wide grate. Constance sat in a wing chair of burnished leather. She was very erect, as if at attention, or perhaps poised for flight. She was looking tensely at the other occupant of the room, Diogenes Pendergast, who sat on the couch across from her, a book of Russian poetry in his hands. He spoke softly, his voice as liquid as honey, the warm cadence of the Deep South strangely appropriate to the flow of the Russian. He finished, then laid the book down and looked over at Constance. Heart's memory of sun grows fainter. Sallow is the grass. He laughed quietly. Akhmatova. No one else ever wrote about sorrow with the kind of astringent elegance she did. There was a short silence. Don't read Russian, Constance replied at last. A beautiful poetic language, Constance. It's a shame, because what sense hearing Akhmatova speak of her sorrow in her own tongue would help you bear your own. She frowned, Mort bear no sorrow. Diogenes raised his eyebrows and laid the book aside. Please, child, he said quietly. This is Diogenes. With others you may put up a brave front, but ve kepatehat. There's no reason to hide anything. But know you we are so very alike. Alike? Constance laughed bitterly. You re a criminal, and me, you know ove, kept nothing about me. But know a great deal, Constance, he said, voice still quiet. You are unique like me. We are alone. Mort know you've been blessed and cursed with a strange and terrible burden. How many would wish for such a gift as you were given by my great uncle Antoine? And yet how few could understand what it would be like. Not liberation, not at all so many years of childhood, and yet to be deprived of being a child. He looked at her, the fire illuminating his strange bicolored eyes. Mote have told you. Mote, too, was denied a childhood, thanks to my brother and his obsessive hatred of me. Immediately a protest rose to Constance's lips, but this time she suppressed it. She could feel the white mouse shifting in her pocket, contentedly curling himself up for a nap. Unconsciously, she moved a hand over the pocket, stroking it with slender fingers. But Morph already spoken to you about those years, about my treatment at his hands. A glass of pastis sat at his right hand. He had helped himself from the sideboard earlier, and now he took a slow, thoughtful sip. Has my brother communicated with you? He asked. How can he? You know where he is. You put him there. Others in similar situations find ways to get word to those they care about. Perhaps he doesn't want to cause me further discomfort. Her voice fell as she spoke. Her eyes dropped to her fingers, still absently stroking the sleeping mouse, then rose again to look at Diogenes' calm, handsome face. As Mot was saying, he went on after a pause. There is Ma'u Sehat else we share. Constance said nothing, stroking the mouse. And much that Moat can teach you. Once again she summoned a tart retort. Once again it remained unvoiced. What could you possibly teach me? She replied instead. Diogenes broke into a gentle smile. Your life, not to put too fine a term to it, is dull, even stultifying. You read trapped in this dark house a prisoner, why? Aren't you a living woman? Shouldn't you be allowed to make your own decisions, to come and go as you please? Yet you've been forced to live in the past, and now you live for others who only take care of you through guilt or shame, Wren Proctor. That busybody policeman Diogenes. They were your jailers. They don't love you. Aloysius does. A sad smile creased Diogenes' face. You think my brother is capable of love? Tell me, has he ever told you he loved you? He doesn't have to. What evidence do you have that he loves you? Constance wanted to answer, but she felt herself coloring in confusion. Diogenes waved a hand as if to imply his point was made. And yet you don't have to live this way. There's a huge, exciting world out there. Mort could show you how to turn your amazing erudition, your formidable talents, toward pleasing yourself. Hearing this, Constance felt her heart accelerate, despite her best intentions. The hand stroking the mouse paused. You must live not only for the mind, but for the senses. You have a body as well as a spirit. Don't let that odious Wren jail you with his daily babysitting. Don't crush yourself any longer. Live, travel, love, speak the languages you've learned, experience the world directly, and not through the musty pages of a book. Live in color, not black and white. Constance listened intently, feeling her confusion mount. The fact was, she felt she knew so little of the world. Nothing, in fact. Her entire life had been a prelude to what? Speaking of color, note the ceiling of this room. What color is it? Constance glanced up at the library ceiling, Wedgwood blue. Was it always that color? No, Aloysius had it repainted during the repairs. How long do you suppose it took him to pick that color? Not long, Mote imagine. Interior decorating is not his forte. Diogenes smiled. Precisely. No doubt he made the decision with all the passion of an accountant, selecting an itemization. Such an important decision, made so flippantly. But this is the room you spend most of your time in, isn't it? Very revealing of his attitude toward you, don't you think? More to understand. Diogenes leaned forward. Perhaps you will understand if Mote tell you how Mote choose color. In my house, my real house, the one that is important to me, I have a library like this. At first Mote thought of draping it in blue, and yet after some consideration and experimentation, Mote realized blue takes on an almost greenish tint in candlelight, which is the only light in that room after the sun has set. Further examination revealed that a dark blue, such as indigo or cobalt, appears black in such light. If pale blue, it fades to gray. If rich, like turquoise, it becomes heavy and cold. Clearly blue, though my first preference, would not work. The various pearl grays, my second choice, were also unacceptable. They lose their bluish gloss and are transformed into a dead, dusky white. Dark greens react like dark blues and turn almost black, so at length Mort settled on a light summery green. In shimmering candlelight, it gives the dreamy, languorous effect of being underwater. He hesitated. Mote lived near the sea. Mote can sit in that room, all lights and candles extinguished, listening to the roar of the surf, and Mote become a pearl diver within and as one with the lime-green waters of the Sargasso Sea. It is the most beautiful library in the world, Constance. He fell silent for a moment as if in contemplation. Then he leaned forward and smiled. And do you know what? What? She managed to say. You would love that library. Constance swallowed, unable to formulate a response. He glanced at her. The presents Mort brought you last time. The books, the other items, have you opened them? Constance nodded. Good. They will show you there are other universes out there, perfumed universes, full of wonder and delight, ready to be enjoyed. Monte Carlo, Venice, Paris, Vienna, or if you prefer, Kathmandu, Cairo, Machu Picchu. Diogenes waved his hand around the walls of leather-bound books. Look at the volumes you re-surrounded by: Bunyan, Milton, Bacon, Virgil, sober-sided moralists all. Can an orchid flower if you water it with quinine? He stroked the copy of Akhmatova. That is why Mote been reading you poetry this evening, to help you see that these shadows you surround yourself with need not be merely monochrome. He picked up another slender volume from the pile beside him. Have you ever read Theodore Roethke? Constance shook her head. Ah, then you are about to experience a most delicious undiscovered pleasure. He opened the book, selected a page, and began. Mote think the dead are tender. Shall we kiss? Listening, Constance suddenly felt a strange feeling blossom deep within her. Something faintly grasped at in fleeting dreams and yet still unknown. Something rich and forbidden. We sing together, we sing mouth to mouth. She rose abruptly from the chair. The mouse in her frock pocket righted itself in surprise. It's later than Mort realized, she said in a trembling voice. Mort think you had better leave. Diogenes glanced at her mildly. Then he closed the book with perfect ease and rose. Yes, that would be best, he said. The scolding wren will be in shortly. It would not do for him to find me here, or your other jailers, Diogenes and Proctor. Constance felt herself flush and immediately hated herself for it. Diogenes nodded toward the couch. Mote le Glunk leave these other volumes for you as well, he said. Good night, dear Constance. Then he stepped forward and, before she could react, inclined his head, took her hand, and raised it to his lips. The gesture was executed with perfect formality and the best of breeding. Yet there was something in the way his lips lingered just out of contact with her fingers, something in the warm breath on her skin, that made Constance curl inwardly with unease. And then he was gone, suddenly, wordlessly, leaving the library empty and silent, save for the low crackle of the fire. For a moment she remained motionless, aware of her own quickened breathing. He had left nothing of himself behind. No trace of his scent, nothing, save for the small stack of books on the couch. She came forward and picked up the top volume. It was exquisitely bound in silk, with gilt edging and hand-marbled end papers. She turned it over in her hands, feeling the delicious suppleness of the material. Then, quite suddenly, she placed it back on the pile, picked up the half-finished glass of pastis, and exited the library. Making her way into the back parts of the house, she entered the service kitchen, where she rinsed and dried the glass. Then she returned to the central stairway. The old mansion was silent. Proctor was out, as he had been so frequently on recent nights, assisting Eli Glynn in his plans. Diogenes had looked in earlier, but only to make sure the house was secure, and had left again almost immediately. And scolding Wren was, as always at this hour, at the New York Public Library. His tiresome self-imposed babysitting duties were thankfully confined to the daylight hours. There was no point in checking to see whether the front door was still locked. She knew it would be. Now slowly she ascended the stairs to her suite of rooms on the third floor. Gently removing the white mouse from her pocket, she placed him in his cage. She slipped out of her frock and undergarments and folded them neatly. Normally, she would have gone through her evening ablutions next, donned a nightgown, and read in the chair beside her bed for an hour or so before retiring. At present, she was working her way through Johnson Ass Rambler essays. But not tonight. Tonight she drifted into her bathroom and filled the oversized marble bath with hot water. Then she turned to a beautifully papered gift box, resting on a brass server nearby. Inside the box were a dozen small glass bottles from a Parisian manufacturer of Béate hot oils, a gift from Diogenes on his last visit. Selecting one, she poured the contents into the water. The heady scent of lavender and patchouli perfumed the air. Constance walked over to the full-length mirror and regarded her nude form for a long moment, sliding her hands over her sides, along her smooth belly. Then, turning away, she slipped into the bath. This had been Diogenes' fourth visit. Before, he had often spoken of his brother and made several allusions to a particular event. Diogenes seemed to speak the word with a special emphasis, an event of such horror that he could not bring himself to talk of it, except to say it had left him blind in one eye. He had also described how his brother had gone out of his way to poison others against him, herself in particular, by telling lies and insinuations, making him out to be evil incarnate. At first, she had objected vehemently to that kind of talk. It was a perversion of the truth, she'd had protested, teased out now for some twisted end of his own. But he had been so calm in the face of her anger, so reasonable and persuasive in his rebuttals, that despite herself, she had grown confused. It was true that Pendergast was remote and aloof at times, but that was just his way. Wasn't it, and wasn't it true? The reason he'd never contacted her from prison was to simply spare her additional anxiety. She loved him silently from afar, a love he never seemed to return or acknowledge. It would have meant so much to have heard from him. Could there be some truth to Diogenes' stories? Her head told her he was untrustworthy, a thief, perhaps a sadistic killer, but her heart told her differently. He seemed so understanding, so vulnerable, so kind. He had even shown her evidence, documents, old photographs, that seemed to undercut many of the things Aloysius had told her about him, but he hadn't denied everything. He had also accepted a share of blame, admitted to being a less-than-perfect brother, a deeply flawed human being. Everything was so confused. Constance had always trusted her head, her intellect, even though, in many ways, she knew her mind was fragile and capable of betraying her. And yet now it was her heart that spoke the loudest. She wondered if Diogenes was telling the truth when he said he understood her, because at some deep level she had yet to plumb, she believed him. She felt a connection. Most important, she was beginning to understand him as well. At last she rose from the bath, dried herself, and completed her preparations for bed. She chose to wear not one of her cotton nightgowns, but rather one of finely milled silk that lay, unworn and half forgotten, at the bottom of a drawer. Then she slipped into bed, propped up her down pillows, and opened the collection of Rambler essays. The words all ran together without meaning, and she grew restless. She flipped ahead to the next essay, scanned its stentorian opening, then closed the book. Getting out of bed again, she walked over to a heavy Duncan Fife armoire and opened it. Inside was a velvet-lined box containing a small collection of octavo books. Diogenes had brought on his last visit. She carried the box back to bed and sorted through its contents. They were books she had heard about but never read, books that had never been a part of Enoch Leng's extensive library. The Satyricon of Petronius, Huysmans' Saurabur, Oscar Wilde's Letters to Lord Alfred Douglas, the love poetry of Sappho, Boccaccio's Decameron. Decadence, opulence, and passionate love clung to these pages like musk. Constance dipped into one and then another. At first gingerly, then curiously, then with something like hunger, reading late into the restless night. Chapter Ba Mui. Jerry Fecteau found a sunny spot on the walkway overlooking Yard Bone and snugged up the zipper of his guard's jacket. A late winter light filtered down from a whiskey sky, not strong enough to melt the patches of dirty snow that still edged the yards and building corners. From where he stood, he had a good view of the yard. He glanced over at his partner, Doyle, placed strategically at the other corner. The nature of their assignment had not been explained to them, not even hinted at. In fact, they had been given only one order: watch the yard from above, but Fecteau had been around long enough to read between the lines. The mystery prisoner still in solitary had been given yard privileges for good behavior, in Yard Bone, obligatory yard privileges, with Pocho and his gang. Fecteau knew very well what was going to happen to the prisoner, who was about as white as a white man could get, when he was turned out in Yard Bone with Lacara and his thugs. And watching the yard from the walkway above, like he was doing, it would take a couple of minutes at least to get down to the yard if any trouble erupted. There was only one reason for an order like that. The drummer hadn't worked. For some inexplicable reason, he'd actually grown quiet, and now they were on to something new. He licked his lips and scanned the empty yard, the basketball hoop with no net, the parallel bars, the quarter-acre of asphalt. 5 minutes until the exercise hour. Fecteau was exactly thrilled with the assignment. If anybody got killed, it would be his ass. And he sure didn't relish the thought of pulling Lacara off someone. On the other hand, another part of him relished the thought of violence. His heart rate accelerated with anticipation and apprehension. At the appointed time to the second, he heard the bolts shoot back, and the double doors to the yard opened. 2 guards stepped into the weak sunlight, hooked the doors open, and stood on either side while Pocho ambled out. Always first, his eyes squinting around the cement yard, stroking the tuft of hair under his lip. He was wearing the standard prison jumpsuit, no coat despite the winter temperature. He turned as he walked, twisting the tuft of hair, muscles rippling under his sleeves. His shaved head gleamed dully in the weak light and across his face, making his old acne scars look like lunar craters. Lacara sauntered into the center of the yard as the 6 other inmates filed out after him, heading off in different directions, striking casual poses as they looked around, chewing gum, walking aimlessly across the tarmac. One guard tossed out a basketball which bounced toward one of the men. He flipped it up with his foot, caught it, then began bouncing it idly. A moment later, the new prisoner stepped out, tall and straight. He paused just beyond the threshold, looking around with a degree of casualness that made Fecteau tingle. The poor guy hadn't a clue. Pocho and his boys didn't even seem to notice the newcomer, except that they all stopped chewing, but only for an instant. The ball continued its steady bounce, like the slow beating of a drum. Boom. It was as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. The mystery prisoner began to walk along the cinder block wall of the yard. As he walked, he looked about, face neutral, his moves easy and smooth. The others followed him with their eyes. The yard was enclosed on 3 sides by the cement walls of Herkmore, with chain link topped by concertina wire forming the 4th barrier at the far end. The prisoner walked alongside the wall until he came to the chain link, then turned to follow the line of the fence, staring out through it as he walked. Prisoners, Fecteau had noticed, always looked out or up, never back in toward the grim building. A guard tower dominated the middle distance, and beyond that the tops of the trees rose above the prisonous outer wall. One of the delivery guards looked up, caught Fecteau's eye, and shrugged as if to say, "What's going on?" Fecteau shrugged back and signaled them to leave, that the transfer of prisoners to the yard was good. The 2 disappeared back into the building, shutting the doors behind them. Fecteau raised the radio to his lips and spoke in a low tone. "You reading me, Doyle?" Mort read you. "You thinking what Mort met thinking?" "Yup. We better be ready to run down there and break things up." 10-4. They waited. The sound of the bouncing ball continued steadily. Nobody moved except the mystery prisoner, who continued his slow perambulation along the fence. "Bomb, bomb, bomb," went the ball. Doyle's voice crackled over the radio again. "Hey, Jerry, this remind you of anything?" "Like what?" "You remember the opening scene of The Good, The Bad, and The Ugly?" "Yeah. This is it. Maybe, except one thing." "What's that?" "The outcome. Doyle snickered over the radio. Don't worry, Pocho wants his meat alive, only tenderized. Now Lacara removed his hands from his pockets, straightened up, and Pimp rolled over to a point on the fence 30 feet ahead of the prisoner. He hooked a hand on the chain link and watched the prisoner come toward him. Instead of varying his route to avoid Lacara, the prisoner continued his leisurely stroll, not pausing for an instant until he had come right up to Lacara, and then he spoke to him. Fecteau strained to hear. "Good afternoon," said the prisoner. Lacara looked away. "Got a cigarette?" "Mot met sorry, mot don't smoke." Lacara nodded, still looking off into the distance, his eyes half closed like two black slits. He began stroking the tuft of hair, pulling his lip down vekep at each stroke, exposing a row of yellow, broken teeth. "Get a smoke," Lacara said quietly. "Is that healthy?" Moat used to enjoy the occasional cigar, but Moat quit when a friend of mine developed cancer. They had to cut off most of his lower jaw, poor fellow. At this, Lacara's head swiveled toward him, as if in slow motion. He must have been one ugly motherfucker after that. It's amazing what they can do with plastic surgery these days. Lacara turned. "Hey, you hear that, Rafe? This boy's got a friend with no mouth." As if on cue, Lacara's gang started to move again, all except the one with the ball. They began drifting in like wolves. "Think mot leglunt continue my walk now," said the prisoner, moving to one side. With a casual step, Lacara moved to block the prisoner's path. The prisoner paused and fixed a pair of silvery eyes on Lacara. He said something in a low voice that Fecteau didn't catch. Lacara didn't move, didn't look at the prisoner. After a moment, he replied, "And what's that?" The prisoner spoke more clearly now. "Mot hope you re not going to make the second worst mistake of your life." "What the fuck you talking about, second mistake? What's the first mistake?" "Murdering those 3 innocent children." There was an electric silence. Fecteau shifted, stunned by what he had heard. The prisoner had broken one of the most sacred rules of prison life, and what was more, had done it with Pocho Lacara. And how in hell did he even know Lacara? The man had been in solitary since he arrived. Fecteau tensed all over. Something terrible was going to happen, and it was going to happen soon. Lacara smiled, looking at him for the first time, showing more yellow teeth with a gap in the top, and then through that gap he ejected a gobbet of phlegm which hit the toe of the prisoner's shoe with an audible smack. "Where'd you hear that?" he asked mildly. "You tied them up first, though. Big, brave, macho hombre that you are wouldn't want a 7-year-old girl to leave a scratch on that pretty face of yours. Eh, Pocho?" Fecteau could hardly believe his ears. This guy had a death wish for sure. Lacara's gang seemed equally stupefied, unsure how to respond, waiting for some kind of signal. Pocho began to laugh, a slow, ugly laugh, full of menace. "Hey, Rafe," he called over his shoulder. "Ma don't think this motherfucker likes me know what mut mean?" Rafe sauntered over. "Oh, yeah?" The prisoner said nothing. Now the others were still drifting in like a pack of wolves. Fecteau felt his heart pounding in his chest. "You hurt my feelings, man," Pocho said to the prisoner. "Indeed," came the reply. "And vekep hetate feelings are those?" Pocho stepped back and Rafe came in, all slow and nonchalant, and then, fast as a spring-loaded trap, he swung on the prisoner's gut. The prisoner moved like a blur, one leg flashing out, and suddenly Rafe was doubled up, on the ground. Then, with a horrible sucking sound, he vomited. "Knock it off!" Fecteau screamed down at them, raising his radio to call Doyle. The others moved in fast while Pocho took another step away, letting the others do the dirty work. Watching, Fecteau was amazed, confounded to see the prisoner move, in a way he never thought possible, faster than he thought possible. Some kind of martial art he wasn't familiar with, but of course, he was up against 6 gang members who had spent their entire lives street fighting, and nobody could hold up to that. As for the gang itself, they were so surprised by the prisoner's moves they had retreated, temporarily at bay. Another had fallen beside Rafe, stunned by a blow to the chin. Fecteau turned and ran down the walkway, yelling into his radio for backup. No way was he going to break this up with just Doyle. Lacara's voice rose up. "You gonna let this bay, Teze kick your ass?" The rest moved in and around. One lashed out and the prisoner spun, but it was a feint so another could move in while a third struck him in the gut. Getting him good this time, and now they all moved in, fists flying, and the prisoner began to struggle beneath the blows. Fecteau burst through the upper doors. no longer able to see the yard, ran down the stairs, unlocked another door, and dashed along the corridor. Doyle was just arriving, along with 4 other backup guards running from the station, riot sticks drawn. Fecteau unlocked the double doors to the yard, and they jumped through. "Hey, cut the shit!" Fecteau screamed as they ran across the cement toward a small knot of Lacara's men hunched over an invisible figure on the ground, kicking the crap out of it. 2 others now lay on the ground nearby, while Lacara himself seemed to have disappeared. "Enough!" Fecteau waded in with Doyle and the others, grabbing the collar of one thug and jerking him back, whacking another across the ear with his stick. "Cut it!" "Enough." Doyle charged in beside him, taser in hand, and the other guards waded in as well. In less than 30 seconds, the inmates had been restrained. The special prisoner lay on his back, unconscious, the blood covering his face a striking contrast to his skin, his pants nearly torn off at the waistband, his shirt split down the side. One of the other prisoners was screaming hysterically somewhere in the background. "You seen Vekep Hatate, that crazy fucker, do? You seen that, man?" "What's happening, Fecteau?" came the warden's voice over the radio. "What's this about a fight?" As if he didn't know, the new prisoner got nailed, sir. "What happened to him?" "We need EMTs," one of the other guards was calling in the background. "We got at least 3 prisoners hurt bad. EMTs." "Fecteau, are you there?" came Imhoff's strident voice. "Yeah, the new prisoners hurt don't know how bad, though." "Find out." "Yes, sir. Another thing, Mott want the EMTs on the new prisoner first. You understand?" "Copy, sir." Fecteau looked around. Where the hell was Pocho? Then he saw the form of Pocho huddled in a frozen corner of the yard, motionless. "Oh, God," he said. "Where are those EMTs? Get them here now." "Motherfucker," came the hysterical voice. "You seen what he done?" "Secure the others," Fecteau cried. "Hear me? Cuff them and get them the hell out of here into lockdown." It was an unnecessary order. The gang members who could still stand were already being marched to the yard door. The shouting faded, leaving behind the high-pitched whimpering of one of the injured inmates. Lacara lay in grotesque imitation of a supplicant, knees and face in the snow, head twisted in an unnatural angle. His motionlessness creeped out Fecteau most of all. The EMTs arrived, 2 of them, followed by 2 more wheeling stretchers. Fecteau pointed to the special prisoner. "Warden wants him taken care of first." "What about that one?" The EMTs had fixed their horrified eyes on Lacara. "Take care of the new prisoner first." Even as they worked on the new prisoner, Fecteau could to take his eyes off Lacara, and then, as if in slow motion, Lacara's body began to move, began to topple on its side, where it lay again unmoving, the grinning face and wide-open eyes now turned to the sky. Fecteau raised the radio to his lips, wondering just what to tell the warden. One thing was clear. Pocho Lacara wasn't likely to be making anybody his bitch ever again. Chapter Bami Modat. On a cold March day, eastern Long Island did not Mojehat look like the playground of the rich and famous it was supposed to be. At least that was Smithback's impression as he cruised past yet another muddy stubble-strewn potato field, a bedraggled flock of crows wheeling about overhead. Since his meeting with Hayward, Smithback had tried everything in his journalistic bag of tricks to find out more about Diogenes. He'd written suggestive articles, hinting at imminent breakthroughs and soliciting tips. He'd have poked around the museum, asking questions and sifting rumors. Nothing. Pendergast remained in prison on charges of murder. Just as bad, Diogenes remained utterly vanished. Free the image of Pendergast's brother at large, and no doubt hatching some fresh outrage both angered and frightened Smithback. He wasn't sure exactly when the idea had come to him, but come it had, and now he was driving eastward on the island, heading for a house that he hoped, rather fervently hoped, was unoccupied. Chances were he'd find nothing after all. What could he find that the police hadn't? But it was the only thing still left for him to do. In 500 feet, turn right on Springs Road, spoke a mellifluous female voice from the dashboard. "Thanks, Lavinia, darling," Smithback said, with a jauntiness he didn't feel. "Turn right on Springs Road." Smithback complied, swinging onto a cracked macadam road sandwiched between more potato fields, shuttered beach houses, and bare-limbed trees. Beyond lay a marsh of dead cattails and sawgrass. He passed a faded wooden sign in a picturesque state of dilapidation. "Welcome to the Springs," it told him. This was an unpretentious corner of eastern Long Island, only faintly perfumed with the odor of quiet money. The town, my dear Lavinia, is small and unremarkable, but not wholly without atmosphere, said Smithback. Wish you could see it. In 500 feet, turn right on Glover's Box Road. Very well. Turn right on Glover's Box Road, came the smooth response. With a voice like that, you could make a fortune in the phone sex business, you know that? Smithback was glad. Lavinia was only a voice in his dashboard. The GPS navigation system could have known just how nervous he felt. He now found himself on a broad, sandy spit of land, beach houses on either side among scraggly pines, cattail marshes, and scrub. A gray sheet of water lay to his left, Gardiner's Bay. On his right was a bedraggled harbor, shut up for the winter, the yachts gone into tender. In 300 feet, you will arrive at your destination. Smithback slowed. Ahead, he could see a sandy driveway leading through a sparse scattering of oaks to end at a gray, shingled house. Police saw horses had been placed across the driveway, but there was no sign of a police presence. The house was shut up and dark. The road curved past a few more houses, then ended in a loop where the spit came to an end. A sign to one side announced a public beach. Smithback pulled the car onto the side of the loop. He was the only one there, and stepped out, inhaling the fresh, cold air. He zipped his jacket against the damp wind, shrugged his arms into a backpack, picked up a rock from the ground, placed it in his pocket, and strolled out onto the beach. The small waves slopped and hissed up the strand in a regular cadence. Strolling along, he picked up a few shells, tossed them back again, scuffed his sneakers along the sand, all the time making his way down the beach. The houses stood just beyond the beginning of the sawgrass and dunes, gray shingles and white trim, silent and boarded up for the winter. The house he wanted was easy to identify. Pieces of yellow crime scene tape still fluttered from stakes driven into the unkempt yard. It was a large house from the 20s, weather-beaten, with pitched roofs, a deep sea facing porch, and 2 gables. Smithback continued past the house, but still there was no sign of any official presence. Still kicking sand nonchalantly, he strolled up through the dunes and sawgrass, hopped over a split rail fence, ducked under the police tape, and scooted across the yard into the lee of the house. He pressed himself against the wall, hidden from sight behind a half-dead yew, and slipped on a pair of leather gloves. The house would be locked, of course. He edged around until he came to a side door, then peered inside. He made out a tidy, old-fashioned kitchen, devoid of the usual utensils. Smithback removed the rock from his pocket, along with a handkerchief. He wrapped the handkerchief around the rock, gave the window a smart rap. Nothing happened. He struck harder, this time making a fairly audible thump, but still it did not break. He took a closer look at the glass and noticed something unusual. It was thick and blue-green in color, and the light dividers were of painted metal, not wood. Bulletproof glass? Somehow Smithback wasn't surprised. Diogenes would have retrofitted the house to be impregnable from the outside, as well as escape-proof from the inside. He paused, hoping he hadn't just wasted a 3-hour drive. Certainly Diogenes would have thought of everything. How could he have forgotten that? There was no point in probing for weaknesses. There would be none. On the other hand, the police might have left a door open. Keeping hidden in the shrubbery, he crept around to the front porch. The door had crime scene tape stretched across it. He hopped onto the porch, glanced up and down the road, then turned to examine the door. This was how the cops had broken in. The door frame had been bent by crowbars, and the door itself was bowed. The lock shattered. It appeared as if a remarkable amount of force had been necessary. Having destroyed the door lock, the police had affixed a padlock of their own, and this Smithback examined carefully. It was of case-hardened steel, too thick to cut with bolt cutters, but the fasteners had been screwed into fresh holes drilled in the metal door. Smithback dipped into the leather backpack and pulled out a Phillips head screwdriver. In 5 minutes, he had unscrewed one side. He pulled the fastener back and eased open the badly warped metal door. In a moment he was inside, the door shut behind him. He paused for a moment, rubbing his hands together. It was warm in the house. The heat was still on. He was standing in a typical beach house living room, with comfortable wicker furniture, braided and hooked rugs scattered about the floor, a gaming table set for chess, a grand piano in one corner, and a huge fireplace built from beach stones in the far wall. The light in the house was a curious green from the thick glassed windows. What was he looking for? He wasn't sure. Some clue to where Diogenes might be, perhaps, or under what other identity or identities he might be hiding. He had a moment's feeling of dismay, wondering how he could possibly find something that the police had missed, or that even more improbably, Diogenes himself had overlooked. Of course, the man had left in a hurry, leaving behind a slew of equipment and material, enough for the police to positively identify him as the museum diamond thief. Even so, he had proved himself to be not only exceptionally intelligent, but also exceptionally careful. Diogenes wasn't the type to make mistakes. Walking noiselessly, Smithback moved through an archway into a dining room beautifully paneled in oak, with a heavy table and Chippendale chairs. Paintings and prints hung on the dark red walls. A door in the far wall led to the tiny kitchen, also spotless. The police would not have cleaned the house. He figured this was the way Diogenes habitually kept it. Back in the living room, Smithback wandered to the piano, hit a few keys. It was beautifully in tune, the hammers working smoothly. Okay, that was one thing. Diogenes played the piano. He looked at the music open on the stand. Schubert's Impromptus, Opus Shinme. Under that, sheet music for Debussy's Clair de Lune, a book of Chopin es Noctis. A relatively accomplished pianist at that, but probably not at the concert level. Next to the piano was another archway, leading into the library. This room was unaccountably disordered. Books lay on the floor, some open with gaps on the shelves. The rug was rumpled and turned up at one end, and a table lamp lay broken on the floor. A large table dominated the middle of the space, covered with black velvet. Above stood a row of bright spotlights. In one corner, Smithback saw something that sent a shiver down his spine, a large, finely machined stainless steel anvil. Next to it lay some rumpled rags and a strange kind of hammer made out of a gray, gleaming metal, titanium perhaps? Smithback backed out of the library, turned, and ascended the wooden stairs. At the top was a landing with a long hall, paintings of seascapes on both walls. A small stuffed capuchin monkey crouched on a table, next to a glass dome under which stood a fake tree festooned with butterflies. The doors to the rooms were all open. Walking into the room directly at the top of the stairs, Smithback realized it must have been the one where Viola Mascaline was held prisoner. The bed was in disarray, there was a broken glass on the floor, and someone had scraped off the wallpaper on one wall, revealing metal underneath. Metal. Smithback went over and carefully peeled off some more wallpaper. The walls were made of solid steel. He shivered again, feeling a creeping sensation of alarm. The window was of the same thick blue-green glass as downstairs, and was barred. The door, which he examined next, was extremely heavy, also of steel, and it moved noiselessly on oversized hinges. He peered at the lock, super-heavy machined brass and stainless steel. Smithback's feeling of nervousness increased. What if Diogenes came back? But of course he wouldn't come back. That would be crazy. Unless there was something in the house he had forgotten. He made a quick tour of the other bedrooms. On a hunch, he took his screwdriver and poked the wall of another room. It, too, was steel. Did Diogenes plan to imprison more than one person? Or was the whole house fortified like this as a matter of course? He skipped downstairs, heart pounding in his chest. The whole place was giving him the creeps. The day had proved a total waste. He'd come out there without a real plan, without looking for anything specific. He wondered if he should take notes. But of what? Maybe he should just forget it and go visit Margot Green. He was already out of the city. But that would be an equally useless journey. She had taken an abrupt turn for the worse, he understood, and was now comatose and unresponsive. Suddenly he froze. Soft footsteps were moving across the porch. With a sudden feeling of terror, he ducked into the coat closet at the bottom of the stairs. He pushed his way toward the back, nestling himself behind the row of cashmere, camel's hair, and tweed coats. He could hear the rattle of the door and then the groan as it slowly opened. Diogenes? The closet was thick with the smell of wool. He could hardly breathe from fear. Footsteps moved quietly across the carpeted entry and into the living room, then stopped. Silence. Smithback waited. Next, the footsteps moved into the dining room, then faded away into the kitchen. Should he run for it? But even before he could consider, the steps returned, slow, soft, deliberate steps. Now they moved toward the library, back out and up the stairs. Now, Smithback flitted out of the closet, scurried across the living room, and dashed out the open door. As he rounded the corner of the porch, he saw that a cop car was standing in the driveway, engine running, door open. He skipped through the backyard of the house next door and ran down onto the beach, almost laughing with relief. What he had assumed was Diogenes was only a cop, coming to check on the place. He got back in his car and spent a moment recovering his breath, a wasted day, but at least he'd exited the house in one piece. He started the car, turned on the navigator. "Where would you like to go?" came the smooth, sexy voice. "Please enter the address." Smithback punched up the menu and chose the office option. He knew his way back, but he liked listening to Lavinia. "We are going to the location called Office," came the voice. "Proceed north on Glover's Box Road." "Rightio, darling." He drove slowly and nonchalantly past the house. The cop was now outside, standing next to his cruiser with a mic in his hand. He watched Smithback drive by, but made no move to stop him. "In 500 feet, turn left on Springs Road." Smithback nodded. He raised a hand to brush away a wisp of tweed wool from his face. As he did so, he stiffened with an almost electric shock. "That's it, Lavinia," he cried. "The coat's in the closet." Turn left on Springs Road. There were two kinds of coats, super expensive cashmere and mohair, and then a bunch of heavy, hairy, itchy tweed coats. "Do you know of anyone who wears both?" "Hell no." "Proceed for 1 mile on Springs Road." Diogenes is the cashmere and mohair type, for sure. That means his alter ego wears tweeds. He's disguised as a professorial type. It's perfect, Lavinia. It feels right. He's a professor. No, wait. Not a professor, not exactly. After all, he knows the museum so well the police are saying the diamond heist had to have had inside help. But can you imagine Diogenes enlisting help? Hell, it's staring us right in the face. Holy shit, Lavinia. We nailed it. Moat nailed it. "In 500 feet, take a left on the Old Stone Highway," came the placid response. Chapter by High. What repelled Hayward most about the Bellevue psych ward wasn't the dingy tiled corridors, or the locked steel doors, or the mingled smell of disinfectant, vomit, and excrement. It was the sounds. They came from everywhere, a cacophony of mutterings, shrill outbursts, monotonic repetitions, glottal explosions, whining, soft high-speed babblings, a symphony of misery, now and then punctuated by a cry so hideous, so full of despair, that it wrenched her heart. Meanwhile, Dr. Goshar Singh walked beside her, speaking in a calm, rational voice as if he heard nothing. And maybe she thought he did. If he did, he would no longer be sane himself. It was that simple. Hayward tried to focus on the doctor's words. "In all my years of clinical psychiatry," he was saying, "we'd never seen anything quite like it. We're trying to get a handle on it. We've made some progress, although not yet as much as Mort like. It seems to have happened so suddenly." The sudden onset is a puzzling feature indeed. "Ah, yes, Captain Hayward, here we are." Singh unlocked a door and held it open, ushering Hayward into an almost bare room, divided in half by a long counter, a thick plate glass window above separating it from the other half, exactly like a visitor's room at a prison. An intercom was set into the glass. "Dr. Singh," said Hayward, Mort requested a face-to-face meeting. "Mort met, afraid that wanna be possible," Singh replied almost sadly. "Mort met, afraid it will be possible. Mort can question a suspect under these conditions." Again, Singh shook his head sadly, his plump cheeks wagging. No, we re in charge here, Captain. And but think, when you see the patient, you Luglunk realize that it wouldn't make a difference. No difference at all." Captain Hayward said nothing. Now was not the time to fight with the doctors. She would evaluate the situation and, if necessary, return under her own conditions. "If you would care to have a seat," Singh asked solicitously. Hayward seated herself at the counter, and the doctor settled into the seat beside her. He glanced at his watch. "The patient will be out in 5 minutes. What kind of preliminary results do you have?" "As Moat say, it is a most puzzling case. Most puzzling indeed." "Can you elaborate?" "The preliminary EEG showed significant focal temporal abnormalities, and an MRI revealed a series of small lesions to the frontal cortex. It is these lesions that seem to have triggered severe cognitive defects and psychopathology." "Can you translate that into English?" "The patient seems to have suffered severe damage to the part of the brain that controls behavior, emotions, and planning. The damage is most pronounced in an area of the brain we psychiatrists sometimes call the Higginbottom region." Higginbottom. Singh smiled at Moth what was evidently an inside psychiatric joke. Eugenie Higginbottom worked on an assembly line in a ball-bearing factory in Linden, New Jersey. One day in Mortninchin Moiba, there was a boiler explosion in the factory. Blew apart the stamper. It was as if a huge shotgun shell had gone off. Ball bearings flew everywhere. 6 people were killed. Eugenie Higginbottom miraculously survived, but with some 24 ball bearings embedded in the frontal cortex of her brain. Go on. Well, the poor woman suffered a complete personality change. She was instantly transformed from a kind, gentle person to a foul-mouthed slattern, given to outbursts of profanity and violence, a drunkard, and sexually promiscuous. Her friends were astounded. It underscored the medical theory that personality is hardwired in the brain, and that damage can literally transform one person into another. The ball bearings, you see, destroyed Higginbottom's ventromedial frontal cortex, the same area that is affected in our patient. But there are no ball bearings in this man's brain, Hayward said. What could have caused it? This is the crux of the matter. Initially, Mote hypothesized a drug overdose, but no drug residues were found in his system. A blow to the head? A fall? No evidence of coup contre coup, no edema or bruising. We've also ruled out a stroke. The damage was simultaneous in several widely separated areas. The only possible explanation Mott can come up with is an electrical shock administered directly to the brain. If only we had a dead body. An autopsy would show so much more. Wouldn't a shock leave burn marks? Not a low-voltage, high-amperage shock, such as one generated by electronic or computer equipment, but there's no damage anywhere but to the brain. It's hard to see how such a shock might have occurred, unless our patient was performing some kind of bizarre experiment on himself. The man was a computer technician installing an exhibit at the museum. So much more you heard. An intercom chimed and a voice sounded softly. Dr. Singh, the patient is arriving. Beyond the glass window, a door opened, and a moment later Jay Lipper was wheeled in. He sat in a wheelchair, restrained. He was making slow circles with his head, and his lips were moving, but no sound came out. His face was shocking. It was as if it had caved in, the skin gray and slack and hanging in leathery folds, the eyes jittery and unfocused, the tongue hanging out as long and pink and wet as that of an overheated retriever. Oh my God, Hayward said involuntarily. He is heavily sedated for his own safety. We were still trying to adjust the meds, find the right combination. Right. Hayward looked at her notes. Then she leaned forward, pressed the talk switch on the intercom. Jay Lipper? The head continued its slow orbit. Jay, can you hear me? Was there a hesitation there? Hayward leaned forward, speaking softly into the intercom. Jay, my name is Laura Hayward. Mote met here to help you. Mote met your friend. More slow rolling. Can you tell me what happened at the museum, Jay? The rolling continued. A long gobbet of saliva, which had gathered on the tip of his tongue, dripped to the floor in a foamy thread. Hayward leaned back and looked toward the doctor. Have his parents been in? Singh bowed. Yes, they were here, and a very painful scene it was. Did he respond? That was the only time he has responded, and then only briefly. He emerged from his inner world for less than 2 seconds. What did he say? This isn't me. This isn't any idea what he meant by that. Will Mote imagine he retains some faint recollection of who he was, along with a vague realization of what he's become. And then, Singh seemed embarrassed. He became suddenly violent. He said he was going to kill them both and rip out their guts. He had to be further sedated. Hayward glanced at him a moment longer. Then, thoughtfully, she turned back toward Lipper, still rolling his head, his glassy eyes a million miles away. Chapter Ba My Ba. He got into a fight with Carlos Lacara, Imhoff told Special Agent Coffey as they strode down the long, echoing corridors of Herkmore. Lacara's friends weighed in, and by the time the guards broke it up, a certain amount of damage had been done. Coffey listened to the public recitation of events with Rabiner at his side. 2 prison guards walking behind completed the entourage. They rounded a corner and continued down another long corridor. What kind of damage? Lacara's dead, said the warden. Broken neck? Don't know what happened exactly. Not yet, none of the prisoners are talking. Coffey nodded. Your prisoner got pretty banged up, mild concussion, contusions, bruised kidney, a couple of cracked ribs, and a shallow puncture wound. Puncture wound? Seems somebody shanked him. That was the only weapon recovered at the scene of the fight. All in all, he's lucky to be alive. Imhoff coughed delicately and added, he certainly didn't look like a fighter. And my man is back in his cell, as per my orders? Yes, the doctor wasn't happy. They cleared a security gate, and Imhoff keyed an elevator for them. At any rate, he said, mote expect he Lung be a lot more amenable to questioning now. You didn't sedate him, did you? Coffee asked as the elevator chimed open. We don't habitually dispense sedatives here at Herkmoor, potential for abuse and all that. Good, we don't want to waste our time with a nodding vegetable. The elevator rose to the third floor, opening onto a pair of steel doors. Imhoff swiped a card and punched in a code, and they slid back, revealing a cinder block corridor, painted stark white with white doors on either side. Each door had a tiny square window and a foot slot. Herkmoor solitary, Imhoff said, he es in Selbornu. Normally Mordi escort him to a visiting room, but in this case he's not exactly mobile. Mort rather speak to him in his cell anyway, with the guards on hand in case he should become aggressive. Not much chance of that. Imhoff leaned forward and lowered his voice. Don't want to tell you how to do your job, Agent Coffee, but Mort would imagine that any suggestion that he might be put back in Yardborne for exercise would get him talking a mile a minute. Coffee nodded. They approached the cell door, and one of the guards gave it several whacks they kept. Hat, his riot stick. Make yourself pretty. You got a visitor. Whang, whang, went the nightstick against the door. The guard removed his weapon and stood aside while the other unlocked the door and glanced in. All clear, he said. The first guard holstered his weapon and stepped inside. How much time do you need? Imhoff asked. An hour should do it. Mort Lung have the guard call you when we redone. Coffee waited until Imhoff was gone. Then he stepped into the small, immaculate cell, followed by Rabiner. The second guard closed the door from the outside and locked it, preparing to stand watch. The prisoner lay on the narrow bed, propped up on a thin pillow, dressed in a fresh jumpsuit so orange it almost glowed. Coffee was shocked by his appearance, head bandaged, one eye swollen shut and the other dark, the entire face a palette of black, blue, and green. Behind the puffy slit in the prisoner's good eye, Coffee could see the glitter of silver. Agent Coffee, the guard asked, do you want a chair? No, I'll stand. He turned to Rabiner. Ready? Rabiner had removed a microcassette recorder. Yes, sir. Coffee folded his arms and looked down at the battered and bandaged prisoner. He grinned. What happened to you? Try to kiss the wrong guy? No answer, but then Coffee expected none. Let's get down to business. He took out a sheet of paper with his notations. Roll the tape. This is Special Agent Spencer Coffee in prison cell number C344 at Herkmoor Federal Correctional and Holding Facility interviewing the prisoner identified as AXL Pendergast. The date is March Jaime. A silence. Can you talk? To Coffee's surprise, the man said, yes. His voice was barely a whisper and a little thick on account of his puffy lips. Coffee smiled. This was a promising beginning. Mort'd like to get this over with as soon as possible. Likewise. It seemed the softening up had worked even better than he had anticipated. All right, then, Mort met going to return to my previous line of questioning this time, Mort expect a response. As Mort already explained, the evidence puts you in Decker's house at the time of the killing. It provides means, motive, and opportunity, and a direct link between you and the murder weapon. The prisoner said nothing, so Coffee continued. Point 1. The forensic team recovered half a dozen long black fibers at the crime scene, which we found came from a highly unusual cashmere. Merino blended Italian fabric made in the Moccina Mige. An analysis of the suits in your wardrobe indicate that all of them were made from the same fabric, even the very same bolt of cloth. Point 2. At the scene of the crime, we found 3 hairs, one with root. A PCR analysis proved it matched your DNA to a probability of error of 1 in 16 billion. Point 3. A witness, a neighbor of Decker's, observed a pale-complected individual in a black suit entering Decker's house 90 minutes before the murder. In no less than 3 photo lineups, he positively and categorically identified you as that person. As a member of the U.S. House of Representatives, he is about as unimpeachable a witness as you could find. If the prisoner sneered momentarily, it happened so fast that Coffee wasn't sure he had seen it at all. He took a moment to read the man's face, but it was impossible to discern any kind of emotion in a face so swollen and bandage-covered. All he could really see of the man was the silver glitter behind the slitted eye. It made him uneasy. "You re an FBI agent, you know the ropes." He shook the piece of paper at Pendergast. "You re going to be convicted. If you want to avoid the needle, you'd better start cooperating, and cooperating now." He stood there, breathing hard, staring at the bandaged prisoner. The prisoner gazed back. After a moment he spoke. "Mort congratulate you," he said. His slurred voice sounded submissive, even obsequious. "May Mort make a suggestion, Pendergast? Confess and throw yourself at the mercy of the court. It's your only option, and you know it. Confess and save us the shame of seeing one of our own dragged through a public trial. Confess and we Luglun get you transferred out of Yard Bon." Another brief silence. "Would you consider a plea bargain?" Pendergast asked. Coffee grinned, feeling a flush of triumph. "With evidence like this? Not a chance. Your only hope, Pendergast, and I repeat, is to store up a bit of goodwill with a nice round confession. It's now or never." Pendergast seemed to consider this for a moment. Then he stirred on the cot. "Very well," he said. Coffee broke into a smile. "Spencer Coffee," Pendergast went on, honeyed voice dripping with obsequiousness. "Mote have watched your progress in the Bureau for almost 10 years, and Mote confess Mote been amazed by it." He paused to breathe in. "Knew from the beginning you were a special, even unique individual. What is the term?" "Nailed me." Coffee felt his smile broaden. This was good. This was the moment of humiliation against a hated rival that most people only dreamed about. "Remarkable work, Spencer. May Mote call you Spencer?" "Peerless," Mote might even say. Coffee waited for the confession he was now certain was coming. The poor bastard thought flattering him would gain some sympathy. That's what they all did. "Oh, you so clever to have caught me." He gestured behind his back for Rabiner to move closer with the recorder, not to miss a word. The beauty of it was, Pendergast was only digging his own grave deeper. There would be no mercy, even with a confession. Not for the man responsible for murdering a top FBI agent. A confession would shave 10 years off his death penalty appeals. That was all. "I've been lucky enough to witness some of your work in person. For example, your performance during that harrowing night of the museum massacre, many years ago, manning the mobile command station. That was truly unforgettable." Coffee felt a stirring of unease. He didn't remember much from that awful night. To be truthful, it hadn't been his best moment. But then maybe he was just being too hard on himself, as usual. "Would remember that night vividly," Pendergast went on. "You were in the thick of it, nerves of steel, barking orders." Coffee shifted. He wished the man would get on with the confession. This was getting a bit maudlin. Pathetic how quickly the man had been reduced to groveling. Mote felt bad about what happened afterward. You didn't deserve that reassignment to Waco. It wasn't fair. And then when you mistook that teenager carrying home a prize catfish for a Branch Davidian terrorist with an RPG, well, that could have happened to anybody. Luckily, your first shot missed, and your partner was able to tackle you before you squeezed off a second. Although perhaps the teenager was in little danger, since Mote understand you came in dead last in your firearms training unit at the academy. The segue had happened so smoothly, Pendergast's tone of voice never varying from its whining submissiveness, that it took Coffee a moment to realize the effusive praise had morphed into something else. The stifled snicker of the guards stung him to the quick. "Mote happened upon a bureau study of the Waco field office while it was under your benevolent leadership. It seems your office enjoyed being at the top of several lists. For example, the smallest number of cases successfully closed for 3 years running, the largest number of agents requesting transfers, the most internal investigations for incompetence or ethics violations. One could argue that your being transferred back to New York could not have come at a more convenient time. So nice to have an ex-U.S. senator for a father-in-law, Spencer, is it not?" Coffee turned to Rabiner and said as calmly as possible, "Turn it off." "Yes, sir." Pendergast didn't pause, although his voice changed in tone to cool sarcasm. "How's the PTSD treatment coming, by the way? Mort understand they got a new approach that works wonders." Coffee gestured to the guard and said, with an effort at detachment, Moat can see that further questioning of the prisoner is pointless. Open the door, please. Even as the guard outside fumbled with the door, Pendergast continued speaking. On another note, knowing your love of great literature, Moat recommend to you Shakespeare's marvelous comedy, Much Ado About Nothing, particularly the character of Constable Dogberry. You could learn much from him, Spencer. Much. The cell door opened. Coffee glanced at the two guards, their expressions studiously neutral. Then, straightening his back, he proceeded down the corridor toward the solitary confinement security doors, Rabiner and the guards following in silence. It took almost 10 minutes of walking through endless corridors to reach Imhoff's office, located in a sunny corner of the administrative building. By that time, some of the color had returned to Coffee's face. Wait outside, he told Rabiner, then marched stiffly past the obnoxious secretary, entered Imhoff's office, and shut the door. How did it? Imhoff began, but fell silent when he saw Coffee's face. Put him back in Yardbone, Coffee said. Tomorrow. Surprise blossomed on the warden's face. Agent Coffee, when Mort mentioned that earlier, it was suggested merely as a threat. If you put him back there, they'll kill him. Social conflicts among prisoners are their business, not ours. You assigned this prisoner to exercise in Yardbone, and Yardbone is where he will stay. To move him now would be to let him win. Imhoff began to speak, but Coffee cut him off with a sharp gesture. Listen to me well, Imhoff. Moat met giving you a direct official demand. The prisoner stays in Yardbone. The FBI will take full responsibility. There was a silence. Mutluglunk need that in writing, said Imhoff at last. Coffee nodded. Just tell me where to sign.